Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. We are gathered today to have 4 public hearings on 4 bills. Folks that have been here before and have not know that this is being recorded and streamed on our YouTube channel. It's also being streamed by live audio on our legislative website. I would ask anyone who is going to testify to please change your Zoom screen names to the name of the person who is going to testify, if you are able to do that. I am aware that if you are driving or something like that, you might not be able to do that, but that just means we may not know who you are, and you'll have to bear with us to make sure that you can give your testimony. Today, we will be hearing from the public. We will take testimony in favor of the bills, then we'll take testimony neither for nor against the bill, against the bills, and then testimony neither for nor against the bills. I don't anticipate that we will have to do anything other than that, given the number of people who have signed up in each category on the bills today. You will have 3 minutes to present your testimony. Committee members will be able to ask you questions thereafter. I gently remind committee members to not debate the merits of the bill via the questioning session. Just ask for clarifying questions of the participants. So before we begin, I'd like to do committee introductions, beginning with Senator Guerin.
Good morning. I am Senator Stacey Guerin, representing Senate District 10, which has one of the highest numbers of working farms in the state.
Representative Prescott.
Well, hi, I'm Dwayne Prescott, House District 17, that'd be Waterboro and Lyman.
Representative Rader.
Hi, I'm Amy Rader. I represent House District 125, which is a portion of Bangor.
Representative Drinkwater.
Representative Gary Drinkwater, District 121.
Representative Bradstreet.
Good morning, Representative Dick Bradstreet, House District 80, Vassalboro, Windsor, Somerville, part of Augusta, and I grew up on a farm.
Representative Warren.
Good morning, I'm Representative Sophie Warren. I represent my hometown here in Scarborough Coastal District 29.
Representative, did I get Representative Cuddy?
No, Senator, because I was not on when you started. So
Representative
coming in at the end. Hello, my name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98, which is Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville.
Representative Pebworth.
Morning, everyone. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133, which includes Blue Hill, Brooksville, Brooklyn, Castine, Sedgwick, and Surrey.
Senator Miramont.
Good morning, everyone. Senator Dave Miramont, Senate District 12, Knox County, except for the town of Washington.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Representative Mike Sylvester. I represent District 39, which is the Eastern Peninsula portion of Portland and the spring-loving folks of Casco Bay. I am the House Chair, and I will be doing timing today. So anybody who is testifying, if you put your view in gallery view so that you can see, I will hold up my phone. I will then also hold it up to begin the 3 minutes. And then at the end of the 3 minutes, I will gently tell you, hold it up at 30 seconds so you can see the countdown, and then tell you that your time is up and could you summarize your thoughts. And my entire district was once a working farm until there was the flu epidemic of the late 1800s.
Representative Gear.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Tracy Gear. I represent House District 9, which is Kennebunkport and the coastal parts of Biddeford and Kennebunk.
And I'm Craig Hickman. I represent Senate District 14, 11 towns in southern Kennebec County. I am the proud Senate Chair of this committee and a farmer myself, as many of you know. So today is the day where ag comes to labor. We will be taking these bills in numerical order, beginning with LD 151, going to LD 832, LD 1022, and LD 1167. The only caveat is that we do have a bill sponsor who may need to float in or out. He may have to go last. That would be Representative Michael Brennan for LD 832. So we'll see how that goes, but we intend to go in numerical order. We'll just have to have some flexibility. So with that, I will open the public. I'm sorry, we also have today with us our wonderful clerk, Alyssa Thompson, who will be taking your technical issues and questions, and our analyst, Stephen Langland, is with us today as well. So with that, I will open the public hearing on LD 151, an act to protect farm workers by allowing them to organize for the purpose of collective bargaining, presented by Representative Tom Harnett of Gardner. Welcome, Representative.
Thank you, Senator Hickman. Good morning, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Tom Harnett, and I represent House District 83, which includes the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner. I'm here today to introduce LD 151, an act to protect farm workers by allowing them to organize for the purpose of collective bargaining. Historically, agricultural workers or farm workers have been specifically excluded from labor laws that protect most workers. Currently, in 2021, Maine farm workers are still not considered employees under Maine's law. By way of example, they are not covered by Maine's laws regarding minimum wage and overtime. This is a basic protection afforded almost every working person in Maine and is particularly important and meaningful to working people who find themselves on the low end of the wage scale. What is even more remarkable to me is that farm workers are considered essential employees by both the state and federal government, yet are not even considered as employees under Maine's labor laws. Think about that for a moment. How can a farm worker be considered an essential employee at the same time they are purposefully excluded from the legal definition of employee? This bill answers that question. If they are essential employees, they are employees and should be treated as such under all Maine labor laws. There are many reasons that farm workers have been treated as less than in Maine. In almost every other state and under federal law, farm workers, particularly migrant farm workers, who travel from state to state to harvest the crops that feed us, are generally people of color, sometimes from other countries, and in many cases do not speak English as their native language. They are ripe for exploitation and generally do not make waves. They do backbreaking manual labor for long hours, work that many local people would never consider doing. They work far from their homes, and their temporary homes while in Maine are often connected to their jobs because their employers need them here. Challenging one's working conditions in that environment is fraught with personal and economic danger. If you lose your job, you lose your home. You find yourself in a terrible predicament, unemployed, homeless, and alone in a place where you are not welcome. Given these realities, is it at all surprising that farm workers have been unable to individually change these centuries-old labor practices and fight against the lack of legal protections to wages and benefits that most workers take for granted? Migrant farm workers in particular cannot be here to tell their life stories to this committee because it is not the growing or harvesting season in Maine. And if it were, they would be working. Right now, they are working wherever work is available. Couple that with the fact that neither state nor federal laws protect farm workers who might want to form a union, collectively bargain, or even talk to their fellow workers about improving their working and living conditions. And it is easy to see why the lives and living conditions of these workers have changed very little since Edward R. Murrow's Harvest of Shame was produced and televised in 1960, over 60 years ago, when I was the age of 5. Unlike almost every working person in Maine and throughout the United States, farm workers can still be fired for just talking about their working and living conditions and bringing those concerns to their employers. If they simply talk to their coworkers about seeking to change their wages or working conditions, they can lose their housing and lose their jobs while thousands of miles from their home. Those firings have been and remain legal, though I believe they are both immoral and unjust. Non-farm worker employees who are not represented by a union have significant rights under the National Labor Relations Act. Specifically, the National Labor Relations Act protects the rights of employees to engage in concerted activity, which is simply when two or more employees take action for their mutual aid or protection regarding the terms and conditions of their employment. A single employee may also engage in protected concerted activity if he or she is acting with the authority of other employees, bringing group complaints to the employer's attention, trying to induce group action, or seeking to prepare for group action. If farm workers do any of those things, they can be summarily fired, and that firing would be legal in Maine. Just a few examples of legally protected concerted activities that non-farm workers can engage in are two or more employees addressing their employer about improving their pay, two or more employees discussing work-related issues beyond pay, such as safety concerns with each other, and an employee speaking to an employer on behalf of one or more of their colleagues about improving workplace conditions. Farm workers do not have this basic protection. And in my experience, this is one of the main reasons their lives remain so difficult and their earnings so low. I first worked with and for farm workers over 40 years ago. In the summer of 1980, I interviewed for my first job as an attorney at Farm Worker Legal Services of New York. For my second interview, I went to the first migrant labor camp I had ever seen. It was a life-changing experience and a night I will never forget. This labor camp was less than 30 miles from where I grew up. But until that night, I had no idea that hundreds, indeed thousands of people lived and worked in such poverty and housing conditions that I had no idea existed and that I had never thought could exist in our United States of America. But they did, and they still do. Farm workers are often hidden from view. The temporary homes in labor camps often cannot be seen by the road. They live in isolation, alone. I worked for about 9 years for my farm worker clients in New York. While I won some cases, I lost many more. In fact, there were many cases I could not even bring. I repeatedly found that the living and working conditions that were unimaginable then and now were also legal. My clients brought the food to the table, but never had a seat at the table when the laws, the rules of the game were written. I promised my clients then, many of who became dear friends, that I would try to change that someday. And I continue to try to keep that promise. After moving to Maine and joining the Office of the Attorney General in 1989, I had the opportunity to work for farm workers again at DeCoster Egg Farms in Turner. I visited the workers in Turner many times because they were not allowed to receive visitors of their choosing in their homes in an employer-owned and managed trailer park. Their employer forbade it and threatened to fire them if they spoke to doctors, nurses, lawyers, priests, ministers, educated, assistant attorneys general, and social workers, to name a few. Their employer also threatened to have their visitors arrested if they visited the workers in their homes. In many instances, law enforcement officers were called to enforce DeCoster's no trespass policy, and they did so. I vividly recall one rainy night when I was with a lawyer from the farm worker unit of Pine Tree Legal Assistance in one of the trailers at DeCoster, explaining to the workers their legal rights regarding this draconian policy. One of the workers, who had been looking out the window, rushed towards us with fear in his eyes. In broken English, he told us that a supervisor was coming and that I and the Pine Tree lawyer had to hide in a closet. He said if the supervisor found us in their homes, the workers might lose their jobs and we could be arrested. We stayed in that closet for 10 minutes. It felt like an eternity. But when it was over, I got to go home. The workers, on the other hand, had no choice but to stay and continue to live in a state of fear so they could support themselves and their families. I was proud that Maine won its lawsuit on behalf of workers against DeCoster, and that his no trespass policy, along with his pattern of enforcing it through threats and intimidation, were all found to violate the Maine Civil Rights Act. That was a big victory, a significant win. And for just a while, farm workers were in the news in Maine. During this time, they were not invisible. This committee in the 1990s was so appalled to learn about this treatment of farm workers that it took some limited action. However, that action, which included recognizing some organizing rights for the farm workers at DeCoster, was very limited in scope and did nothing for workers throughout the state. Sadly, this legislation, as it pertained to organizing, was subsequently repealed when DeCoster sold his farm to a multinational food conglomerate. Good law, apparently, should not stand in the way of a corporate sale. This bill, if enacted, will allow Maine to lead and begin to try to right the historical wrongs I have just shared with you. Farm workers who travel thousands of miles from their homes to feed us deserve nothing less than the legal protections afforded to all other working people. The treatment of field workers as people less deserving of basic legal protections in the eyes of the law is nothing more, nothing less than a vestige of slavery. Current law perpetuates and abets institutional and systemic racism. Now, I know it bothers some when we talk about institutional and systemic racism. It makes us feel uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable, and it should. But that is our history. To be clear, I am not labeling anyone here as a racist, but I do know that if we fail to acknowledge and confront our past, we are doomed to continue to repeat it. We have the chance to do better as a legislature, as a people, and as a state. Passing this bill could be the first step in making that happen. I thank you for your time and attention, and would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you, Senator Hickman and members of the committee.
Thank you, Representative Harnack, for presenting this important bill. Are there any questions? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for being here this morning. And you stated that a lot of the people who would be covered by this are not able to be around. Has there been any compilation of a list of anything of the number of names of people who might be covered by this?
You will hear from others with more precise information of that, and you will hear from others testifying about the experience of individuals that have worked in the state of Maine. In terms of numbers, we are working with the Department of Labor to try to gather better data to present in a work session on this and the next bill that I'll be talking about later this morning.
Thank you.
Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Harnett. I think one of my questions will be answered by someone else, if I can take your last answer as an indication. Do you happen to know if there are any other states that have extended employee status to farm workers? My concern here being that if there are other states that have extended the employee status, if I was a migrant farm worker, I might choose to go to those states, and that could leave Maine with a shortage of farm workers. Do you know of any other states?
Thank you for the question, Representative Rader. The longest serving example of a state recognizing the rights of farm workers with regard to organizing for collective bargaining purposes is California, and that's in the California Labor Relations Act. That has been in existence for over 30 years. They were the leader. They're the largest agricultural producing state in the country, and they still manage to get a workforce. And there have been organizing laws passed in other states, notably Ohio, I believe in Washington state, recently in New York state. One of the top courts recognized that the exclusion of employees, of farm workers from the definition of employee violates the Constitution under equal protection grounds. And that would apply to both organizing and in addition to the bill I'll talk about later, and I don't want to combine those two since it's a separate bill. And I can provide you with a list of examples of other states. This is not breaking new ground, although it is an opportunity for the state of Maine to live up to its motto and to lead on an important subject of human rights.
Thank you so much. May I have a follow-up just very quickly?
May proceed.
Thank you. So California, that was following the grape picker strike, is that correct?
It's primarily related to the work done by Cesar Chavez during the grape boycott in the 1960s and continuing thereafter.
Fantastic, thank you. I'm a big fan of Dolores Huerta too, so thank you.
And she's still with us and continues to do amazing work.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Representative Harnett, and thank you for bringing this bill forward. In your testimony, you discussed the rights and the sort of fissure of rights between farm workers and other types of workers. But what you were describing is sort of another fissure, right? Which is you're describing the rights of collective action, of collective bargaining under the Section 7 laws of the National Labor Relations Act. And yet people in the state of Maine are still at will in terms of being able to be fired. And so really what the basis of this law is it that the only way to cement just cause and to make sure that you have secure employment is to have a union contract?
No, not exactly. That passage of this bill would not immediately result in farm workers becoming organized as unions in the state of Maine. That's a long process. But what it will do is to protect workers who simply want to approach their employer in a concerted way, where two or more employees want to discuss wages, want to discuss living conditions, want to discuss workplace safety. If you do that now, as a farm worker, you can be fired, and that firing is legal. If they were covered by the National Labor Relations Act, that firing would be unlawful and illegal. So it is really to give the basic protection of workers trying to just get together to talk about ways in which they can better their lives, their wages, their living conditions, and perhaps move out of the abject poverty that most farm workers find themselves in, not just in Maine, but sadly throughout the country.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
If I responded to your question completely, Representative.
You did it. You did indeed. Thank you. Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Representative Harnett, following the 129th, you and I took part in a stakeholder meeting with both farmers and farm worker organizations, and we discussed the topics of your two bills. I wonder if you could give your take on what the discussion was around this topic, around having collective bargaining rights.
My recollection, which it should be wonderful since it's been less than 2 years since that happened, is that of the two bills, this was the least controversial, the less controversial. That there, if you recall, in the 129th, there was no opposition. There was no testimony in opposition of this bill, yet somehow it failed to come out of committee at all. I don't know what happened there. And as I recall, the meetings that unfortunately ended because of, we all know what happened shortly after those meetings occurred. We had COVID, canceled legislature, and that group did not continue to meet. But this was not controversial, as I recall, amongst all the different interests that were in that at that meeting.
That was my recollection as well. I thank you for verifying that for me. Thank you.
Representative Prescott has a question.
Well, thank you. Up to what amount of employees do you think this should go? I see the concept draft says that there's going to be a certain size farms that will be exempt. Do you have an idea? Has anybody talked to you about that?
It's not, actually, there was an amendment, and maybe I should have stated this. I believe there was an amendment circulated to the committee that it has moved this beyond a concept draft.
Oh, all right, great.
It is intended to apply with respect to unionizing. It is intended to apply only to farms with 5 or more employees. However, I wanted to apply for concerted activity to a farm with 2 or more employees. Concerted activity just being allowed to approach the employer to discuss the terms of working conditions and living conditions without the risk of being summarily fired.
All right, thank you.
Does that respond to your question, Representative?
Yes, and I missed the amendment, so thanks for pointing that out. I'll get a look over. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Harnett, I do know that the committee did receive a copy of the amendment that replaces the bill. And if you could maybe just go through the summary of that amendment, if you are able to do that, so that folks that are listening in can at least understand the general approach that you are taking. And if you want to provide any more specifics for the record in the bill amendment that you are proposing at this time, that would be fine as well. It may answer some questions in advance of them being asked.
I hope that I can do that. I'm not sure how thoroughly I can do it right now, but the bill is based on the Maine Labor Relations Act, which is administered by the Maine Labor Relations Board. It is in fact what occurred in the 1990s when this committee, having heard about the treatment of the workers at DeCoster, provided them farms of a very certain size, large size, only with raising chickens. It's the same set of rights that public employees have. That the Maine Labor Relations Board handles teachers, law enforcement agencies, and other public employees. So it mirrors that organizing. It allows for concerted activity. It allows for people to organize without being losing their job or having ill treatment on their job. It also protects employees who do not want to participate in a union. So it's really the full panoply of rights that all other public employees have in the state of Maine.
Thank you. Representative Rader, do you have another question?
No, I do not. I forgot to lower my hand. I apologize.
So Mr. Langland has made the amendment available to all panelists and attendees to take a look at in preparation for your prepared testimony or your off-the-cuff remarks. Are there any more questions from the bill sponsor, from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. We will see you again shortly.
Thank you very much, Senator Hickman. Thank you to the members of the committee, and I will obviously be interested to participate in the work session where we can walk through the amendment in more detail.
Thank you. We will now turn to testimony in favor of LD 151. I have 5 people signed up, and then we will turn to testimony in opposition to LD 151, and we have 6 people signed up. So it's pretty evenly distributed right now. Adam Good, Kate Blackford, James Mile, Michael Guar, and Nate Williams will be testifying in favor of the bill. That is your alert. And we will begin by welcoming Mr. Adam Good.
I don't see Mr. Good, so I promoted Kate Blackford.
Perfect. So we will go to Ms. Kate Blackford from Maine People's Alliance for her testimony in favor of LD 151. Good morning and welcome. You are on mute. Kate, if you could please. I know I do it all the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me this morning, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. Thank you all for the opportunity to testify today in favor of LD 151. And I also wanted to share that my testimony is also in support of the bill that will be heard not next, but right after, LD 1022. My name is Kate Blackford, and I am here in my role as the Public Policy Director of the Maine People's Alliance. MPA is Maine's largest grassroots community organization with over 32,000 members across the state. And our mission is to create a world where everyone has what they need, contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. MPA strongly supports both LD 151 and LD 1022. We believe that all workers should have the opportunity to organize and should be covered by minimum wage and overtime protections, especially those who are doing this essential work at the foundation of our food systems. And for too long, and for very clear historic reasons, they have been excluded. As recently reported in the Beacon, these bills would address long-standing labor exemptions that left farm workers out of the laws passed in the 1930s, from the Fair Labor Standards Act to the National Labor Relations Act, and excluded farm workers as well as domestic workers, groups that are primarily comprised of people of color. And while farm workers were made subject to the National Minimum Wage Act in the 1960s, they are not guaranteed Maine's higher state minimum wage, and they don't receive overtime pay. Aside from 97 to 2012, when the DaCosta egg farm workers were allowed to collectively bargain, that hasn't been the case in Maine. This incredibly complex system, or the incredibly complex systems of our agricultural sector, create razor thin margins, and especially for our small farmers. But the foundation of the sector should not be based on exempting our agricultural workers from basic minimum wage protections and standards. Maine should follow in the footsteps of states like California, Hawaii, Minnesota, Washington, Maryland, and New York, and where farm workers have had the ability to unionize starting in the 1970s and have won the right to overtime pay as well. The lack of worker protections in agriculture is a direct result of our nation's history of unpaid labor and slavery, and addressing that injustice is both a moral issue and an economic issue. As with all workers, when you raise minimum wages, you generate economic growth. And these are protections that we can and should offer to our agricultural workers. So I strongly urge you to vote ought to pass on both of these bills. Thank you so much for your time today, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Blackford, for your testimony. I see a question from Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. I guess Blackford. All I see is Kate up there, so I don't know if I got the right last name or not. But evidently, some people know you, but I don't. So I'm just wondering if the Maine People's Alliance, your organization, has been working closely with people who might be directly affected by this bill.
Thank you so much for the question. Representative Bradstreet, my understanding is that there are others who are doing central or critical organizing, such as mano with farm workers here in Maine, but this has not been an area where Maine People's Alliance has been on the forefront of the work.
Are there any other questions from Ms. Blackford? Representative Warren.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your testimony. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit further to the economic growth component. I know really any direction that maybe you were implying, but just a couple things I was curious if you think are connected. For one, we have a long-running workforce shortage. Another thing is maybe the concept of the velocity of money. So just if we have working people who have more money in their pocket, they tend to spend more of their money week to week. And then I guess as well, if you feel that the idea of the history in structural racism, to think about the function of racism in maybe undermining worker rights, if you'd speak to that at all, like is this a zero-sum game truly, or really are we all benefited in some way, including economically?
Thank you, Representative Warren, so much for the questions. I do not pretend to be able to speak with the greatest expertise on all three of the areas that you mentioned, but I absolutely, in terms of the way that this particular set of worker protections only applies to some workers and not to others is absolutely a perfect example of systemic racism, that these are long held centuries long held beliefs about what work is valuable and what work is not valuable, and where is it that people deserve or do not deserve protections. And so the exemption for both domestic workers as well as for agricultural workers is deeply, deeply rooted in slavery in our country. And that the biases against supporting are especially people of color in our economy are part of the reason that this has been perpetuated over the past few centuries. And there are a few footnotes in my testimony that can point to that as well in terms of greater detail. The other piece in terms of in terms of the impacts of raising these minimum wage standards and the impact that will have in terms of economic growth, one of the footnotes as well in my testimony refers to a piece that outlines the numerous studies that have been done showing that when you raise minimum wages, you actually are you're generating incredible levels of economic activity, including the velocity of money, which you referred to. So the velocity of money is when you have people, how many times a dollar sort of goes around and that it sort of spent and respent. So we know that when you have increased wages for lower income workers, especially, that those, because the cost of living is so high and because there are so many needs that people are currently trading off, whether it's rent, food, medicine, going out for the occasional ice cream cone. I mean, that when people have more income at the lower ends of our income spectrum, that they spend that money. It doesn't just go into a savings account. And so that means that it's generating further economic activity. And there's a lot of incredible research about how powerful it is and how much, in terms of the economic impact, and how much of our economy really is driven from the bottom up, as opposed to the myth that's been told that it's sort of top down. And so the more we can raise the floor on what all of us are able to earn, and the more that we can ensure that everybody has the stability and security that comes with earning more, you create myriad economic benefits, both in terms of direct economic growth. For example, like for every dollar spent on food stamps, you can create $1.70 in economic activity. And so the same is true when it comes to raising low wages. And so the more that we can make sure that the floor is higher, then the more money there is in each of our communities, whether they're small towns or larger cities, that there's more and more that can be done. And so there's some great research out of Seattle as well, where they raised the minimum wage for tipped workers as well as all workers. And everybody said that it was going to put restaurants out of business. It was going to be really, really hard. But actually what you have is that people who work in restaurants can now go out to eat. And so by raising the floor on wages for farm workers, we also can increase the economic activity in all of our communities. Is there anything that I left unanswered?
Thank you. Senator Guerin has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to our committee, Ms. Burnett, I believe it was. I wondered if you have any personal experience in the farm industry or with farm workers that you knew, and historically in Maine, what is the percentage of farm workers that have been minorities? I know my family had farm workers and none of them were minorities.
Thank you, Senator Guerin, for the question. So my personal experience in the farming industry is negligible to none. And I also do not have the data on hand about sort of the demographic breakdown of Maine's different farm worker employees. So I'm sure that it varies across type of farm, size of farm, and industry, but I'm sure that there are others who are going to testify after me who can speak to those details.
Thank you.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you think one of the unintended consequences could be the mechanizing of replacing farm workers, such as we've witnessed with the blueberry harvesting, the potato harvesting? And if we want to talk about California, we could even talk about walnuts and olives.
Thank you so much for the question, Representative Drinkwater. I think the the automation and the future of work is a huge issue across so many sectors, not just in agriculture, everything from retail to accounting. And our agricultural sector is not exempt from that. And so I think that we actually really need to have a holistic approach to how are we thinking about the future of work? How are we thinking about what automation brings in terms of benefits and what are the challenges that that creates for our workforce? But I would hope that we would not be trying to balance out the potential risks of automation by continuing to keep very low wages and low worker protections in our agricultural sector.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Ms. Blackford? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome. Next up, Mr. Adam Good.
Good morning, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Adam Good. I serve as the Legislative and Political Director of the Maine AFL-CIO. We represent 40,000 working people in the state of Maine. Working people, whether Black, brown, or white, should be able to organize together to improve their working conditions and lives. Talking to coworkers and joining together in collective action has been the pathway to dignity and respect for working people throughout the world. And that's why we support LD 151. We are well aware that you will hear from farmers and farm owners that have concerns about this concept. We recognize that farming is incredibly difficult work, that the economics of farming is very challenging, and that farmers work incredibly hard. It's also true that workers should have the fundamental First Amendment right to freedom of association and freedom of assembly. The right of workers to organize is a fundamental human right that all workers deserve. It's important that we understand the historical reasons that agricultural workers were carved out of much of labor law protections, including the right to organize and collectively bargain. The reason for the inequity in protections between working people in the agricultural sector and working people in other sectors is rooted in a history in Maine and America of categorically excluding certain groups from basic labor rights and laws. These exclusions are rooted in the history of race and racism in this country. It is difficult to deeply and genuinely grapple with our history, and I want to be very clear. To raise the history of these exclusions is in not any way a comment on any current individual's behavior or the critical work that farmers do in Maine. But this history lives with us today. It remains an important aspect of labor law that is connected to systemic racism and access to workplace protections. It is our shared collective inheritance. And together, we have a collective responsibility to right past wrongs and keep building a more perfect union for all of us. I see that I have 20 seconds remaining and have tried my hardest to cut down on my testimony. I have another number of other points I can bring up and would love to take a stab at addressing some of the questions that Representative Bradstreet and Senator Guerin stated.
Thank you, Mr. Good, for being succinct. We will go to questions at this point, and I'm sure you'll have an opportunity. Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Good. I will also ask if you have any other thing to add. I might also want to comment that this has brought to mind the similar bill that we had last session, where a lot of people took the allegations of racism, despite your dismissing them as being pertinent today, is rather personal, and I hope that we would be careful about doing that. And I just put that out there. There are a lot of places and a lot of entities that had racism in the past, very obvious, and that's not the case today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bradstreet. And I think for those of you who see me almost daily, and I apologize for that, I was speaking very slowly on purpose, and we wanted to be very clear that we agree with you, Representative Bradstreet, that we are not creating any allegations about any individual people, but we also feel very strongly that it would be naive at best to not acknowledge the history of the exclusions for domestic workers and agricultural workers that happened in 1935. That the largely documented reasons for those exclusions were to win over Democrats from the South who did not want to vote for labor protections, and that guides what we do today in many ways. We view Representative Harnet's bill as a way to right those wrongs. And I think, last time I was here, I talked about wreath workers that were victims of sexual harassment that had recently been reported on in the Bangor Daily News. Just last week, a Maine tomato grower paid $245,000 in back wages to migrant workers after violating labor laws. We think collective bargaining rights protect workers throughout the economy. And it's a blemish on the labor movement that these exclusions existed in the National Labor Relations Act. And we feel like, Cesar Chavez did great work in California. We think California is better because of that. We think Maine can be better as well. Earlier, Representative Bradstreet raised a question related to organizing, and I think based on questions people asked earlier, it seems like it's obviously a theme that I am not a farm worker. There's going to be people testifying on these bills that are not farmers. I would just say that organizing a union is very hard, that it's not like if you pass this bill, there's going to be a farm workers union. We can talk all day about why there are many structural barriers to organizing a union. And, I would also like to throw that out there. Senator Guerin, I think, had asked Ms. Blackford a little bit about her personal history with farm workers. And, we represent lots of working people. We believe unions are good for all working people. I am not a farmer. I have spent a summer of my teenage life raking blueberries for Albert Atherton in Mariahville and Otis. It was very hard work. I moved on to working at Hannaford after that, then Shop and Save. My great uncle, Donnie Perfett, who passed away 2 years ago, was a potato farmer in Aroostook County. My grandmother and all of her siblings grew up in E-Plantation. And so I have lots of ties to this industry and think that we can think about the farmers we care about while also acknowledging the history connected to systemic racism and the exclusionary policies that happened in 1935.
Representative Rader.
Thank you so much. I'm going to lower my hand now so I don't forget. Mr. Good, thank you so much for being here. Like you, I grew up a little farm adjacent. My dad owned a farm and I was blessedly exempt from having to detassel corn every summer like my peers. I have a quick question regarding the impact of labor organizing on not just employee safety, but on consumer safety. I was in Nebraska for a conference several years ago where migrant workers from the meatpacking industry spoke of the fact that they were not provided with safety equipment such as rubber gloves that would protect consumers from pathogens, et cetera, and so on. Do you have any anecdotal evidence of the safety of consumer products as it relates to labor organizing?
I don't have anything at my fingertips related to that. It's a great question. Fundamentally, we believe that a union is a way that people can have power on the job, that workers can join together without fear of retribution or retaliation, and that whether it's harassment on the job, whether it's making sure that your coworkers are not having wages withheld inappropriately, that the way that people have freedom from intimidation or fear of their livelihood is through collective bargaining. There are already structural power dynamics that are obvious in migrant labor and in farm working. And we think that having collective bargaining rights is just a basic tenet that applies to every workplace. And the challenge of making the claim that collective bargaining rights are important in your workplace does not extend just to agricultural work or migrant work. We hear this every type of nonprofits, white collar nonprofits have the same rap that unions aren't right for this sector and our workers are just like family. You hear that in all kinds of social service and helping professions, and that's a tried and true argument that people make that it's not unique for them. And I would just say that if this is not unique for a certain industry, then there are lots of levers that people who own businesses can pull to make sure that the union drive fails. So that option is there, and this is by no means just granting collective bargaining de facto to these workers. People still have to fight for it and do the very difficult work of forming a union.
Representative Warren. And before, Representative, before you ask the question, I just want to let the audience know that because the engagement is happening robustly, which is perfectly fine, we will move after this testimony. We will actually take 3 people testifying in opposition to the bill. So I want to have some balance in that. And it looks like we have a farmer who showed up at the State House wanting to testify against this bill. And so that will actually be the first voice in opposition to the bill that we will take when this line of questioning with Mr. Good is over. So Representative Warren, please continue.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your testimony. Just because we're talking about structural racism and it's an important but can be a difficult topic, or it can come to a place that feels really that can feel really personal, or like people don't feel like they're being understood as generously as, at least for me personally, I think, everyone deserves to be. I'm wondering if you could take an opportunity to speak at all, even historically, to the use of structural racism to either you could see it as undermining workers' rights. I'm thinking of like maybe a kind of a Eugene Debs sort of the Pullman Corporation type of thing, just how in history, given how laws are at any given point to not protect every worker equally, maybe how ultimately that can undermine union efforts, or unions at different points have made a choice that's, I think, contributed or perpetuated those injustices to the detriment of their own workers and work protection. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that at all, and just bringing in from the side of unions, although again, this is about, of course, a law, but just, yeah, if you had any view on that.
It's a great question. I think that America, our country, and both working class people and communities of color have done much better when the white working class and Black people and brown people join together in collective action to improve their workplaces and their communities. Also believe that some of the most violent and challenging moments in our history have been the moments when white working class people and brown people and Black people have joined together. And that has proven to be the most threatening thing to the elite of our country. So there is a history of both public policy and unions making decisions that exclude Black and brown people in order to have white working class people have the power and benefit of unions. And I think that there's moments where unions have been a part of great moments in moving America forward, and there's moments that we're ashamed of that we want to fix and to avoid ever happening again.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Good? Seeing none, Ms. Thompson, if you are able to promote into the room Mr. Caldwell, if he is ready to testify against the bill. We will also hear from Mr. Harry Ricker, followed by Don Flannery of the Maine Potato Board, and we'll see what the timing looks like there. But that is our plan, is to take Mr. Caldwell, Mr. Ricker, and Mr. Flannery. And
I don't believe Mr. Caldwell is here yet, and I think there might be somebody else with him as well. I've been emailing back and forth, but I can promote
Mr. Ricker.
Yes.
So we are moving to take some testimony in opposition to the bill at this time. And Mr. Ricker, I see your first name on the screen.
Yes, am I live?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you, which is fine.
Chairpersons and members of the committee, I am Harry Ricker of Ricker Hill Orchards, a farm based in Turner, and we work in 8 towns in the western foothills of Maine. We deal in perishable produce, apples, cranberries, blueberries, and perishable means they can lose some or often all of their value if harvested too late or not sold and consumed before they lose their quality and conditions. With apples, when waiting an extra day during harvest the mature apples begin to fall. They hit and ruin other apples as they fall, compounding the losses. Unionizing or organizing harvest labor, they could do a work slowdown or stoppage that we would have no leverage to bargain with. We could borrow more money to pay whatever they want, or we could not bargain with them and lose the whole crop and probably the farm. And we haven't been in a great position, nor do we have any large pile of money to pay back loans that we negotiate while having no leverage to negotiate. And that is the basis, I believe, for the legislation or the rules that have evolved in most of the country over the last 200 years. And unlike the stories, some that were portrayed earlier, we have a good relationship with our employees. We reimburse the ones who travel from Jamaica for their travel after they work for 15 days. We pay their way home at the end of harvest. And every year we have some for the family emergencies that we pay their way home. Our housing is inspected by the Jamaican Ministry of Labor, the US Department of Labor, and occasionally by OSHA as well. And, you know, we try to be good people. We have crew that we've been very happy with and feel successful for them and for us. And we don't see a need for this legislation, but we see dire consequences for us if it were to happen. And I'm happy to take any questions if they might arise.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker, for your testimony. Questions from Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ricker, thank you for your testimony. Let's talk about housing. I heard you mention about housing. What guidelines do you have to follow for housing?
All right, housing, so just another catch up. So we use the H-2A program, which is a legal immigration for agricultural workers. And it's spelled right out very clearly, which is nice, on the guidelines by the US Department of Labor. And it says you have to have so many square feet of window for every square foot of floor and so much room for the bed. We went well above and beyond that last year because of the COVID pandemic. And we now, this past year and in the future, we have eight people working together in a crew. They live together with just those 8 people, so they don't have to interact with others. They've got their own kitchen for just those 8 people and bathrooms for just those 8 people, which they travel together in one van. And that was another great expense of doing this, but I believe it's the future of the program. And if we have a future pandemic, we'll be in good shape going into that.
And if I may just follow up quickly, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Talk about your price structure. Are these people hourly employees, or do they get paid what I used to call piecemeal?
We have this year, the minimum wage for people in this program is $14.99 an hour. And our piecework rates we have, depending on what they're doing, we pay more for some things than others, but you know, there's some of they make more money than my managers and my family, the guys that are really good at it, and they earn it because they're very good at it.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker.
Representative Bradstreet, do you have another question? Or do you have a question? You are next.
Yes, I do. Actually, Representative Drinkwater asked the bulk of my question, but I'm just wondering, thank you, Mr. Ricker, for being here. I know you're familiar with a lot of other people involved in agriculture. Do you know if a lot of you do furnish housing for your temporary workers?
I believe that in the blueberry industry, and which is a lot less than it used to be because they've been able to mechanize that, but they still have some. And the broccoli growers and some of the vegetable growers and the apple growers are that's the most vast number of people that we get a percentage of our labor from outside of the normal commuting area in Maine, so we have housing available.
Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ricker. I know you're here speaking in opposition. You obviously have some concerns specifically for yourself and other farmers in your position. It sounds like you're working very hard to provide a fair wage already. And I guess my biggest question is, why oppose organization if you're already paying and treating your workers fairly well? It doesn't seem like folks would want to strike on your farm if you're treating them so well. So if you could speak a little bit to the economic concerns you might have or any other concerns, I'd appreciate hearing that. Thank you.
Because of the situation it puts us in, where you have a few people who are unhappy for whatever reason, or they want to make a name for themselves as leadership people, and they say, look, this farmer can't afford to have us slow down or stop the harvest. We can bargain them and make twice as much money, and we're never going to come back to this farm again. So we don't care if it puts them out of business. I don't have any concern about, many of my harvest people have been working with us for 30 years or more. But my concern is you get some people who are not in the best interest of Maine, not the best interest of my family and farm, or the other farm workers who work year round with us in those jobs. And there's virtually no way for us to negotiate with them. We would just have to give, or just give up.
Thank you so much, sir.
Senator Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. Ricker. Glad to have a farmer testifying on a farm bill. That's helpful. I'm sorry to see so many Maine farms go out of business, and I'm sure your family has been watching that with the thin margins. It's just tragic. I wondered if you see anything in this bill that helps keep farmers farming in the state of Maine.
I didn't actually look at it that way, and I can't imagine how it would make it better. Just as a quick interest point, between 2000 and 2004, 80% of the commercial apple orchards in New England went out of business. And it hasn't been great ever since then, but it's what we've always done, and we've been fortunate to be one of the better operators to have survived. But it's very possible to lose your family farm in the modern economy. And this definitely would not be a way to make us last any longer, that's for sure. Thank you.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
You may proceed.
So if you see that this is not helping keeping farmers in business, I'll ask the reverse question. Do you see how this could put some of our farms out of business?
It literally, during harvest, a few days can make a huge difference. We bring in more labor than we think we need in case it's a year that we have bad storms in the middle of the year or something like that hasten the fruit to start to fall. But you can't, we can't afford to bring in so many to handle a work stoppage. And this concerns me and always has been a weakness that we couldn't withstand with perishable products. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker.
Representative Warren.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Ricker, for your testimony. And from your experience, do you feel like the way that you treat your workers seems to be almost I think you mentioned in response to something that Representative Drinkwater had asked you about, and talking about the future of the industry. And I am almost thinking perhaps the way that you treat your workers is this bill reflects some of the direction that maybe we think we're trying to go in almost. But I'm wondering, from your view, do you feel that you do this at a loss to your farm? Do you feel like you're doing this because you believe it's the right thing to do, but you can measure the way that it's hurting your business and it's maybe not a good business practice? Or can you talk about your thinking behind that? If we have other firms do this, then can you just, I guess, speak to what the future would look like? Like, what are the trade-offs as you see them?
So I guess a lot of the basics of what we do is regulated. Fortunately, fairly much right across the industry in the United States, which is the best way, so that because we compete selling apples against the rest of the country. And so the minimum, which is $14.99 this year, is the same they all pay. We choose, most of them don't pay piecework anymore because they pay so much by the hour, but we still find that our very best workers, or more than half of the workers, make more on piecework than they do hourly. And which is a better deal for us because we're getting better workers and getting more work from those workers. And so that's worked well for us. But I guess our full-time workers, where we have an employee retention problem, our employees almost never leave. And I think that speaks for our employee relations, and of course, all those that come through the seasonal program that have returned for many, many, many decades. But I don't know. It's not easy.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Okay.
All right, thank you. So I really appreciate that, and thank you for that. It seems like you are, good at what you do and do it in a very thoughtful way. Maybe it's a separate issue, but you're talking about the problem in organizing, for example, towards a strike or something like this, that it could have those types of consequences. If you could speak a little bit more to that, it almost feels like maybe this is just an opposition, maybe that you would have more broadly, because the issues that you're describing of it potentially impacting your work and your work being serious and time sensitive. I'm sure there's many industries that we could all imagine, like healthcare, for example, where it's like maybe we don't think these sectors, like important sectors, should be places to unionize. And so I guess I just want to know your perspective more broadly. Do you think that this is how do you weigh the trade-offs between those rights, more broadly speaking, in your view, and maybe that how do we come at the cost of any industry?
The margin of profit in the healthcare industry is much greater than that in agriculture. And we just, I expect that they're not allowed. I did take labor relations when I was in college, and I know that I believe they have rules for a lot of the public jobs that they're not allowed to have work stoppages. But from what I understand, the labor unions have figured out how to do work slowdown, so they're technically not doing a work shortage, so they can still be effective in tilting negotiations towards their direction. And we don't have any margin to handle that stuff. And we'd look the way the market is right now with real estate this year. This might be the very rare window where we might be able to subdivide a whole bunch of our farms across 7 towns and sell it for enough money so we could pay off all of our debt and actually close the farm down and pay everybody we owe money to, which is what we would want to do if we ever had to do that. But this is just a blip. We've been doing this for well over 200 years. I don't think that situation is going to continue with the real estate, and I don't want to have to subdivide a whole bunch of farms. But we're in a whole different universe than healthcare or teachers or anything like that, where they have the wherewithal to pay, to be able to pay a negotiation and not perish with their perishable fruit.
Thank you.
Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Vicker, for being here. I live in Blue Hill and I always appreciate seeing your product in my local grocery store.
Thank you.
I have a little bit of familiarity with federal programs with employees because I used to own an inn here, and when I took over, employees were a part of a federal program. Can you tell us a little bit more about how the federal program works in the orchard or on your farms, and why you are a part of it? And if I'm understanding correctly what you're saying, the wages, the housing, those things are prescribed by the program. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. Your customers worked in the H-21B or H-2B program. We're in the H-2A. A is for agriculture, B is for business. And I'm actually the president of the New England NEAC, New England Apple Council, who arranges for the negotiation with the Jamaican Department of Labor, the U.S. Department of Labor, and we also do a lot of the folks in your program as well. And and that is just what it is. We have meetings with what they call the Ministry of Labor in Jamaica, and then with a bunch of other associations, we meet with the U.S. Department of Labor and the U.S. Department of Agriculture every year, because it's part of this process, which is onerous, but it's legal. And before this program started 40 years ago, and then before that, there was a program where we brought in fishermen from Canada during their off season to help harvest the apples. We've always wanted to do it legally, and in that process, it's prescribed what the minimum wage you pay is. It's well-defined over years, which is good. Well-defined is better. Exactly what your housing has to be, so that you know that you're meeting their standards, and all of that. They travel. They've negotiated so that we reimburse them for the food while they travel, both to and from the farm. So nobody, if they lost it gambling the night before they left, they wouldn't be starving for 2 days on their way home. It's onerous, but it's worked, and we recruit just farmers from Jamaica for the apple pickers, and they're on average very, very good help. Just like if I could recruit just farmers from farms in Maine and they had time to come pick my apples during the fall, they would be very, very good workers. But we don't have that. We don't have that luxury in Maine. There aren't farmers looking for work during harvest to do the work that we do. I hope that answers your question.
It does indeed, and I'm really interested to hear that you're the president of the New England Apple Council. That is an interesting piece to this puzzle. Thank you.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Pebworth, I was trying to remember, I thought you were H2A, and I was just curious, in your testimony just now that, in the negotiations that go forth between your council and the country of Jamaica, the sort of negotiations, right? Wages, working conditions, in your case, including housing, and there aren't, the benefits of travel. Those are the sorts of things that actually happen in a collective bargaining agreement. And so I'm curious, on your thoughts on that, because that's macro level. And I guess this is more micro level to workers coming to you and saying they have a problem. So.
Yeah, that's the macro side of our micro level. And it is, it's a balanced field to negotiate on. And we could choose to go to other countries and bring in our apple pickers, like we've had them from other countries before, and the businesses get them from all over the world. And we just have had a unique relationship with Jamaica over the last, since I think 1972 was the first year. And so we know them, they know me. It's there. We just had a good relationship. And when you're dealing with unions and they're all trained, and legal services has all kinds of rules that they've got through the legislature or Congress to make it very difficult to meet all of the hurdles that are set for you. I can't see how it would make it better for any employees on my operation, but I can see how they make it a lot worse for us to try and remain as a viable farm in the future if it went to the union type of negotiating. It's just not a balance. It's not a balanced table to work on.
Very quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Mr. Ricker, I know a lot of farmers, and I know a lot of fishermen, and none of them. I imagine that when the H-2A came in, nobody loved that. You know, some of the rules that were negotiated there and those sorts of things, and nobody seems to love when the federal government or anyone else puts rules on them. And I imagine that it would be the same thing here with this law, that folks would not love it. But if it became law, as you said, you know, folks do what the law says. Would you agree with me there?
I would, but fortunately, we still retain the right in the United States of America to choose not to do it anymore before you can't pay back the people you owe your money to. And given the perishability of the crop, I see no way that we could protect those people, our family and our employees, and we'd have to find something else, something different to do.
Fair enough, sir. We always appreciate having you come forward, and you're always a bastion of knowledge on this. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Senator Garin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, Mr. Ricker, thank you for your availability for questioning. Sometimes we talk about unintended consequences in this committee, and open spaces and the access for hunting, fishing, snowmobile, hiking, public access is really important for many of us who don't anymore live on a farm, you know, or live in maybe an apartment. I wondered what your family's policy was on public access.
Yes, we enjoy our outdoors, and we enjoy having people enjoy the outdoors. And we were very thankful that the legislature decided a few years ago to have some protection for farmers who let people use the property from liability. And I've got 3 grandsons and their mom who hike all over this part of Maine weekly. So we appreciate other people who make their land available.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
To drink water.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, Mr. Ricker, thank you for your wealth of knowledge that you bring. You know, when I go to the grocery store, I really like buying an apple for, 25 cents. Do you see that if this was to go into effect, it would have a price of effect on my groceries at the grocery store?
Unfortunately, I don't think it would be a large change, unfortunately for you, but unfortunately for us, because the markets are so national and international now, and we're just a speck. We don't, and so if we were gone, there's plenty of apples that come out of New York and Washington State and places like that, and I don't think they'd be as good a quality. They wouldn't be as fresh, but you would be able to buy them, but as far as that's the reality of it. But we appreciate the customers that do buy us and support us every day by eating our products.
And we appreciate your products. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker, for being here. Can you tell us either now or for the work session at your comfort level, how many employees do you have, and what percentage of those are seasonal migrant workers that help you with your apple harvest?
So we have, between my brothers and my nieces and nephews, we have several farms that work together, and we'll have in the fall with all of our retail help over 200 people employed, and full-time we're around 55 people who work with us year-round. And the last year, for instance, we brought in 48 apple pickers, and given the way that we rebuilt all of our camps, we used to be able to house 80, but that's the most we're going to be able to do. And I don't see us building any more in the future, because it's not, that's a big expense, and agriculture and apples doesn't look like a growing industry in Maine. So I think 48 is as big as it'll be.
And did you have any, or have you had any issues getting workers because of visa shortages in the last couple of years? And if so, how did you deal with that?
We had some problems 7 or 8 years ago because of the processing of the paperwork in Chicago, and so I usually have them come in staggered in 2 groups or possibly 3 groups as the harvest goes on. And fortunately, it was my first group, and they were preparing for harvest and not as much doing the harvesting, and I knew ahead of time. So we have, early in the harvest, we have a ripener. It's made of ethylene, the thing that ripens bananas and stuff. It also ripens apples. We can put that on to have it 5 days ahead of time. And I knew more than 5 days ahead of time. So the stuff that we would have been harvesting that week at the beginning of harvest, fortunately, I didn't have spray because I knew of that. But it's been pretty darn regular. And it happens for some farms, they fall between the cracks, I know, because I'm in charge of the program. And I really work on the staff there not to let that happen. They need to communicate with the farmers so they can find some way around it when they're going to be short a little bit. But I should also point out that I have that job as president because I tend to negotiate well with stuff, I guess. I don't know, but nobody else wants it of all the apple growers. I always offer to give up my seat, which is of course unpaid, and they all laugh and tell me I'm there for life. So, but it is one of the hats that I wear.
The danger of being good at what you do.
Yeah.
Other questions for Mr. Ricker from the committee? Thank you for taking time out of your busy day to testify on this bill. Next up, we will have Mr. Ralph Caldwell, a farmer from Turner. If all is the same as the last time I saw him. If you are here, we are ready for your testimony, sir.
They asked me more than anybody.
Am I on?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay. This 2 bills real detrimental to the agricultural industry. When
can you just please introduce yourself to the committee and to our
Ralph Caldwell. We have little over 500 head of beef, where we have a USDA cutting facility. We deliver to about 60 health food stores and restaurants every Thursday and Friday. And we have approximately 15 full-time workers. I tell folks when they ask that I dare say that we have the best agricultural crew in the state of Maine. There is no turnover at all, and they're just so dependable and so trying to do the right thing. And we're just so delighted to have these employees. And we are, I believe, going to make this, and we've started, we're going to make this an employee-owned company. I'm 78 years old, and I've farmed since I was 7. and I like what I do, and I like who I do it with, and I'm still at it. I'm still farming, and feel honored to have the people that we have. And 2 years ago, we hired 12 Mexican people to harvest and weed hemp, and those were extremely good help. And
Mr. Caldwell, I think we lost you there. Are you? Can you hear me? There you are. If you could just, and thank you for your introduction and about what you do. Can you just give us your feelings briefly about the bill in front of you, or if you were providing testimony on both bills?
Well, to begin with, when you put the state of Maine into something that almost all of the rest of the country isn't into, we have trouble enough trying to keep up with the South and the Southwest and New York without having to time and a half. You don't lose any employees ever, I think that it's a very bad idea, but and I certainly, and some of the Mexicans that we had 2 years ago, 2 or 3 of them, we was good enough to them so that 2 or 3 of them wanted me to adopt them. They didn't want to go home. They wanted to stay with us. But anyway, it was Harry got us into this H2A, whatever it is, deal. And
Mr. Caldwell, unfortunately,
yes.
I restarted your time when Mr. Chair asked you on your intro, but unfortunately, your time is up. I wonder if you could summarize your thoughts on the bill.
Ask me what questions you want to.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell, for your testimony and for being here today, and that you came into the State House to deliver it. Are there any questions, Mr. Caldwell, from the committee? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Caldwell, and I appreciate your stake. Do you see this having an effect on the price of beef at the grocery store?
Yes, it has to, but we are kind of married to the commercial world. Now, we do sell a product that is a lot more popular, but yes, it, when you have to pay time and a half, that is, we don't work a 40-hour week. 40-hour people are part-time at my house and out of season. We work 60 basically, and if they work 60, they can get hospitalization and a few of those things, and my crew get a good wage, and when I say a good wage, a high school kid that's a sophomore in high school that comes to mow lawns and do things starts out at $12, and if he's good help, he gets 14 the second year, and the employees who cut meat and do things like that and work in the garage get anywhere from $18 to $22 an hour, and we furnish housing to some free, and but anyway, if you get us to paying time and a half over 40, that it's going to mean that I'm going to have to cut their hours, and they're busy at their job now. So
Thank you, sir.
Senator Garin.
Thank you very much. And I thank you for being here to share your farm expertise with us. I would ask you the same question I had asked one of the previous farmers. Do you think this bill would hurt Maine farmers' ability to stay in business?
Absolutely. In a big, big way. Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Caldwell? Seeing none, thank you for being here again today, sir, and offering your testimony. We will now move to Mr. Flannery from the Potato Board. After Mr. Flannery, we will return to testimony in favor of the bill. And when we return to testimony in favor of the bill, we will have James Mile, Michael Guar, and Nate Williams. So welcome, Mr. Flannery.
Good morning, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester and other committee members. I'm Don Flannery, the Executive Director of the Maine Potato Board. We represent growers, dealers, and processors in the industry across the state. Harry and Ralph are tough acts to follow in many cases. Harry took a lot of what I was going to talk about. But a few of the things that I want to mention as it relates to this bill is that you heard it prior to in that margins in agriculture are very tight. And it's a sorry thing to say, but pretty much agriculture in Maine we're price takers. We're not price setters because we're competing in a global environment, even in niche markets to some degree. With that, everything has a cost, and change has a cost no matter what that change is. And in this case, we're concerned about the cost that this may have. But the other thing I heard today, and we heard 2 years ago on the previous bill, was, and I think the committee ought to have this discussion or understand this, I guess maybe, is a lot of what you heard today is about migrant help and migrant help coming to Maine. And I don't have the numbers, and I'm sure the Department of Labor has the means to do this, but that is the minority or the majority or the minority part of the labor that comes into Maine. It is not, in our case, while there may be a couple of growers that may have maybe 2 or 3 migrant people that come for seasonal work, it is not the case. It is local employees, full and part-time. So I think there needs to be a recognition of that going forward. The stories you've heard, I don't think necessarily pertain to all of agriculture in Maine. You heard about, I think it was the tomato grower in Maine that was fined recently because of pay issues. I think that tells us the system works, the H2A system works. So there is a checks and balances out there. I think that needs to be considered. And the other thing that in the bill and the amendment to the bill, when it talks about 5 or more employees, there's no clarification as to whether that's full or part-time employees. And if it's going to be included all employees, I think it's going to envelop all of agriculture for the most part, because a lot of people have part-time employees and how that's all calculated. So it's 5, then probably everybody, no matter if they're raising maybe just 10 acres or whatever they're raising, if they need part-time help for harvest or planting or whatever, that ought to be considered as part of this bill. And with all the discussion you've had so far this morning in support of the bill and now in opposition to the bill, you know, some things are possible and some things aren't, but you always ought to, you know, maybe, you know, trust but verify. And I think that one of the great things that this committee could do, if they're seriously concerned about this and looking forward about doing something, is take the time to go out and visit some of these farms across the state and actually talk to the workers and see the conditions. In our industry, like I said, it's not there's very little migrant help, so we're not providing housing, that sort of thing. But to talk to those employees, you'll hear in my testimony, my written testimony on the next bill, you know, we take great pride in our employees, and I think it would be a wonderful thing that if you know, the committee had that opportunity to go across the state, and it's diverse agriculture, and spend some time in talking to those people that are employed in this industry. The workers in this industry, I think, would be very helpful. But that is our concern, and gladly answer any questions that you may have or try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Flannery. Any questions from the committee? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Flannery, there's nothing like a baked potato from Maine next to a steak from Mr. Caldwell. My concern is if we price ourselves too high, we're going to drive automation to be the backbone of our farms. And representing the potato growers, which used to be the biggest business in the state of Maine, do you see this as a potential liability for laborers?
Potential, yes. Labor is extremely hard to find in our industry as well, in Aroostook County as a whole, and I think across the state. In our particular industry, full-time and part-time labor are a challenge to find. And it's not that we aren't willing to pay and provide benefits and whatever, it's people aren't looking to get into agriculture. So yeah, I mean, that is a concern for sure. As far as mechanization goes, there's a picture behind me on the wall of one of the first potato harvesters in Aroostook County. It was in the 1950s. Today, we continue to do as much of that as possible, and it's to keep costs down. Long-term capital investments are key, but our margins are so tight. And while we would like to be able to think that we can set the price, whether it's for fresh potatoes or seed potatoes or processed potatoes, whatever it is, we don't. We're part of a national and worldwide market, and we have little control over that. So the one thing we try to do, and that we do have control over, is our cost.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Representative Warren.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your testimony today. I am, I guess, trying to think about how this industry historically, it seems, were excluded from these same protections because of that, the structural racism component, not because of the specific present industry conditions that have to do with maybe them having much smaller returns. So I guess I'm wondering if you have a perspective on that. Is that the same way that you see this this issue? Because I guess if you were mentioning at the start of your testimony, clarifying that currently this is not, for the most part, having to do with migrant workers, and yet I guess we're making some of those connections, maybe thinking about the future of workforce in Maine, or just what led to them being excluded, this industry, although there could be unintended consequences for sure of changing this law. Just
well, our industry, even back when I was a much younger person, and most of this crop was harvested by hand. What we considered migrant labor at that point in time were people from Quebec. They used to bring crews in from Quebec to harvest the potatoes because there weren't enough people here. It wasn't for any other reason than there just weren't enough bodies here to harvest the potatoes. I don't see, I think that as far as our industry and looking at migrant help in the potato side, there may be some growth there. There may be some increase in that demand, but I don't think it's going to be substantial. I think you're going to see capital investment outweigh the need to increase that side of our labor force. I'm not sure if that, I was having a hard time to hear all of what you'd said, but I hope that answered your question.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Go for it.
Can you speak more? Your impression is that in the future, capital investment will make it so we don't need to increase our workforce in this industry, in your view?
I think that you will continue to see, as we've seen in the past, additional capital investment and maybe fewer employees, but more highly trained employees to run this equipment and do that. And that's where it worked. It isn't seasonal people at that point in time, it's full-time employees. Today, we're putting employees in equipment that's GPS, variable rate applications, and somebody's got to sit there and run a computer. And so, you're going to continue to see those types of investments. And seasonal labor for sure, I think will not increase a lot in our industry. There's opportunities for full-time labor today. We cannot find the full-time labor we need in our industry. So, but we hope that, you know, and it reflects, we pay according to that, which we'll get into in the next bill. But yeah, I think you're going to see capital investment continue to be made to meet the demands of our industry that we can't cover by labor. Yeah.
Senator Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome to my constituent, Mr. Flannery. Always nice to see you. I wish we could do the potato tour immediately so they could get out and talk to some of the farmers, and hopefully the new members on the committee will be able to do that in the future. A couple questions for you. I'm sure you heard my question about open spaces and public access. So as if Maine farms were forced into bankruptcy because of laws we pass like this one, do you think we would have less public access to farmland? And I wondered if you could, and you already did a little bit, but to speak to that racial exploitation question, reaching back into the 30s, does the potato industry have a history of that back in the 30s when these laws were being crafted? I know my dad used to take time off from the mill, take his vacation time and go up and harvest potatoes to make extra money. Was it mostly just regular Mainers who were doing that back in the 30s, 40s, 50s?
Sure. First of all, on the farmland part of it, you know, I think one of the things that agriculture as a whole in this state, including the potato industry, whether it's here in Aroostook County or down in your area, Senator, or down in Freiburg in that area, you know, they have always taken great pride and great partnership with people, allowing them access to their land, pretty free will. And as long as no one's abused it, you know, that continues to happen. Anytime you have change in ownership of anything, in this case, we're talking about farmland or open space, you risk that you risk the chance of that changing. Someone that the new owner of that land may not be as willing to share that with others. So I think that answered that. On the racism side, like I said, well, I've got a few years on me. I don't remember the 30s, but I do remember shortly thereafter. You know, when we brought people in, like I said, it was mostly back then. Of course, we had a lot bigger population in Aroostook County and even down in central Maine, where it was local people. Up here, schools get out, so children were out for harvest, potato harvest. And that was supplemented mainly from people from Canada. It was from Quebec and New Brunswick that came in mass. I remember as a kid coming in, and our growers would have housing, not standard to what it is today by any means, from migrant help, but they would come in. They'd come in Sundays. They'd harvest potatoes through Saturday at noon. They'd leave Saturday afternoon. They'd go back home to, I guess, do their clothes and get the provisions, and they'd be back again Sunday night. And that went on through the harvest. So, I've never seen it in our industry as any racism as part of it or anything else. I mean, everybody was welcome and everybody was treated equally. You came to work, and that's what it was.
Representative.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, you say Representative Bradstreet? I couldn't quite make that out.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And good to see you, Mr. Flannery. I'd like to reiterate what Senator Guerin said about the potato tour. One of the more educational tours I've ever been on. Very well worth, and I hope you were able to do it. And mine's a very simple question. About how many members do you have, and do you have a governing board comprised of different potato farmers from different parts of the state?
We do. Yeah, thank you for the question. And both you and Senator Guerin have been on the tour, and that's why I mentioned that. I think that's one of the most educational things that could ever happen, but COVID has put a monkey wrench into some of that. In rough numbers, we have about 280 growers that are members of our organization. That makes up about 180 potato farms. We also have the processors in this state are members of our organization, as well as the dealers, brokers in this state. Each member group has two members on our executive board that makes up the main potato board, and that is the structure of our organization. So both growers, dealers, and processors are all part of our organization and make up membership on our board.
Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Flannery, welcome. Good to see you again.
You.
I've saved this question for you because I know in your role in the potato board, and I think I was saved for last because our conversations are always the best. I know that you talk to folks from other states. I know that you have the pulse in the industry. I know that you're deeply involved in the negotiations of price and those sorts of things as you describe them. I guess my question for you is, potatoes also a key product of New York. New York has passed similar laws. And so I'm wondering why those farmers are able to continue. And I wonder if you might comment on that or any of the, anything you've heard from New York. Because I know what a great job you do keeping this industry alive here in Maine. I assume they don't have a co-op there, I don't believe, but I assume they try to do the same thing.
Yeah, thank you for the question. They do have an organization, a small organization in New York. Their potato production has declined considerably over the years, particularly after they stopped or the production in Long Island went down. Most of the potatoes in New York are upstate at this point, going to either chip potatoes or seed potatoes. It's a small table stock market. Most of the growers in New York, and I haven't heard anything out of New York as it relates to this particular bill. I do know in my discussions with growers in New York, most of them rely on migrant labor for their seasonal work, and it's all H2A. And they have, as I think Harry did a great job explaining the process. I've heard the same thing from them, the process for doing it. So I think that works very well for them, but that's what they use mostly for their harvest, and it's mainly harvest help, which would be September into October.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
May.
So as the sponsor said, sort of the heart of this bill is a couple workers being able to get together, approach a farmer with an issue and have a discussion about things they might that they would like to see improved, ideas they have, all those. I mean, that's really the heart of this bill. And so I wonder what you think in terms of that and how you deal with that now, because I assume you're pretty reasonable when folks come up to you with ideas, suggestions, complaints.
Yes. Yeah, thanks for the question again. I think that happens now in our industry, and I'm speaking just for the potato industries. Please understand that. I mean, I'll leave apples and blueberries to somebody else. But I think that happens now, Representative Sylvester. We've got employees that have worked for full-time employees that have worked for growers for many, many, many years, and I think that they've got a good relationship in many cases. They're provided benefits in many cases. The full-time people may have vehicles. I mean, there's all sorts of different circumstances. Every farm's different. And that's why I want to make the distinction between, the migrant part of what we're talking about and the local part of what we're talking about. I think that there needs to be some understanding that we're talking maybe about two different sets of full and part-time employees. I see that, I don't see, I guess I think it happens now in our industry. If this bill passes, would it make a big difference? No. Probably as far as a couple of guys going to talk to the owner of the farm, I don't see it making a big difference. I think where I see like I said earlier, our concern is with change and the cost of any of that change, and our margins are so small. And anything that affects that bottom line affects the long-term sustainability of our growers. So
appreciate your time as always.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flannery, let's see if there's another question from the committee. Representative Warren, you've asked 2 questions. Is this a clarifying question or is it something that we could get for work session?
I can do it for work session. I apologize. Thank you.
And Mr. Flannery, do you know of any potato farms in particular in the state of New York that were forced into bankruptcy when New York adopted a law allowing for collective bargaining of agricultural workers in the state? I mean, I'm not putting you on the spot. I'm just wondering.
No, I don't.
Ask about that for our work session.
I can contact a couple of the guys down there, but yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Flannery at this time? Representative Warren? You're good. Okay, great. Seeing none, we will now move to testimony in favor of the bill. And I will go now first to Michael Guar, but I also wanted to ask out loud if Mr. James Mayall is in the room under a different name since we can't find you. And we will follow that with Mr. Nate Williams, and we'll see where we are with timing after that. Mr. Guar, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester and members of the committee. My name is Mike Guare. I am a staff attorney at Pine Tree Legal Assistance. I work in our Bangor office in the farm worker unit. I have the privilege of doing the work here in Maine that Representative Harnett told us about beginning his career with in New York. My job is representing farm workers in Maine. I've been doing this work in Maine for a little over 20 years. And as part of our job at Pine Tree, representing farm workers, we do a lot of what we call outreach. I have over the years visited the labor camps and other housing facilities where farm workers live. And over the years, I probably have spoken with thousands, literally thousands of migrant workers here in Maine. And I would like to take a moment, I'd like to take my 3 minutes to reemphasize a point that Representative Harnett made a little earlier. And that is when farm workers express problems to me, sometimes those problems have a clear legal solution, such as people living in substandard housing or people being injured at work. But there are other times when those problems don't have a clear legal solution. In any employment relationship, like all of us, farm workers have problems and issues that don't necessarily require or fit into a legal solution. And the importance of the right to engage in concerted activity is crucial. Just by way of an anecdote, I have met many times with groups of farm workers who have expressed problems to me that don't rise to a legal complaint. The most common example, or one example in particular, is I remember a meeting that I had a few years back with a group of workers who were employed at a place where they had an extremely abusive supervisor. I won't bore you with the details. Suffice it to say that there was a lot of very nasty behavior, name calling, lots of abusive behavior. But the supervisor in question was the same race and gender as the workers, and so it wasn't a discrimination issue. And we talked about it, and I told them that the most direct way to deal with this kind of a problem would be to simply go and talk to the employer about this and see if you can work something out. But I also had to advise them. That if they did that, there is no legal protection for them if the employer's response to that was to fire them. And I remember this meeting very distinctly because I looked around the room and I could literally see the hope in their eyes die when I had to tell them that if they did that, if they took that step of talking to their employer about a problem they were having, that they might not have a job the next day. And the bill that Representative Harnett has submitted would at least give farm workers the same right that everyone else has to be able to talk to their employers about problems in the workplace without having to worry about being fired. And
Mr. Guare, that is the end of your 3 minutes. I wonder if you could summarize your thoughts. I'm sure there'll be questions.
Thank you, Representative Sylvester. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the committee? Mr., can you please pronounce your last name for me?
Guer.
Guer.
Yes.
Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Guer? Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Guer, I was interested in your testimony about the one incident where you know, folks, it was not discrimination against, you know, of gender or race and this. And I wonder if you could talk about your work with farmers in different sections of geographic sections of the state.
Yes, I think it's in the, you know, as a sort of a follow up to the comments that Mr. Flannery made earlier. The focus that I have as a farm worker attorney in Maine is with, for lack of a better way of describing it, professional migrant workers. These are workers who spend their lives all year round doing farm work in different places around the country. And those workers are concentrated in a few different industries in Maine. In broccoli in the northern part of the state, which is composed mostly of workers from Mexico and Central America. The blueberry industry, which is a very interesting mix of workers, a lot of Spanish-speaking workers from various countries, but also we still have Native American workers coming from the reservations in Maine and some of the reserves in Canada coming to work in blueberries. And we also have Jamaican H2A workers coming to harvest the apple crop. It's also worth mentioning that in recent years, the wreath making industry in Maine has overtaken blueberries as the primary employer, the largest single employer, the largest employing industry of migrant workers in Maine. And those workers are a combination of Spanish speaking workers as well as Haitian American workers who are based in Florida. I speak some Spanish. I don't speak Haitian Creole. We use interpreters to communicate with that group of workers. And I'm not sure if I have answered your question.
You have, and I wonder, Mr. Chair, if I might ask a quick clarifying question.
Please proceed.
So we've heard somewhat about the conditions of folks who are H2A in terms of wages and housing and transportation. And I wondered if there was a difference between migrant workers who come in H2A and perhaps some of the conditions or pay or housing that you've seen for non-H2A.
Yeah, I'm actually very glad you asked that question, because as pertains to this particular bill, there is a little known part of the H2A program that has very direct relevance to the concept of concerted activity. And that is the way the H2A program is structured. Every H2A employer, after the season ends over the course of the following winter, submits to the agencies that essentially operate the program a list of workers that they would like to have return for the following season. That list is referred to as the pre-designated list. And it's well known among the workers that if you're on the list, if the employer asks for you to come back, that you're probably going to come back. But if you're not on the list, then you go back into what's called the pool, which is all of the workers in Jamaica who have expressed interest to the Jamaican government in coming to the United States in order to do farm work. But there is a very large number of people in that pool, many of whom do not get chosen to come to the United States. And if you're not on the list and you're in the pool, the simple reality is that you've probably lost your job. And I can assure you from conversations with hundreds of H2A workers over the years that the workers are very aware of the fact that if they do anything that displeases the employer and they are not on the list, they have lost their job. And we don't see very many complaints from H2A workers about working conditions, because they know that if they are identified as a complainer, they're going to lose their job. This bill would give them at least the opportunity to talk to the employer about problems that they have without having to worry about being left off the list intentionally and losing their work.
Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Guer, for being here, and thank you for your work. I just want to make sure I got my record right. You work out of Bangor, is that what I heard?
That's correct.
Okay. And in your work for Pine Tree Legal, is it exclusively for farm laborers, or do you have other things you do there as well?
I am exclusively for farm workers. We have a unit that consists of 2 attorneys that represent farm workers. My responsibility is Maine. Our other staff attorney, because of the way our funding agency distributes its money, Pine Tree also receives federal funding to represent farm workers and provide services in the other 5 New England states. And the other attorney is responsible for working with workers in the other 5 states. So my job is full-time with farm workers, but I'm the only person that does it.
Representative Warren.
Thank you. And thank you very much for your testimony. I wanted to clarify the difference here that may apply and how you see this issue between something I'd call like interpersonal racism or prejudice, and more that structural racism here, like the intention behind the law versus the effect. That just my understanding is that the reason historically in the 1930s that agricultural workers were not included was for racist reasons. The bulk of farmers at the time, farm workers, were Black or African American, and in a similar way with domestic work or certain childcare work. So in the 1930s, the intention, that's my understanding so far from this testimony, separate from that is the effect of that law today. So where the history of it seems like has to do with structural racism, and maybe there are disproportionate impacts to present day. However, my understanding is that barring that, there's many industries that have low profit margins and are very important, sensitive work that, like with healthcare workers, like you'd have to be very deliberate about and thoughtful about things like strikes. And yet the only reason that they were excluded was for that structural racism reason. And it's not really impugning any one in the agricultural industry in present day. We're really saying the history of this law was intended to be racist. But can you speak to that at all? I just appreciate your expertise here, and thank you.
I think it's important to note that there, in my experience here in Maine, I have seen very, very rarely situations that involve overt racism. However, and most of the situations that involve discrimination are usually sexual in nature. There have been, from time to time, sexual assaults and sexual discrimination against farm workers, but by and large, farmers in Maine are not, almost entirely, I want to emphasize that farmers in Maine are not racist, but as has been said by many other witnesses, it's important for us to remember that the reason why we are talking about exclusions of farm workers from basic labor protection laws stems from a racist calculation made in the 1930s. And all we're talking about now is a correction of that in a situation where there's really no other reason. There's no reason, in my opinion, to continue those exclusions, which were racist in origin. But I'm sorry, I've lost my train of thought, but I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Representative Drinkwater has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard you say about the H-2A program that it's an advantage if the farmer requests you come back from Jamaica. Therefore, the good chances are that you will be coming back. If this bill was to be passed and signed into law by the governor, would that prevent the farmer from listing anybody on the list or preventing them from excluding anybody from the list?
No, I don't think so, Representative Drinkwater. What it would prevent would hopefully be a farmer excluding a worker from the list because that worker came to the employer and talked about or talked to other workers And those workers went to the employer and spoke to the employer about a problem in the workplace, regardless of what the resolution was. If a worker over the course of a season demonstrated that they were substandard workers, they did that, many employers have quotas of the amount of produce that a worker is expected to harvest. If a worker was substandard and didn't satisfy quotas or misbehaved or caused a problem of some other kind, there would still be nothing in this law that would prevent that worker from being disinvited. What we seek to do with what this bill seeks to do is simply allow workers the right to talk to the employer about working conditions without being fired. That's what would be reached. And even then, I have to emphasize, even then, it would be difficult for us to, for me as an attorney, to prove that that was the reason why a worker was disinvited. But at least the chance would exist for us to have redress if that appears to be what happened.
And if I may just ask a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
You may.
In your experience, which by the way is vast, do we have still a problem in Maine where they can't talk to the employer?
In the situations within my experience, Representative Drinkwater, where I have counseled workers about their options when they are in a bad situation or perceive themselves to be in a bad situation, when I tell workers that if they take the step of talking to the employer about the problems that are bothering them, they could get fired, that has basically killed that has stopped the situation in its tracks. I have not had a situation where, following that advice, a group of workers went to the employer anyway and then got fired. So I'm afraid I can't tell you for sure that there would be retaliation. I can tell you for sure that retaliation is feared, and the lack of protection has a very definite chilling effect on the exercise of rights.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Guerre, what you are saying, it seems, is that just because we could argue that there is no structural racism in Maine in the agricultural industry does not mean that the negative effects of this exclusion on farm workers of all backgrounds can be felt. Would that be?
I think that's absolutely right, Senator.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Guerre at this time? Seeing none, we will now hear from Mr. James Mayall, followed by Mr. Nate Williams, and then we will turn to testimony in opposition. Julie Smith, Julie Marie Bickford, Lisa Turner. We will close with neither for nor against, and hopefully we'll see what time it is. We may take a break, but we're going to finish this bill. So next up, Mr. James Mayall.
Hi there. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. I'm traveling, I'm a passenger, I'm not driving, but hopefully the sound is okay.
Yes, you might want to speak up just a little.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is James Mayall, and I'm a policy analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy. I'm offering testimony in support of LD 151 and also 1022 on behalf of the Maine Center for Economic Policy. We're supporting these bills because we believe they would help to address historic discrimination in Maine's labor laws and to provide greater economic stability for the essential farm workers upon whom we all rely to put food on the table. During the past year, we've seen that the pandemic has tested us and our economy in unprecedented ways, and it's also driven home many of the problems in our economic status quo. Among these was the way our society treats many of our most important workers. You've already heard that agricultural workers and food processing workers were among the groups of workers deemed essential by the state and federal authorities from the start of the pandemic. Many of us experienced firsthand the upheaval caused by even a relatively short disruption in the food supply chain when we went to the supermarkets in March and April last year. Yet these critically essential workers are also among the worst paid in our state and are not extended the same basic economic guarantees as other workers. As you've heard from others, we would agree that the exclusion of these workers from state and federal labor laws is a relic of racially discriminatory policies from the early 20th centuries. And it's a legacy that's hurting farm workers today. Maine's farm workers are so poorly paid that they're much more likely to live in poverty than other Mainers. According to our analysis, about a quarter of Maine farm hands live in poverty, which is about 4.5 times the rate of poverty for other working Mainers. I would agree with others who have said that none of this is to say that agricultural employers are actively engaged in racist policies, but the rules governing the agricultural sector, which still employs more Latino, American Indian, and Black immigrant Mainers than other industries, it perpetuates economic disparities along racial lines, even without those overt actions by employers. And so policies to expand these same protections to farm workers are a real key step in helping to reverse racial inequalities in our state. Some of the data, and I've sent written testimony that has this link to it as well. Some of the data from the federal government shows that violations of federal labor law are much more common in those, even in those areas where it's limited to apply. But they're very common among farms and farm employers. A recent study of national labor law violations found that about 70% of the investigations conducted by the U.S. Department of Labor revealed violations of labor law, which is a very high rate compared to a lot of other industries. And it seems even more likely that employees are potentially being mistreated in areas where they have no protection at all. I would emphasize what others have said, that Maine would not be the first state to address these issues, and it's perfectly possible for us to follow the lead of other states. And in general, I would just urge you to reverse what's a historic injustice and to recognize that all workers deserve these basic workplace protections. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Mr. Meyer, are all of the data that you put forth in your testimony?
Yes, they are. But and if there's something missing or you have a follow-up, please feel free to send me a question by email.
We'll do that. Thank you so much. Next is Mr. Nate Williams.
Oops, sorry, I was muted. I'm in a parked car. I had to take my wife to the doctor today. But thank you, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester and the other honorable members of the committee. I'm Nate Williams, and I'm the Director of Collective Bargaining and Research for the Maine Education Association. I'm here to testify in support of LD 151. According to U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, less than 2% of agricultural workers are currently represented by a union. There are a number of reasons for such a low number, but Maine's labor laws should not be a barrier to agricultural workers being able to seek better working conditions and pay. Agricultural workers are absolutely essential to keeping all of us alive. They make the food we eat possible. During the current pandemic, agricultural workers have been declared essential workers by the US CDC, yet agricultural workers are among the most vulnerable in our society. In addition, there is a disproportionate share of recent immigrants and other communities of color in the workforce, and agricultural workers have been exempted from minimum wage and overtime pay laws in many cases. This bill specifically looks to protect those workers not fully covered by federal labor laws and make it easier for workers to form a union and collectively bargain. Studies have shown that the presence of a labor union in a market improves the wages, benefits, and working conditions for all workers, union and non-union alike, in that market and industry. These workers who literally put food on our tables deserve to get paid a fair wage and be treated fairly at work. Not to mention, there's a huge racial and social equity issue here that exacerbates the power imbalance between employer and employee. According to the National Center for Farm Worker Health, and these are national numbers, 73% of US farm workers were foreign born, and 59% spoke little to no English. More than 1/3, or 36%, make less than $20,000 per year, with 18% making less than $10,000. Only 14% are covered by employer-sponsored health care. All this paints a picture that calls out for union representation. Workers with a high potential for exploitation are in most need of representation to help them gain a voice in their workplace. People who do so much for all of us deserve to be treated with respect at work. Making it easier for them to form a union if they choose to do so is something that we can do for them. And just on a personal note, my family came to this country specifically for farming opportunities. And it's because of farming that I'm here. My grandparents grew up on farms, and my father worked at a turkey farm de-beaking the turkeys. MEA is a proud member of Maine's labor community, and we support the rights of all workers to organize and we stand for greater racial and social equity here in Maine. For these reasons, we encourage you to vote ought to pass on LD 151. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. We will now turn to testimony in opposition to LD 151, Julie Smith from the Maine Farm Bureau Association, followed by Julie Marie Bickford and Lisa Turner. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Julie Ann Smith, and I am the Executive Director of Maine Farm Bureau Association, the state's largest farmer-run advocacy organization. We have represented the voice of all agriculture in Maine since 1951, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to serve as the voice of our farmers today, testifying in opposition to LD 151. The majority of Maine's 7,000 farms are small family-run operations. The culture of Maine agriculture is not the large-scale monocrop farms that are present in other states like California and New York. We are proud of the many families in Maine that choose to grow food for their neighbors. It is an arduous undertaking with little thanks and little pay. According to the 2017 agricultural census, 85% of Maine's farms gross less than $25,000 a year. These small family farms, most of whom do not participate in interstate commerce, are exactly why agricultural laborers were excluded from the National Labor Relations Act. Congress wanted to protect family farmers from having to pay what they could not afford and did not think it necessary to equate the family farmer with big business. If these small family farms were forced through union contracts to increase their labor costs, the most likely result would be that harvesting would be mechanized, resulting in the loss of jobs completely. Ag workers would not have higher paying jobs, they would not have a job at all. Furthermore, if ag workers unionized and chose to strike during harvest season, there would be a devastating economic effect on the entire community. Crops would rot in the ground while Mainers across the state suffer from food insecurity. Many food banks in Maine rely upon donations from Maine farmers, and without help during the harvest, farmers would not be able to make those donations. I would like to further point out that in 1997, agricultural workers in egg facilities were given the right to unionize. Since 1997, not one union has been formed. This bill is unnecessary. You do not have masses of agricultural workers clamoring for unionization. But I am here today to represent farmers that are pleading with you to not destroy their livelihoods. If this bill were to pass, the culture of Maine agriculture would be forced to shift from 7,000 small family farms to a few big businesses to accommodate union demands. Small family farms will no longer be independent businesses, but will be subsidiaries of large producers contracting out production processes or out of business completely. Maine farmers treat our employees like family and want to provide the best working environment possible for those that help us produce food for our neighbors. The wages we pay, which range from $12 to $30 an hour, are what we can afford based on what consumers are willing to pay for the food they eat. Farm owners and workers historically have and continue to receive low wages because consumers want low-priced food. If local food producers increase prices to reflect increased costs, food is then sourced from out-of-state or out-of-country producers.
Ms. Smith, I'm afraid that's your time, and I'm sorry that I forgot to hold up the clock at 30 seconds, but that is your, if you could summarize your thoughts for us, please.
Certainly. We respectfully ask you to vote ought not to pass on LD 151, and I thank you for your time and will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Julianne Smith. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Particular committee, my constituent is here. Representative Bradstreet has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Ms. Smith here. Appreciate your testimony. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add. I'd like you to do that if you do have something to add. But also, do you have any idea of how many farmers were in Maine, say 20 years ago? How many different farms?
There is an agricultural census that is conducted every 5 years. I could certainly look that up. I've mostly focused my memory on comparing the 2012 census to the 2017 census. So I can tell you that we've lost about 10% of our farmland in the last 5 years alone. We've lost 23% of our dairy farms. We've lost about 7% of all of Maine's farms, Maine farms overall in the last 5 years.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Ms. Smith. I'm a little confused. I have a clarifying question on one of your points, which was that the states where these laws have been passed have largely mega businesses, mega farms. But I'm looking at the state comptroller, and it says that in New York, there's over 36,000 farms. Most of them are family owned. Most of the average farm is 170 acres, and that's over 70% of them are less than that. And so I'm wondering, that doesn't seem like those are mega businesses to me. That seems very similar to what we have here in Maine. And so that just confuses me a little bit.
170 acres in Maine is a very large farm. So I think comparatively, when we're talking about a small family farm in New York that's 170 acres, a small family farm in Maine is 10 acres.
And
So
70% are less than that. But I was just curious. But those aren't agribusiness. Those aren't business, conglomerates. Those are owned by families, at least according to the comptroller of the state of Maine. So I'm just, have you had any contact, is my follow-up question, with the different grower associations in New York about how that bill passing there has affected the businesses?
I have mostly talked to my counterpart at Farm Bureau in New York. I haven't reached out to other organizations now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Representative Warren.
Thank you very much. I wanted to follow up on the points about how the direction that you see Maine farms going in presently. It seems like from some of what you're speaking about and just my own knowledge, we do have a variety of issues when it comes to Maine farms, wanting to protect them. And at the same time, it seems like what we're doing, broadly speaking, isn't really working. So the idea of, I guess, trying to keep this status quo, it seems like you have painted a pretty difficult picture. So if you could describe how this proposed law would be contributing to that, because it seems like it would actually be moving in a different direction in some way, or maybe it's not totally clear to me from your testimony so far that it would have a negative effect in those dynamics that you're speaking about.
The negative effect would be if you have a third party saying, we are requiring you to pay X number of dollars to your workers per hour, and the farmer says, I cannot afford to pay that. And the third party says, well, you pay that or you will not have workers. The farm is out of business.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
May?
So I appreciate what you're saying, and even intuitively, I am sympathetic to what you're speaking about, and always want to be open-minded. Can you share with me maybe the sources or ways that you can justify that that response to me with kind of an aggregate of information, just so I understand that more than intuitively, if that makes sense.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking for specifically.
So what you're saying is that collective bargaining will lead to the closing of more Maine farms, and I'm asking for evidence to back that up.
I'm saying that if farmers are required to pay more in wages and benefits than what they are capable of paying because of collective bargaining, you can't have a farm. You can't have a farm that can't afford to pay its labor. You can't have a farm without labor.
Yes, but can you describe, is that what your understanding of what this bill would do?
Yes, I mean, we're already paying everything we can to our employees. Most farms actually pay their workers more than what they pay themselves. So if you now add in additional costs of unionization, and collective bargaining. And now you've got a third party who's saying, okay, well, if you want to have workers on your farm, we're requiring that you pay this amount. And the farmer comes back and says, I can't possibly pay that because there are not enough dollars to pay that. The farm shuts down. Right now, we have a very positive relationship with our workers. And we say, here's a job. Here's what we can afford to pay you. We would love to have you come work for us. And thank you for showing up. We want to keep you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response.
Sorry, there's a delay. Thank you. Representative Rader has a question.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you so much, Ms. Smith, for being here. I have a question sort of to clarify and also possibly get a little bit more information for Representative Warren. Have you yourself ever been part of a collective bargaining unit?
I'm not sure how that would be relevant to my testimony.
Because Representative Warren is asking specifically about how it would happen. And it seems to be that there's a little bit of a disconnect about what this bill is actually trying to achieve. This bill is not mandating that farmers bend over backwards and empty their pockets in order to keep laborers on their farm. It's allowing free speech and the right of assembly to their workers, which is currently not guaranteed for them. And as such, as someone who is part of a union, I very rarely am ever in contract negotiations where my union is demanding exorbitant wages for me. I can work on a contract 8 shows a week, 40 hours a week rehearsal and get paid $250 on some of the lowest tiers of my unions. So this is, I'm trying to make the connection in my mind between driving farmers to bankruptcy and allowing workers to freely assemble. So if you could sort of share that thought process with me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
I think that I feel like I've answered that question. I feel that when we are talking about farm owners who hire somewhere generally between 2 and 10 people on their farm, everyone has a very close working relationship. You bring in this third party that is not working on the farm, that is there to say, we represent only the farm workers. And you're creating this divisiveness and you're creating this, we want you as the farm owner to pay this. And the farm owner says, I cannot pay this. The bargaining stops enabling a healthy work environment for everyone. And that's what we are concerned about. That's what my farmers are concerned about. We have healthy, productive, positive relationships with our farm workers now. We are not seeing the widespread concerns that have been mentioned outside of Maine. We don't have farm workers generally that are complaining about their working conditions. I mean, the majority of our workers are local people. They are our neighbors, they are our friends. So if they're all of a sudden then required to become part of a labor union because there is a statewide farm worker labor union, and now you can't work on a farm without being part of this union, I don't see that as in any way beneficial to agriculture in Maine.
I appreciate your answer. Thank you very much.
Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Smith, for being here. Just to clarify the last part, this bill doesn't require farm workers to unionize, but that wasn't my question. My question is, I'm trying to get a picture of farms in Maine and number of farm workers in Maine. And as part of the Farm Bureau, do you have the information of how many farms we have of a size that would hire 5 workers or that would hire 50 workers? Is that information that you could provide to the committee?
I can certainly do that for work session.
Great, thank you very much.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you once again, Mr. Chair. I know as an executive director of different organizations, I know that occasionally they field complaints from people who don't believe they can go directly to the employer. Do you, as executive director of the Maine Farm Bureau, ever get complaints from workers about some of your members?
I have never received a complaint from a worker, and we certainly have many worker members as well as farm owner members.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ms. Smith, for being here. Two-part question. Do you know if Pineland Farms is unionized? And second of all, you mentioned about since 1997, farm workers have had the right to unionize and none of them have taken advantage of that. Can you expand a little bit upon that?
Yes, that was specific to egg workers who were working in facilities of, I believe it was 30,000 or laying birds or more. That was specifically for DeCoster. It was to address that situation. And I did contact DeCoster and the company that is currently renting that facility. They said that the farm workers have never unionized since they were given that ability to do so. And in terms of Pineland Farms, I apologize, I do not know whether they have a union or not.
All right, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith, my question is, if there are farm workers who say seek legal counsel because they want to complain about their working conditions and the legal counsel tells them that by bringing this up, you could possibly be fired, what would you think would be a better remedy for that situation if you think that's a problem than this particular offering?
I think the legal counsel should not be advising them that. I mean, if I was a worker just as a regular employee as any business, and I went to an attorney and said, hey, I'm concerned about this. And the attorney said, well, you have to make the choice whether or not you get fired or not. I'm probably going to weigh my options, regardless of whether I have that protection in place or not, regardless of whether I am part of a union or not. I mean, I don't see a difference there. I think that I understand an attorney has an obligation to say that, but I think if there is a feeling that there is a problem on the farm, there are many organizations throughout the state, my organization, Maine Farm Bureau Association being one of them, who would happily have a conversation on the behalf of a worker anonymously with the farm owner and say, we feel there's a problem. We hear that there's a problem. What can we do to help you?
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Smith? Seeing none. Next is Julie Marie Bickford from the Maine Dairy Industry Association, followed by Lisa Turner of the Maine Vegetable and Small Fruit Growers Association. Welcome, Julie Marie Bickford. I see your logo.
I'm coming, Senator.
So while waiting for, I see you there, let me just make an announcement for participants. We're going to finish taking testimony on this bill. We will then break to give our committee clerk and analysts an opportunity to stretch and have lunch. When we return, we will go directly into LD 1022, then to LD 832, and we will finish today with LD 1167, and that has everything to do with the schedule of Representative Brennan over in the Education Committee today. So if you are here for 1167, I would suggest that, you know, take some time for yourself and your loved ones and some other work you have to do, because it's going to be a while before we get to that bill. With that said, welcome, Julie Marie Bickford. Good to see you.
Thank you. And before I proceed, I do have a question, Mr. Chair. I signed up to testify on behalf of two different organizations. How would you like me to proceed with that?
Right now, on this particular bill?
Yes.
Go ahead and testify on behalf of both of those organizations. We will give you 5 minutes. And then, of course, you'll be able to answer questions.
Okay, I will do my best. Thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Julie Marie Bickford, and first I'm going to be testifying as the president of the Agricultural Council of Maine. AgCom, as we're known, was established in 1990 and is the central forum for communication among agricultural groups in Maine. Our mission is to share information and provide leadership and advocacy on agricultural issues that impact all sectors of Maine agriculture. As of our March 23rd, 2021 meeting, AgCom members voted to oppose LD 151. The economic sector that is Maine agriculture is extremely diverse, and the demographic profile and productivity of Maine farms is very broad, varying greatly in types of production, geographic location, and in size and scale. The authorizing size to engage in setting up a union that is put in the amendment of 2 to 5 employees will impact approximately 85% of Maine's over 7,500 farm operations. And if you include part-time employees, this number would likely rise as high as 95% of Maine farms. Many people choose to work in agriculture and are hired by Maine farms because they have a skill and an expertise that is needed. They reap benefits that are not always marked in dollars and cents, but may be viewed as quality of life in choosing when to work. And this is especially true of migrant or non-native workers who work in Maine through contractual arrangements. Farm work can also be a first job for young people. My own experience was getting out of school to pick potatoes at age 8 or 9. Today, we're talking about these jobs are more likely to be for teenagers. It's a first experience. It's not a career. It's an extension of their education. Compared to the other states referred to as examples for the need for this bill, all of Maine farms look quite different and are very small. The vast majority of Maine farms are owner operated, meaning that the owner of the farm works side by side with the employees with a shared goal of successfully growing or producing food and fiber. Unlike other areas of the country, it's a rarity that the owner does not participate in the day-to-day workings of a Maine farm. We don't see absentee owners or shareholders that benefit from someone else's labor. And along those lines, this bill assumes that the farmer himself or herself is making more for their hard work and investment than their employees. It's been my experience that on most farms, the employees get paid first, then the vendors, and lastly, the farmers pay themselves whatever, if any, is left over. There's nothing in this bill that acknowledges the challenges that a farmer or a farm family face in trying to make a living wage. While significant and devastating injuries of racial prejudice and mistreatment are peppered throughout US history, it's important to put in context that the association with agriculture is based on the fact that up until the mid-20th century, almost half of the US population was required to be engaged in agricultural food production in order to feed themselves. That does not excuse past behaviors, but it is also not a dynamic that is inherent in the activity of farming, but is more of social dynamics that thankfully are less prominent today. Our modern awareness and education efforts are helping to continually improve those interpersonal and community relations, including those on Maine farms. Today, on average, each US farmer feeds 166 people. Mechanization has greatly reduced the amount of labor needed to work on farms, and this has enabled most of you to engage in professions other than production of food. Senator Hickman accepted. It's a significant mischaracterization to paint farmers and farm workers as a population that should be pitied or rescued from doing this type of honest work that is their specialty and that helps them provide an income for themselves and their families. I invite you all to come and visit a Maine farm, speak with farm families and their employees to better understand what is being done and whether there really is a need for this type of activity in this bill on Maine farms. And AgCom urges you to vote ought not to pass. I'm now putting on my other hat where I serve as executive director of the Maine Dairy Industry Association.
You have 16 seconds in your extended time, Ms. Bickford.
I will whip along. In dairy, right now, the number one challenge facing dairy, other than the price we get paid, is the lack of available labor. In the challenge,
And that is your time, Ms. Bickford. If you could summarize your.
I can. The challenges associated with labor require that farms pay more than the going rate in order to compete with people who can get $15 an hour starting at Target or McDonald's. I think that the market has taken has shifted the power over to the employee, and there isn't a need for this bill. I'll answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bickford. There will be several, I believe. First, we have Representative Bradstreet. Well, I'm sorry, Representative Sylvester, did you have a question?
Thank you, and I apologize. I've got a machine chopping wood right across the street here, so it's a little loud. Earlier we were talking about the size of farms in New York and an average of 170 acres. According to Maine.gov, the National Farm Statistics, the average farm in Maine is 178, and New York has lost about 10% of its farmland, which seems very similar to Maine. So I'm wondering if in your role, in any of your two roles, you have talked to anybody in New York about how this bill has negatively affected farms, specifically about that.
I have not talked to anybody in New York about this bill. However, the dynamics involved in doing business in New York, whether you're upstate or on Long Island, are very different than the dynamics of doing business in Maine, primarily because of geographic location, but also because of accessibility, access to goods, services, and available workers. And
okay,
so,
thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Bickford, for being here. I keep hearing a lot about dairy farmers actually being paid for the milk lower than the cost of production, and that they have to use other ways of breaking even at the end of the year. Is that an accurate assessment in some cases?
That is a very accurate assessment in most cases. Dairy farmers these days are able to survive because you do one of two things. You either specialize, meaning you get a little bit larger and you employ more mechanization or other tools for to maximize efficiency, or you diversify, meaning that you do value-added dairy production like cheese making or yogurt, or you do some other agricultural activity, or what happens in, I'd say 90% of all farms, you have a spouse that works off the farm that provides the primary income for the family.
Senator Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Ms. Bickford. As the senator that represents probably the largest number of dairy farmers in the state of Maine, I am very concerned that we are not hearing their voice because of the new Zoom format. Many farmers don't know how to use Zoom. We have seen a marked decrease in people in the general public testifying from past years on these farm issues. So I was wondering if you could go back to your testimony from the dairy farmers. I would like to hear what you have to say in being their voice, where I represent many of them.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. If I could add one additional thing from that testimony, it's that right now we have 196 Maine dairy farms, 99% of which are family owned and operated. And I can't say 100% because 3 of them are nonprofit, including Pineland, the University of Maine, and Wolf's Neck Farm. We have 28,000 cows making 70 million gallons of milk a year and over 4,000 dairy dependent jobs in the state of Maine. We are struggling to fill a lot of those jobs, whether it's working on the farm or driving truck to deliver product. The only control that dairy farms really have in their financial sustainability is to find ways to curtail their expenses. Labor is a necessary expense, and farmers devote as much of the income generated on that farm as possible to labor, as I stated before, often at the expense of the farm owner. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Rader.
Thank you so much. And firstly, I want to thank Senator Guerin for her comments around Zoom and dairy farmers and their access, and for giving our guests time to expand on those things. Also wanted to appreciate your point, Ms. Bickford, about paying workers first, then vendors, and then themselves. As a former not-for-profit executive director, I know that struggle all too well. I have a question, though, about the expanding trends in Maine right now as far as hiring immigrant labor and how that's trending. If you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
I can. We refer to it as non-native labor. On a dairy farm, as opposed to other types of agriculture, we are a 365-day year, twice a day minimum milking type of operation. And we're talking, these are skilled jobs. You need to understand food safety. You need to understand how to work with animals. You need to understand how to work with people. And so we have had for decades difficulty in getting enough skilled labor to meet these needs from within Maine's population. And so some of our farmers have gone to contractual arrangements with farm workers who come in, who join the community, live within the community, are often provided housing, transportation, whose families sometimes come with them and go to school with the farmers' children. And these folks will work over the course of several years on a contract. Then the contract can be renewed. It is more often the case that once one of these employees comes to Maine, the relationship that is established becomes one of extended family with the farm family, and with the employer. And it's not unusual at all to see these employees who are here 8, 10, 12 years, making Maine their home. But this was initiated because we could not get labor from within the state of Maine.
I have a very quick follow-up question.
See?
Thank you. So these workers are on contracts that are, one would assume, negotiated much in the same way that unions negotiate contracts for their workers, I would assume.
These workers, some of them come under the H-2A or variant programs. And so you've heard a lot of conversation about how that governs the relationships. A lot of it is these employees also are coming with an expectation of what they want to and what they need to earn. And if the farmer cannot meet that expectation, that employee will go elsewhere. There is that much demand within the dairy industry for skilled dairy employees.
Representative Warren.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your testimony. I hope I didn't misunderstand or mishear, so I'm maybe just mostly asking for clarification and review. At the end, I think towards the end of your testimony, you were saying that when these laws came about in the 1930s that excluded agricultural workers, as well as domestic and childcare workers, that was I hearing you right that you were saying that the main reason, or your understanding of the reason historically, is that was due to how reliant all people in the United States were to the food product in the United States from our farms, and that's why that law excluded them at the time? Or am I totally
No,
Please,
my comment was to put in perspective. Sometimes when we look back at history, it can bring clarity, but it also brings with us our prejudices based on our current experiences, and we interpret things from that. And so my comment was connecting the legitimate injustices that took place in the past and assuming that those injustices are inherent in the profession of agriculture, of farming, and that is not the.
I think that we have lost Julie Marie Bickford at this time because of a screen freeze, technical difficulty. We will, in order to keep the process moving forward, I will ask Ms. Thompson to let in Lisa Turner. And if she is connected, hopefully this is not a statewide outage as there was the other day.
I don't know if you can still hear me,
okay,
Senator, but
I can hear you now. Please finish the answer to your question. We heard you say, well, just finish your answer.
the answer is that we should not make the assumption that just because there were injustices done in an agricultural context 30 years ago, that is a standard agricultural modern agricultural practice. It is, my comment was that it is more an example of a social construct than an than an agricultural characteristic.
Thank you. Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question.
Sure.
We are losing dairy farms at a rapid rate across the state of Maine. Did I hear you imply that if this bill was to be passed, we could see more dairy farms lost because of this bill?
I think that the reasons that dairy farms are going out are primarily financial, and not exclusively, but primarily financial. And if there are measures that are passed that have the potential of causing, of increasing costs that farmers cannot absorb, then there are ramifications of those, whether it be this bill or other bills. That dairy farmers are that much on a knife's edge. The only real avenue that they can control is their expenses. And again, labor is a priority expense. They are already paying as much as they can on that farm.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Bickford. If you could, in 30 seconds or less, just explain to the members of this committee how at least the Maine people, through their tax dollars, have helped to keep dairy farms in Maine alive through the Dairy Stabilization Act funding.
I can. The Dairy Stabilization Program is a program that was put in place in 2005 that helps put a safety net underneath the price that dairy farmers are paid for their milk. The price setting is done at a federal level based on a lot of national dynamics that don't have a lot to do with what goes on in the state of Maine. So the state of Maine saw a public policy incentive to keep dairy farms and the land and jobs associated with those dairy farms open and operating. And it has been proven time and time again, if we did not have this program, then we would have seen massive attrition beyond what we have seen already in the number of dairy farms right now. The one real positive of the program is, I can say, over the history of this program, the amount of milk being produced in the state of Maine, despite the loss of dairy farms, has been remaining constant. We are still feeding Maine people at the same level. And a lot of that is due to the support we receive through the state of Maine to enable us to make investments and keep our families going.
Thank you very much for that. Any other questions? Seeing none, I think you've got a few things for work session that the committee asked, and we will see from you then.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. Next is Lisa Turner.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Lisa Turner. I'm the president of the Vegetable.
Ms. Turner, we can hear you, but you're very quiet and you're breaking up a little bit. So if you could just speak closer to your mic and maybe.
I am the president of the Maine Vegetable and Small Fruit Growers Association, and we are against LD 151. Is that better?
It's a little better. Can people understand what she's saying? It sounds like you're in a swimming pool. Keep talking and we'll just do the best we can.
I have testified on many bills over the years, and while I am merely a private citizen and not a lobbyist, I'm smart enough to realize that when I see a 12-page bill in this state, it's from out of state. There are many so-called model bills that are promoted by various organizations on both the left and the right of the aisle, and I've never seen one of them that I thought was good for Maine or even relevant. Model legislation seeks to take a problem in another state and assume Maine has the same problem when, as in this case, we rarely do. If there's a farm that is a problem, we fully support the involvement of the Maine Department of Labor to fix things in accordance with existing law. When things become egregious, as with one particular farm, we support special legislative action, as was taken in several instances due to a large disaster. However, the vast majority of Maine farmers do the best they possibly can for their employees, and collective bargaining is more likely to destroy the relationship and goodwill between the employer and employee than it is to help anything. The way to provide the best possible pay for employees is to provide a robust economy where employers need to compete for employees. No business, farms included, will argue with a good economy. In this bill, the limit for the number of employees you can have and be subject to collective bargaining is 5, which covers many, many farms in Maine. If all those farms were unionized, I think the union organizers who are here to testify today will have made themselves all kinds of new work, which I think will be very lucrative for them. As to the people it is intended to help, I don't see how it does much good for workers who may as likely find that if faced with unionization, their farmer throws up his hands and sells the farm. We've raised the minimum wage in this state by 50% over 4 years. We've had to upgrade equipment and procedures to meet new federal food safety rules. We had to rapidly adjust to COVID last year and worry about the uncertainties that brought to each of us. And then we had a drought with intermittent deluges. At a certain point, anyone would decide they've had enough. We have a hard enough job as it is. We ask that you do not make it impossible. Please vote no on this bill.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Questions from the committee. Senator Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Ms. Turner. You have always been a wealth of information with all the small growers. I appreciate you being here. I wondered if you had any insight on the 1935 law and why it was written the way it was. Any statistics dealing with that?
I think I'm really surprised to hear it stated as a problem fundamentally of racism. I think that farm workers were left out because of the Great Depression. I think of my own father's story. He was a little boy then, and he was a hungry little boy. And it wasn't until he was in high school that he went down to the town and picked up the free food that was being handed out because his parents were too proud to do it. He brought the food back and put it on the counter, and it ended up on the table. And no words were ever spoken between my father and my grandmother about it. And I don't think that that's an uncommon story. There were hungry people, and the way that they managed the farm policy just made things worse. There were minimum prices that farmers had to meet, and people went to jail for trying to sell things below the minimum price. Meanwhile, food was being destroyed. Farmers were going out of business, and if you add on to that the Dust Bowl, it was just a mess for farms then. So I think, to my mind, they were just trying to not pile on more when there were a lot of hungry people. And if you go back to the census data, there were 5.5 times as many white farm workers as what they then referred to as colored farm workers, which is kind of a painful language to use right now, but that's what they call them. So I really think that this historical racism is not well supported by the data if we look at all of it. Now, I know no one's calling anyone racist, but I think it's important to get some of this out before we're trying to, and no one's saying there's racists in Maine right now. You know, if you look at historic pictures of Maine farming, I think it's going to be hard to find anyone who isn't white, because that's what Maine is. Our minority was the French.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Turner, welcome. I'm a little confused by your testimony saying that the sponsor has brought us a model bill from other states, because this bill is literally the text of the Maine Labor Relations Act extended to other workers. And so were you saying that the Maine Labor Relations Act is a model bill from other states? I guess I'm confused about how this is a model bill from other states brought by outside groups.
And maybe it is, and it is certainly trying to fix a problem that we don't have in Maine. I don't understand why, if it's the language from the labor relations, that it wasn't included in the original bill and not included until an amendment a few days ago that still isn't available on the website.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Turner? Representative Warren.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your testimony. And I do hear all that you're saying about how difficult this year has been in this industry. So I just wanted to sit with that. And then perhaps separate from that, I am also a little bit surprised by your testimony, as my I guess my understanding was that a pretty kind of a broad consensus of historians do sort of see that role of racism. And I just wanted to ask you if maybe you were aware as well, or would have a way of seeing it from their point of view, if there was a way you could process, maybe respond to the fact that domestic workers were also excluded from this National Labor Relations Act, and that those two professions were the ones most widely the occupation of Black and African Americans at the time. If you could maybe speak to that, because it seemed like you were making some points about agriculture, but in a bigger picture.
Speaking of farming, because I'm not familiar with domestic workers in my
yes,
can't really speak to that one, but Blacks were about 10% of the population at that time. They were probably 18% of the farm labor at that time. So yeah, they were overrepresented in farm labor, but I'm sure they were overrepresented in all low-wage jobs, because sadly, that's what the world was at that point. It's not right, but and I'm sure there were plenty of racist legislators who were very happy to exclude anything that was going to hurt Black people, because I can only imagine that racism was rampant in 1935, but there were a whole lot more white people hurt than Black people. So they must have really hated the Black people. And, you know, I'm sure some did, but to blame all this on racism when there's the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl that were all encompassing. I mean, there were so many people hurt, like everyone, or nearly everyone, was hurt by the Great Depression and the terrible food policies that the government put in at that time. So it strikes me that it's much more likely Occam's razor, the obvious reason, is probably the right one. It seems to me like the Great Depression and the hunger was probably much more of an issue.
Thank you very much.
And also I would say that most of those studies that you talk about are fairly recent. I don't think if you look back historically at studies, you're going to see that. And so when the point of history changes, I don't know that it always changes accurately.
I absolutely appreciate what you have to say. So, and just if I could ask a clarifying question.
As long as it's a clarifying question and not a debate.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And so I just wanted to clarify that for you, maybe you, even if domestic workers had been involved, you maybe just do see the agriculture issue as separate historically, and that maybe all those things could still stand.
I think that the hunger during in 1935 probably had more to do with what happened with farm workers. I have no knowledge of domestic workers at that time.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Turner from the committee? Seeing none, it's good to see you again. Thank you for being here.
Congratulations on your upgrade to senator, Senator.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Next, we will now turn to testimony neither for nor against, but let me first check from Ms. Thompson if we have all of the testimony recorded for those who wanted to speak for or against this legislation.
Yes, we do. And we only have one either.
Right. And so now we'll hear from Mr. Neil Daly from the Maine Labor Relations Board, testifying neither for nor against. Welcome, sir. Thank you for your patience today.
Oh, thank you, Senator. Good afternoon, everybody. Just bear with me. Thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Neil Daly. It is my privilege to serve as the Executive Director of the Maine Labor Relations Board and its affiliates, the State Board of Arbitration and Conciliation and Panel of Mediators. Today, I'm here to testify neither for nor against LD 151, but rather to provide information as to the potential impacts of this bill on the board's operations. In sum, LD 151 provides agricultural employees the right to organize and engage in collective bargaining. Under the proposed bill, the MLRB would be responsible for 1, conducting elections, 2, deciding related disputes over the composition of bargaining units, and 3, adjudicating complaints of alleged prohibited practices. Additionally, the bill provides parties the ability to use a panel of mediators and the BAC to resolve bargaining disputes. With several exceptions, LD 151's proposed framework for agricultural labor relations is comparable to the established procedures currently enforced by the MLRB for the state's 4 public sector labor relations laws. As you may have heard today, Maine's legislature enacted a version of an Agricultural Employee Labor Relations Act in 1997. That law only applied to ag processing facilities with more than 500,000 birds and 100 employees. And it's my understanding that it resulted in very few filings with the MLRB before it was rescinded in 2011. In contrast, LD 151 would apply to all farms with more than 5 employees. While it is difficult to predict with any certainty, LD 151 would presumably generate a substantively greater number of filings before the MLRB in comparison to its predecessor, especially in the law's first years of existence when filings are likely to be the greatest. If that were the case, it is doubtful the MLRB would be able to meet this demand with our existing resources and still provide timely and effective services for all our parties. As a result, should LD 151 be enacted, the legislature may want to consider additional appropriations to MLRB in order to effectively accommodate the anticipated increase in filings with the board. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss LD 151. I will try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Daly. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Daly. This bill is, the sponsor of this bill is saying this is a way to make communications between migrant workers and their employers. In your experience, is there any other way, or do you see complaints filed when migrant workers are fired because they spoke up to their employer?
Well, in terms of my experience, it's primarily dedicated to public sector labor relations. So I can't really speak to potential issues involving migrant workers. So I think that's more of a policy consideration for this committee and the legislature to consider. But no, I appreciate the question. It's kind of outside my wheelhouse in terms of other areas apart from public sector labor relations.
Very good. Maybe for the work session, Mr. Chair, if there's any data available about complaints on this subject. it would be very useful in our deliberations. Thank you.
You got it. Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Daly, for being here. I wonder if you could give me an example of the types of filings you would anticipate.
Sure. So I think the way to potentially look at this is it's sort of a clean slate in terms of this group of employees now having the ability to organize. So I'd expect that we would receive petitions for requesting an election. And so in terms of what we would do, we process those petitions in terms of actually conducting the election. But as part of that process, the employer or some other party could potentially intervene and say that the requested bargaining unit for the election is inappropriate. So we would then conduct a hearing and render a decision as to whether or not the bargaining unit's appropriate. Is there sufficient what's called a community of interest amongst the employees in the proposed unit? There's also the potential for debate over whether supervisors should be included in that unit. So that would be one area of filings that I'd expect. And again, it would probably, my guess would be, it would be a larger volume at the outset. So if you look at when the Municipal Public Employees Labor Relations Law was enacted in 1969, for sort of that first decade, roughly, there was a pretty high volume of filings with the MLRB, and that was to basically get those bargaining units created and recognized and have bargaining agents certified. So I think that there's a potential for something similar here, perhaps not as quite high of a volume as it was for the MLRB at the outset of the recognition of public sector, or the right to organize in the public sector in Maine. But still, probably a market increase in terms of our filings right now. The other potential filing would be basically complaints that one party or the other has violated the law. Those are called prohibited practices. And basically, if a party believes that the other party has violated the law, they file a complaint with us, and it goes to a hearing, and then ultimately the tripartite board that sits atop the MLRB would render a decision.
Thank you. And I will leave it to the discretion of the chairs, but perhaps we want more information about how we might anticipate the costs, the number of filings. That might be something to discuss at the work session.
Thank you, Representative Pebworth. That is an official request, and I would have asked it myself, but you just did. And it actually relates to another question that I have. Mr. Daly, if you could answer it. If, according to the bill sponsor, agricultural employees in Maine are not classified as such, and if that is the case, is there any way for the Department of Labor to know how many employer-employee relationships exist on Maine farms?
I'm sorry to be unresponsive, Senator. I just don't know the answer to that. Again, that's a little bit outside my wheelhouse, and might be a question more appropriate for the Department of Labor as compared to the Maine Labor Relations Board. But I appreciate it. I've been looking through the Department of Labor's website myself, and I did find some information in terms of a review of, I believe it's maybe the USDA does a survey of the agricultural industry, a census, so to speak, every 4 years. And so I think there was a review for Maine's numbers back in maybe 2016. And I think there's since been a USDA census maybe conducted in 2017. So I appreciate the question. I'm wondering the same thing in terms of what are the actual numbers that we're looking at potentially here.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm asking the question because if you can make a statement that there's going to be a potential increase in the workload based upon what you think will happen, I want that to at least be grounded in some data around the number of employees who aren't classified as employees, but who actually do have that relationship with their employers, being able to even just say my working conditions are poor. So Mr. Langland, for the work session, if we could reach out to the Department of Labor on whether or not we track the actual numbers of farm workers who have employee-employer relationships that are not considered custom labor or contractors. That would be great. Representative Sylvester.
Thank you. Representative Pebworth and Senator Hickman have narrowed down my questions. So really what, Mr. Daly, I'm interested in looking at states that enacted laws to provide public employee laws to farm workers and what their actual cases that were filed, because we've heard testimony that there have been no unions formed in some of these states. And so I'd be interested in the number of filings if we're able to reach out to your counterparts. And then my question is, secondly, that you wouldn't, if you don't have jurisdiction over farm workers, I imagine you wouldn't expect to hear any complaints brought to your to the MLRB.
Yeah, if I didn't state that as directly as you did, that's accurate in terms of the latter of your questions. Going to the sort of the first half of the question, I did reach out to my counterpart in New York. They are, from my understanding, I think the most recent state to enact this type of legislation. And so what he described is they have only received literally one petition at this point in time. It's an election petition. He is expecting a potential increase, I think, post-COVID. So it was his thought that they're likely to start seeing that number ramp up a bit. And it kind of goes to a point in my testimony where it is really difficult to predict with any certainty. If we look at California, their Agricultural Labor Relations Board last year, I think they only issued maybe 5 decisions, and looking at sort of the last 10 years or so, they really only issue a handful of decisions each year. So I'm assuming that those decisions kind of also reflect a relatively low level of filing. In comparison, if we look at California's numbers from the 70s, when their law was first implemented, it was perhaps tenfold from what it is right now. So sort of what happened with the MLRB, where a new law is implemented, and there's the opportunity for parties to file petitions to create bargaining units and associated litigation. That at the outset, there's kind of a pretty good volume, and then that once kind of precedent is set or bargaining units are established, and there's less turnover in terms of bargaining agents, that the level of filings kind of steadily decreases.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
So both of the cases that you cited, both municipal and public sector organizing, as well as the farm working in California, were brought about by massive public protest demanding the right to organize. But if we ended up, say, in the realm of California or the realm of New York, and of 1 to 5 new cases, is that something that the MLRB could absorb under existing resources, having 5 more cases than you had last year?
Yes. Yeah, certainly. Yeah.
Right,
so,
no,
yeah.
Sorry.
No,
Yeah,
that's definitely doable. This is my testimony today is more out of potential concern as to what may happen, just given, you know, the potential numbers that we're looking at theoretically.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here, Mr. Daly, as always, and thank you for your work at the MLRB.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Daly at this time? Seeing none, thank you for being here, sir. We look forward to being at the work session as well.
Great, thank you.
Seeing no other people signed up to testify, I will now close the public hearing on LD 151. It is 1:22 in the afternoon. We will take a break until 2:00 p.m. and we will begin promptly at 2 to have the public hearing on LD 1022. See you in 38 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. It is 2:00 p.m. on Wednesday, April the 7th. I want to check to see if we have our committee clerk with us. Ms. Thompson, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Wonderful. We have 3 more public hearings for this afternoon. It would be great if we could end by 5. That being said, I'm not interested in stifling anyone who from the public is here to testify. However, if you have heard the same or a similar piece of testimony to something that you have, please let us know that and try to keep your testimony as clear and as concise and to the point of who you are and why you are testifying as possible. With that, I will open the public hearing on LD 1022, an act to make agricultural workers and other workers employees under the wage and hour laws, presented by Representative Tom Harnett of Gardner. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, and good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name, again, is Tom Harnett, and I represent House District 83, which includes the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner. And I'm here this afternoon to introduce LD 1022, an act to make agricultural workers and other workers employees under the wage and hour laws. And I appreciate you taking so much of your time this morning on my first bill. I did not expect to be here in the afternoon, and I will not repeat what I did say in the morning. Although I am here to talk with you some more about farm workers. I'm not going to review the history of how farm workers have been routinely, specifically, and intentionally excluded from the protections and benefits contained in state and federal law that all other workers enjoy. I'm also not going to review how farm workers, many of whom are Black, Brown, Latino, Indigenous, and Native American, being mistreated as less than, has its origins in a tragic, racially scarred segment of our history that saw people of color enslaved and considered chattel, private property, personal property, and then treated with disdain and left out when labor laws were enacted by the federal government in the 1930s and thereafter. But I do want to point out, as so many pointed out this morning, when we talk about structural racism, we are not calling anybody who is operating in the agricultural sphere today racist. That has never been my point, and that is not my point today, and that was made very clear from others. But we cannot run away from the fact that federal labor law excluded 2 categories of workers from the minimum wage protections that I'm speaking about today, the minimum wage and overtime protections. And those were field workers and domestic laborers, housekeepers, 2 of the primary components of the slave industry that we had in our country for over 400 years. And again, as I am not saying that anybody's acting racist, but what I am saying is that when we confront laws with racist origin, it is our obligation to dismantle them. We have to make change. We cannot leave them on the books. One thing I will pose that I did say this morning in my earlier testimonies, how is it possible, sensible, or moral that farm workers are considered essential employees during the largest pandemic our country has seen in over 100 years by both the state and federal government, yet are not even included in the definition of employee under Maine's labor laws? Think about that again for a moment. How can a farm worker, a human being, be considered an essential employee at the same time they are purposefully excluded from the legal definition of that same word, an employee? This bill answers that question. If they're essential employees, they're employees, and they should be treated as such. I will talk about the modern day consequences of how that troubling and very real history in our country that we cannot run from continues to result in farm workers being denied the ability to earn the state mandated minimum wage, although I recognize that many do, and the legal benefits of overtime and pay, which none do. Under current Maine labor law in 2021, farm workers are not considered employees under our Maine wage and hour laws. That's just a fact. It's not an argument, it is a fact. As a result, they are not protected by the minimum wage laws and the overtime laws found in Title 26 MRS Section 664(1), subsection 1 and subsection 3. While almost every other working person in Maine has been guaranteed automatic increases in the minimum wage beginning in 2017 and continuing through 2021 and beyond, farm workers again find themselves excluded from these legally assured increases. While voters spoke clearly in support of increasing the minimum wage at the ballot box, and workers throughout Maine celebrated, farm workers once again were not invited to the party and were left on the outside looking in. Their only guaranteed minimum wage today in 2021 is the current federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, which has not increased since 2009. Similarly, farm workers do not receive the mandatory overtime rate of 1.5 times their regular hourly rate for all hours worked in excess of 40 hours in a week that most other working people are guaranteed. I ask you why the hours that farm workers toil to feed us worth less than those of other working people? There's no good answer to that question, and I defy anyone to provide me one. I'm asking you to change that by moving LD 1022 out of this committee with an ought to pass vote. Other states have enacted laws to provide farm workers with both minimum wage and overtime protection, and agriculture survives. Specifically regarding just overtime, the states of California, the largest agricultural state in terms of production, Hawaii, Maryland, Minnesota, and New York have done so, as has the District of Columbia, though I am not certain how many farms we have in our nation's capital. I want you to consider the legislative findings and declarations made by the California legislature when they addressed this issue. The legislature finds and declares all of the following: agricultural employees engage in backbreaking work every day. Few occupations in today's America are as physically demanding and exhausting as agricultural work. In 1938, the United States Congress enacted the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, which excluded agricultural workers from wage protections and overtime compensation requirements. It is the intent of the legislature to enact the Phase-In Overtime for Agricultural Workers Act of 2016 to provide any person employed in an agricultural occupation in California with the opportunity to earn overtime compensation under the same standards as millions of other Californians. I note that California and other states also provide the same minimum wage to farm workers as is paid to all other working people. Those state wages are always substantially higher than the stagnant federal minimum wage. Are Maine's farm workers worthy of similar legal protection? In my mind, the answer is clearly yes. The time to extend this right, the fundamental protections that come with them, long contained in Maine's wage and hour laws to all of Maine's working people, including farm workers, is now. And again, I will close with even a cursory review of the history of labor law in the United States shows that this bill is about dismantling laws that institutionalized racism when they were enacted in the 1930s. We can change that. This committee can move this bill out of committee, can bring it to the full body, and Maine can make life better for the people that help feed us all. I thank you very much for your attention. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Harnett, for presenting your legislation. Are there any questions from the committee for the sponsor? Seeing none from the committee. Mr. Harnett, Representative Harnett, I want to just ask this face to face. You might not see this coming, but I'm going to ask it precisely because you don't, since we have that kind of relationship. If I'm a farmer and I tell you that I cannot afford to pay a farm worker the wage that would be required by changing this law, lest I therefore am unable to feed my community the food that I raise. What do you tell me?
Let me answer that question with a question, Senator Hickman. If I go to Hannaford and apply for a job and they tell me at Hannaford, Mr. Harnett, we cannot pay you the minimum wage or the overtime that is required by state law in Maine. And if you make me do that, we will be unable to feed this community. I think that's it's a question. I'm not sure it's a fair question because it devalues the labor expended by people who do farm work and treat it differently than every other employee in the state. As you know, an employee in the state of Maine, not a farm worker, cannot accept less than the minimum wage. That's how minimum wage laws work. If an employer is simply able to say, hey, I know we have a minimum wage and overtime, but I can't do it, so you're going to have to work for less than everybody else, that to me is not an acceptable result, sir.
Thank you. Representative Sylvester.
Thank you. Representative Harnett, as I mused over my lunch about this morning's hearing and thinking about this bill, I was struck by the testimony about the help of the state of Maine for Maine's dairy farmers. And what struck me was the conclusion that perhaps one of the things that this testimony we will raise is the fact that Maine is not doing enough for Maine's small farmers to support them to a level where they could feel like they could pay this wage, and that perhaps the gap that we're seeing is not so much if farming is a public good, as in so many places in the state of Maine, perhaps we're falling down supporting small farmers. And I wondered about your thoughts on that.
Thank you very much for that question, Representative Sylvester. And I think it raises even larger issues. I think we have structural problems with our entire food system in the United States. Healthy food can be expensive. Unhealthy food can be pretty cheap. And I do not think agriculture is valued in the way that it should be. I am concerned, though, that when we have so many people hungry in this country, that I can't just sit here and say raise the price of food. But as you said, agriculture serves the common good, and government can assist the common good. That is how we construct the society that we want to see. I don't want to see farms go away. When I advocate for farm workers, it would make no sense for me to eliminate agriculture. They don't have a job. Eliminating agriculture also makes it unable for people to eat. So I think that we as a society need to do as much as we can to support small farmers, to make sure that they can sustain a healthy economic business on their end. What I want to stop is balancing all of those problems on the back of the field workers, on the back of those milking the dairy cows, or hooking them up to the machines that milk the dairy cows. I don't think that burden should be placed on the worker. I think it's a shared obligation. That's a long way of answering your question. Yes, we could do more.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, listening to your testimony, reading your bill, let's use the potato farmers for an example. They pay their workers piecemeal. So your bill is saying they need to make at least X number of dollars an hour. If they're not willing to work hard, then how are they going to make that wage?
Piece rate, which is used in many agricultural occupations and others, does compensate people at a higher rate for the more that they perform. And again, I would answer that question with another question. If I'm hired at the minimum wage, not at a piece rate, and I'm not carrying my load, I can be terminated for that. All workers should be guaranteed the minimum wage, whether they're paid in piece rate or otherwise. And I believe they should be paid time and a half for over 40 hours. If you're not doing the job, I'm not saying one has to stay employed. If you are doing the job, that's the bare minimum. That's why it's called the minimum wage to which you should be entitled.
Here in Old Town, we had many shoemaking jobs at one time. They again were piecemeal. Those jobs have all disappeared. Don't you think that piecemeal was very effective at one time and now it's outdated?
I'm not a historian on those industries that you mentioned in your community. I know that they were pressured by larger economic forces, including what people were being paid elsewhere in the country. And again, nobody wants to see a business evaporate and go out of existence. But again, I don't blame that on the worker that worked hard in those industries. So I'm not sure I can answer your question more than that, Representative Drinkwater, though I do appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Are there any other questions from the committee for the bill sponsor? Representative Warren.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony and bringing this bill before us. I'm thinking of the line and can't remember who it comes from at the moment, but it's a line about in all its majestic equality, the law has it equally illegal for a rich and a poor man to sleep under the bridge. The idea being that the law is only going to prosecute a poor man because that's the only person that would be sleeping under the bridge in this example. So I guess I wanted to ask you, in your view, do you feel that there's very long-winded, but in that thinking, do you feel that there's any legitimacy to the idea that this law and the agricultural dynamic of it should be treated differently? We're probably going to hear different testimony about what's unique about this field of work, and I'm interested in that, but how that's separate from the fact that every other industry does have that minimum wage. So what could be so unique about this industry that, wouldn't just be other maybe unrelated or could be?
Thank you for the question, Representative Warren, and let me try to answer that in a couple of ways. One, we often hear that the harvest season for a particular crop or crops is very compressed, that it might only be 6 to 8 weeks or 2 months, and a lot of work has to be done during that time. Therefore, workers have to work well in excess of 40 hours, sometimes 60, 70, 80 hours a week. But if that worker is going from crop to crop through the migrant stream or from farm to farm, he or she is always working 60 to 80 hours a week. It's not just during that compressed period of time. And we also know that we talked about the dairy industry. There are year-round farm workers who I know work 60 to 70 hours a week, every week, for every week of the year. I cannot align the fact that their labor is treated differently than if they are working at McDonald's or if they are working at a mom and pop grocery store. An hour of toil should be compensated as an hour of toil. Certainly we have jobs that pay more based on different skill sets, but we're talking here about the bare minimum wage and the guarantee of overtime. So I think we have to figure out a way to do that, because otherwise it is the worker who suffers.
Are there any other questions from the committee? I have one more, Representative Harnett. While I personally have not ever been in complete and total favor, writ large, of subsidies, they exist. We spoke of one earlier when we were talking about the other bill that you presented, and that is the Dairy Stabilization Act. And the truth is that without it, Maine's dairy farmers would fare far worse. And that program has been an example across the country of what a state can do, what the taxpayers are willing to do to help keep an extremely important heritage industry alive. I have voted for that every time. So my question is, would you support, and I'm not saying I do, this is for you, would you support a subsidy for any farmer who could not pay the minimum wage or overtime based upon their current practice?
I'm going to give you a short answer followed with an explanation. Yes, after I would see the program and could analyze it. But to the goal of this bill, the goal of my bill, and I had introduced this in the 129th, has been to ensure that farm workers get compensated at the bare minimum levels, the same as every other worker in the state. Whether that compensation comes from a subsidy provided to an employer, because we as a government and a society think these are industries we need in our state, that provides the same result to the farm worker. The farm worker's pay will increase. The farm worker will be able to lift him or herself out of poverty. More money will enter into the economy, which benefits us all. We heard about the dollar velocity. I'm not sure if I have that phrase right, that was discussed this morning by Representative Warren and others. The result is the thing. The method under which it occurs is less important to me than achieving what I consider the fair and just result. Does that respond to your question, Senator Hickman?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Representative. I appreciate your answer. And if there are no other questions from the committee, we will now move to testimony from the public. And unless there is an objection, we're going to go out of order. Senator Mearmont has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The summation of this, Mr. Hurnett, is we're trying to move from unconscious. Can you hear me?
I'm sorry, Senator.
No, it seems like your bill suggests that we move from the unconscious patterns of old, habits of old, and towards more consciousness of who are we stepping on as we produce our food? And also, how does our food benefit us? So in the discussion of dairy, we have a knee-jerk reaction, not a bad one. I mean, what else do we know? You say, oh yes, dairy. Well, we get enough calcium through whole food, vegetables and stuff. So the advertising campaign that sold dairy as this thing, the only way you get calcium, has been proven wrong. Do you want us to start actually being conscious of each level of our food so that we make good choices and we promote healthy food and we support workers to be paid fairly for their wages as we move forward? Is that what you're asking?
It's a big question, Senator, but I thank you.
Short answer's fine.
I think that I don't think it was unconscious how we got here. I think it was conscious and intentional. When I was answering Senator Hickman's question, it was relating to the dairy industry, so I focused on that. I'm not a nutritionist, so I'm not going to pick between dairy and vegetables, but I do think we have a structural problem with the way we value and price food in our country, and that's across the board. Again, my primary concern, and I might be a bit with the blinders on here, is the economic health of the workers, the frontline workers that produce that food. And I want them to be protected by Maine's wage and hour laws. And again, I'm open to whatever mechanism it is that needs to be put into place to make that happen. And I also value the work that the farmers do, small and large. I tend to lean towards the smaller farmers, but that's a personal choice on my part. Does that get to your question, Senator?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Yep, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Garin has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is related to your comment about you would be willing to see an increase in food prices. I wondered what percentage increase you would find acceptable for an increase in food prices.
I don't think that's what thank you for the question, Senator Garin. If I said that, I misspoke. What I meant to say was that I am not sure food is valued properly in our economy. The amount of effort that goes into growing, producing, distributing, and getting into the hands of consumers. That's an issue that's way above my pay grade, but one that I think we do need to look at a structural level. I'm not saying that, I want to go out and double the price of milk to rescue or to keep the dairy industry healthy. But I am saying that I support local agriculture because I think local agriculture provides a better product than we get when we start importing things from far away, and the costs that are incurred with moving that from other states and indeed other countries. So it's a question of value. It's not. I'm not talking about pricing, and I hope I'm drawing the distinction there.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Representative Harnett? Okay. Seeing none, we will now take public testimony, and unless there's an objection, we're going to go out of order. There are more people here who are testifying in opposition to this bill than in any other position. And it looks from my reading that many of them are farmers. And so I'm going to go to them first, unless someone objects. Seeing no objection. So we're going to open with testimony in opposition to the bill. We're going to begin with, and Ms. Thompson, if you could, I'm going out of order completely. So we're going to go with Paul Peters, followed by Joe Gilbert, followed by Matthew Manson, followed by either Jim or Ryan Crane, followed by Heath Miller.
Okay, I got to Matthew. None of those people are here.
Okay.
At this time, anyway. They might hop back on.
That means everyone that I've listed so far is not here at this time?
The first three. Did you say Joel?
I said Joe Gilbert. Paul Peters was first. Joe Gilbert. Matthew Mann.
Yeah, none of those people are here.
Okay. Jim and Ryan Crane.
Nope.
Okay. Heath Miller.
Yep.
If you could promote Mr. Miller, that would be great. That's why I'm going first, because it's been a long day for a farmer. And here we are.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Heath Miller. I am a dairy farmer. We milk 200 cows, along with my father and my family. We have 3 Hispanic workers, and in the summertime, we have some part-time workers that help us out with our field work and such. The nature of our work requires long hours, early mornings, and you know, prior to the Hispanic workers, we had a lot of trouble keeping local help. I'd wake up every morning just to make sure somebody was here. Now that I have Hispanic workers, I can sleep well at night knowing that they'll be here when I get there. They're there, they're working, and we can produce milk as efficiently as possible. One of the stipulations that I get from my Hispanic employees when we hire them is, how many hours am I going to get? Can I get 65 hours? They're very concerned that they need to have these 65 hours. So we do get those 65 hours for them. We've had to change some of our systems around so that we actually milk an extra time a day to accommodate them so that we can get those extra hours for them. If this bill was to pass, as far as the overtime was to go, we would not be able to get those extra hours for them. Maybe we would switch back to maybe only two milkings a day. We wouldn't be able to get as much milk from our cows, but we wouldn't have to. We wouldn't be able to afford to pay the extra overtime. I do want to say though that we've always paid minimum wage, or at least minimum wage, and I feel that that's something that we'd have to do in order to compete with other industry around us. I do believe that, you know, if we were to have to pay minimum over the overtime wage, we would probably lose workers to other states if we had to cut their hours back. A couple of things on some of the things that were said earlier. You know, if legislation does put us in a position where we are not competitive with other states, I do not think that you as consumers will see an issue at all in the grocery stores. But rest assured, there'll be farms in other parts of the United States that will be able to make cheaper products on a much larger scale. And if people in the state of Maine want to see farms and they want to buy local, we need to make sure that we stay competitive in the state of Maine. That concludes my testimony. I'll be happy to take questions or touch base with anybody afterwards if they need to.
Senator, you were muted.
You're on mute, Mr. Chair.
I'm the one on mute. Lord, I'm sorry, my phone rang. Representative Drinkwater, followed by Representative Sylvester, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Miller, part of your employment package to your migrant workers, do you supply them with housing? And if so, is that valued in their paid package?
Yes, we do provide them with housing, heat, electric, everything's included. We even pay cable TV. They do not drive, so we give them transportation to and from the bank and any shopping needs that they require. We pretty much provide everything for them.
And do you deduct that from their wages, the housing?
We do not. That'll be on top of their take-home wages.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Miller, for being here and for hanging in on this long day. I'm going to ask you a similar question to what I asked Representative Harnett. I as a lawmaker, want you to have the ability to pay these folks these overtime wages and for these workers to have employee status. I think that if you had the money, you would want to pay these workers as much as you could as well. And so I'm asking you, what can the state of Maine do? Where are we falling short in being able to create an environment where you can do that?
Well, such as Senator Hickman referenced earlier, we do have a state program that's very effective or has been very effective up until this point. But we're seeing increases in input costs that are way faster than we can catch up with the state subsidized programs. But you're absolutely correct. If the money is there, why would we not want to pass it on? But the problem we have is I'm standing beside employees making more than I am, sometimes twice as much as I am per hour when I figure it as an hourly rate. And so, I mean, where is the raise for the farmer? The farmer has to be profitable in order to pass on to his employee. But you are absolutely right. If the money was there, I don't have the answer though for you. I wish I did, because we could just implement it and it would be all over. But to your point, if the money was available, we'd be more than happy to pass it along.
And I hear you, sir. I just did payroll, and my mechanic makes almost double what I do, because that's the important role. And so I think that's the question that I want to continue a conversation with you, sir.
Yeah.
Senator Garing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Mr. Miller. Mr. Miller is one of the farmers that I represent, and I know, Mr. Miller, you talk with a lot of other farmers in Senate District 10. I wonder what you are hearing from what people think this would do to their farms if a bill like this passed. And I also wondered if you thought a decrease in the income tax rate would help you be able to pay your workers more.
Well, the first part of your question is, I think the biggest thing that it would affect that in order to do business as we continue to do it now, we would have to hire more workers, because our workers would be getting less hours, because we wouldn't be able to pay them the 65 hours that they require. My only hope is that they would stay in this state with us and wouldn't find another state where they could go work and get essentially unlimited hours. The second part of your question is, if we made money, then the income tax would be a great help. But when farmers are mostly breaking even, that's not going to be that's not going to be a huge help for us right now. But if someday if we make money, then we'll come back to that.
I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Miller.
Representative Rader.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Miller. And again, I want to echo everyone on thanking you for your patience with us today. You mentioned 65 hours of overtime, or 65-hour weeks, so 15 hours of overtime. Is that correct on average?
Well, it depends on where you're starting. If you were starting at 40 hours, that'd be an extra 25 hours.
Oh, God. Yeah, math is hard for me today. Sorry about that. But you would say that's a typical work week is about 65 hours, correct?
Well, yes. If they do not get 65 hours, they'll be coming to me saying, you need to find something else for me to do. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And would you say that that is typical of other farms of your size in your experience?
Yeah, I would say that is typical. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Miller. I hope we don't keep you from your milking.
Well, I've had a few instances where I've ran and done a few things here during the meeting, so that's been good.
Okay,
I couldn't
good.
do that if I was in the state house.
understand. My in-laws have been longtime dairy farmers, so we've heard some comments about how in Maine it's more seasonal than maybe other states such as California, which has essentially a year-round growing season. Is that an accurate portrayal of what Maine has to face that maybe not every other state faces?
Oh, I think so. But of course, as dairy farmers, we milk cows 3 times a day, 365 days a year. So we have a considerable amount of work every single day, year round. But of course, here in a couple of weeks, we'll have some part-time folks come help us. And then we'll I'll work 100 hours a week easily until fall. So yeah, I mean, we definitely have a growing season that doesn't start until, a month from now and ends in September. So.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Miller, for being here with us today. You had mentioned in passing that you were seeing input costs going up in addition to what you were talking about in terms of wages for your workers. Can you describe what those other inputs are that you're seeing costs increase in?
Probably most dairy farmers purchased grain and minerals from suppliers. Most of that's coming from the Midwest. That's one thing that we see here in Maine. That's probably $1 per bushel more than you may see in Ohio or Chicago. The further you get away from the Chicago Board of Trade, the more these products cost. So with the grains that we feed our cows and minerals that we feed our cows, and then of course fuel's been down for a few years, but we're seeing fuel increases. Fertilizer has increased dramatically this winter. And fuel and fertilizer are kind of the biggest things. But I think our biggest costs are our feed for our cows, fuel, and fertilizer to grow our crops.
And just a quick follow on. So when you are seeing increases in those costs, you can't really just refuse to pay that increase. So would you characterize those costs as squeezing out the ability to pay more for workers, or say if you wanted to attract different kinds of workers to your farm?
Definitely. So not only do we not have control of our input costs, but we don't have control of our product going out the door either. That's mandated by the federal order. And of course, we do have some security here in the state of Maine with our state program that's helped us out an awful lot. But we don't have control either way. So if this was something that we could say, well, this input cost is going to cost us this amount, we're going to have to increase our cost on our product going out the door at this amount, we would have it covered, and it would be a non-issue. But we can't do that. We can't do that at all.
Great, thank you.
Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a thought. We're usually legislating for the worst situation. If someone like you, who tries to take care of their workers, provides housing and transportation, if the law said that you had to pay a certain rate, but your benefits made up to that rate, would you be comfortable with that? It'd be acknowledging that you believe that your workers should be valued, and it would bring others who don't up to valuing their workers because we told them to, and if that's the only reason, then we have to. But that make it more palatable for you to have a bill like this enforced?
Well, yes, to your point, I think that all those inputs that we provide them should be considered if we're going to go forth with this bill. If we could figure that in, it would definitely be helpful. But at least in the dairy industry, it's pretty, what I described as what we provide is pretty well the norm in Maine. You'll have other states. I know Wisconsin, for example, doesn't provide any housing. They have to pay for that outside of with what they're paid for their hourly rate. But Maine, it's pretty well a blanket in the dairy industry that you provide housing and internet and cable TV, ride to the store. That's all pretty much a blanket Maine thing. And I think that's part of, these workers all talk and they know what everybody's doing, and they've kind of held our feet to the fire with that. Pretty much everybody does the same thing.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you may proceed.
Thank you. And the other part, two things. Representative Harnett's been working with these folks on the labor side for years, and I've been hearing about the less than scrupulous farmers and how they deal with them. So I love when I hear from someone who really stands up and stands out. And the other part of, just to clarify, they want 65 hours because all they're getting is minimum wage. And let's exclude the housing part for the moment. They're having to go home or to their next job with X number of dollars, and they know that at minimum wage, they have to have 65 hours to meet that. What they're really arguing for is a certain amount of money for the labor they'll put in over a period of time. And right now with the rules, that's what they have to argue for, is hours. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think you can't argue that point. I don't think everybody wants to make as much money as possible. But I would almost venture a guess that they would still want.
Mr. Miller, we lost you there for a second. Are you there? It seems that there may be a technical issue. We will allow him to finish his testimony due to his technical difficulty. And in the meanwhile, if Mr. Paul Peters, wait a minute. God bless them.
Why?
Mr. Miller.
Good afternoon, this is Paul.
Thank you. I'm going to let you proceed with your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Peters. I'm from Monmouth. I speak in opposition to the bill 1150. I am a certified crop advisor and professional agronomist. I have consulted with farms in the Northeast and Midwest for 35 years. The common refrain in all those years has been low producer prices, as Mr. Miller spoke to, and high costs. It's been the consistent issue for a long time. If we add additional labor costs, they're not affordable for farmers. Increased costs cannot be passed on in agriculture because of offshore competition or from other areas in the country that are lower cost producers. This legislation could cause farm producers to go out of business. that would cause harm to the people that this bill attempts to assist by their loss of employment if businesses go out. Inexpensive food is an American expectation. This bill does not accommodate that expectation. Thank you. I'll answer questions if you have some.
Thank you, Mr. Peters, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Bradstreet. Representative Bradstreet, you are on mute. I did it too, so.
I hit it 3 times now and finally went off. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Peters, thank you for being here. So what you're saying is with the implementation of this law, we might be facing the situation where we're dependent on foreign countries for our food more than we are right now?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Warren.
Thank you very much. I'm hearing what you're saying, and I wanted to understand if you had a perspective between 2 competing values, at least in my head as I'm approaching this, that seem to have come up. One is wanting to value the work of farm workers at the same rate as any other industry in Maine, versus the survival, it seems like, of Maine farms. And I'm wondering to you, is that really how you see it? And if maybe in an ideal world, you're almost, you feel maybe you're not arguing the point about whether there should be a raise of a minimum wage. You're just talking about how your farm and those farms that you know could survive. Is that accurate?
That's correct. I think Mr. Miller brought up a good point that if the resources were there, financial resources, all farmers would like to compensate their employees better. It's a fair thing to do. But the reality is our food prices are low. They have been low. The infrastructure is not there within our society to support expensive food. We can't raise the price of food. So in that event, if our costs go up anymore, which they are going up dramatically for other reasons, many businesses will fail. And therefore, those people who depend on their on good employment in Maine could entirely lose their employment opportunities. The state loses tax dollars. We lose local production, which I think most people in the state value. So to answer your question indirectly, that's correct, what you said.
Okay.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Mr. Peters. Thanks for being here. I am going to delve into the same thing that you just brought up, the conversation that I had with Mr. Miller about what the state can do. And I'm interested particularly in input costs. And I wonder, I'm assuming that you pay taxes on your feed or your fuel or some of these other input costs. And I'm wondering what percentage of your overall budget right now is labor versus sort of not capital, but ongoing input costs? And
I would
what do you
estimate
think the
on
state
most
could do to help you?
Our inputs, such as fertilizer and fuel, are tax exempt from sales tax. Maine, the state of Maine has provided that many, many years ago, which is a real assistance.
So we've already done that. So there goes that idea.
Right.
So what else can we do to help?
And then property, we have a property tax abatements with our towns, which is serviced by the state to compensate the towns. So I think the state's already done a good job in doing that. To answer your question of what percentage is labor, I would say on a vegetable or fruit farm, labor costs are probably close to 40% of costs, which are significant. So any increase is unaffordable at today's prices. I'll keep coming back to that.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep.
My screen froze. Give me 1 second. Are there any other questions from Mr. Peters from the committee? Representative Warren, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, it's not a direct follow-up to mine. It's a little bit of a follow-up to Representative Sylvester's question.
Go ahead, make it clear.
Thank you. So do you, just for my clarity, does that mean you feel like the only thing that can continue to be done in, as far as just off the top of your head, is to continue to have lower minimum wage and no overtime? There's no other thing that you think the state could be doing in some way, just off the top of your head?
In practical sense, no. I think not pass this bill would be the most appropriate thing to conserve agriculture in the state of Maine.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the
And I just want to add something again, which I emphasize is that, you know, we back in the 30s when these laws were implemented, it set a precedent in American policy to provide the public with cheap food. That may have not been the right thing to do, but it's here, and for real, Americans expect it. Many need it. I asked many friends that would they be willing to pay more for food, and these are people that have they're not poor people. They're people of modest and of fairly good incomes, and they mostly will reply, no, I won't. I don't want to repay. I don't want to pay more. And I'll say to them, well, which is more important, a $50,000 pickup truck or expensive food? And usually they'll say the pickup truck. So that may seem wrong in an ethical basis, but it's the choice that people have made, and that's the reality we operate in as producers.
Senator Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today to testify. My question is related to these food costs. One concern of mine is senior citizens. I know my mother knows immediately if anything goes up in price because she lives on Social Security. How do you think the increased costs that would be necessary if this bill passed would affect our senior citizens?
I think as to Harry Ricker's comments and Mr. Miller's comments, we probably would not see an increase in price of food here in Maine because it'll come in from another state or another country. The cheapest dollars will always prevail. So I don't think it actually will impact local people that much in the short term.
Follow up?
You may,
but again, if low price prevails, Maine farmers cannot accommodate the additional costs.
So the follow up, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So although prices may not increase, locally available food options would decrease. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Correct.
Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Peters? Mr. Peters, thank you for being here. Just so everyone knows, full disclosure, he is my neighbor. I suspect that when you were banging on my door yesterday and I was busy with another meeting, you wanted to tell me things.
All right, well, thank you for the opportunity.
So that is why you were wanting to see me.
I wanted to speak to you regarding this issue, yes.
That's what I thought. Are there any other questions? Senator Guerin, did you have a follow-up or is your hand still up from before? Perfect. Yep, got it. Mr. Miller has returned. We will allow you to finish answering that question before you left, and then we will move on to Penelope Jordan, who I know probably needs to have a farm chore happen at 3 o'clock. So.
Okay, can you remind me where we were there? My daughter came home and my iPad connected to her iPhone, so.
You were just in the middle of answering a question. I see Representative Pebworth's hand up, so I'm going to let her ask you a fresh question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Miller. You mentioned, I think, full-time Hispanic workers and then more workers that are seasonal. And are some of those or all of those part of the H-2A program?
They are not. The workers that we use full-time are year-round are Hispanic from Mexico. But they are not H-2A. We can't use H-2A for full-time work because basically for that reason, because they are full-time work. There is some movement at the federal level to get that changed. We've been working on that for quite a few years, and hopefully there is some forward movement because that would be a beneficial program to us if we could use those workers year-round. It'd be much easier for them to get here and to work with that program versus having to get a green card.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Miller? I just wanted to clarify something that you said, or at least get you to expand upon it. And I don't mean to put you on the spot, but you said it. And so I have to ask about it. You had a hard time, I believe you said, with local workers, but now that you have Hispanic workers, you know that they're going to be there for the job. That struck me as interesting. Can you just expand upon that a little bit?
Well, with the nature of the work, I mean, it's, pardon my French, shitty work. We're dairy farmers. And it's hard to find people other than family that will go out there and do that work day after day. And these workers, when hiring these workers, they come, many of them have had experience on other dairy farmers. This is what they want to do. They're good at it. They're trained, and they have the ability to stay around long enough that I can put the time in to train them. And they do, they're going to stay here for a few years. So I put the time in, train them, and we get, a good worker because of that. But, we just struggled with folks that, just had trouble coming to work. And I think it's the same thing that probably a lot of entry-level positions are having trouble with. And now that we have constant workers, we can take a sigh of relief, and a lot of these small farms that are going out of business, probably half of them are going out of the business because they can't do it all anymore. They're aging, they're younger generations coming out of college, and they're seeing their classmates, as engineers and making twice as much as they're making, working 4 and 5 days a week, and they don't want to work on the weekends, and and if we can just have these workers that take a little bit of pressure off the farmer, so that we're not, I don't mind working 100 hours a week, but when I go home at 8 o'clock at night, I'd like to think that I didn't have to come back until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And probably that doesn't seem even okay for some of you, but that's the reality of what we do as farmers.
Thank you. Representative Warren.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your testimony. From your experience, would you say that you think maybe it is fair to have the same minimum wage and overtime as other industries in Maine, but you're more speaking about or thinking about just how for Maine farms to continue to survive? Is my understanding of how you feel things need to be prioritized right now? Is that how you see it? Or maybe you're also making the argument you don't think this work needs to be valued in the same way?
As far as minimum wage, are you talking minimum wage, you mean? Yeah. No, I mean, no, we've always paid at least minimum wage. Of course, the longer they're here, some of them get above that, but no, we've never started anybody out. And in fact, of course, I don't know every dairy farmer in the state of Maine, but many of my colleagues are the same way. We're not starting people out at less than minimum wage.
Okay. And so if I could just, is it possible for me to clarify? Can I ask a clarifying question?
Let me see if I can help. I think the question is, Mr. Miller, do you believe that this work is valued enough so that if you could afford it, you would pay minimum wage plus overtime? Or do you think that your industry is so special that even if you could afford it, you don't need to?
Not at all. If we could afford it, we would definitely reward our workers. I mean, we're only as good as the people we surround ourselves with, and this is who we surround ourselves with, is our workers. I think dairy farmers in general expend everything that's coming in. If we had more, we would pay our workers more. We would replace our equipment that is aging. We would not be, we don't buy camps, and we don't go away for the weekend. So this is what we do. We get money in and we spend it.
Thank you. Representative Warren, was that clear? Was that what you were? Thank you. Didn't mean to just jump on you, but sometimes I just translate. Senator Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, Mr. Miller, thank you. On the issue of the no call, no show employees that you've had, I think I'm interested to see what you think the Hispanic workers Are they thankful for the job? Do they waste their money? What, in your opinion, or what are they doing with their money?
So I think they're thankful for the job, but I think they also realize there's plenty of jobs around that if they're not happy, they have plenty of places to go. But they're here because they're here to work, earn money, and go home and and spend that either on themselves in their home country, or they're sending it home to their families to spend now in their home countries. But most of that money is going directly back to their home country. They're not wasting anything. The only thing they really buy here is food and necessities.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any final questions? Seeing none, Mr. Miller, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I appreciate it very much. The work is hard. Next up, we will have Penelope Jordan.
Then let me stop video. Okay. Hi there. This is.
Good afternoon.
How are you? My name's Penelope Jordan. I am a owner of Jordan's Farm in Cape Elizabeth. We're a 5th generation operation. My siblings and I operate a 40 to 60 acre mixed vegetable operation. We sell retail as well into the wholesale market. We employ approximately 18 people in various roles throughout the season, and 40% could be classified as farm workers. Our skilled labor, which are our field workers, come from Puerto Rico. We supply housing, travel, a vehicle. We pay $4 to $6 above minimum wage. They receive paid time off, paid holidays, and they receive a bonus at the end of each season. They come each season expecting to 55 to 60 hours per week. And they are looking to earn money so that they can provide for their families. Many have bought houses and have put children through college. It's not sustainable for our business to pay overtime for 15 to 20 hours and continue to also pay $4 to $6 above minimum wage. This would then impact our employees' income by $6,000 to $7,000 each season. If we fully implemented overtime, payroll would increase by as much as $22,000, not including workers' comp and payroll taxes. This would then have to be passed on to our customers because we can't absorb anymore. Now, I want to assure you, if you could assure me that consumers would be willing to pay and able to pay more money for our products, I'd be standing here with a different message. But the fact that over 13% of Maine households and 1 in 5 Maine children are food insecure, and that 35% of the employees do not earn a living wage, and we're seeing unprecedented hunger in our state, this does not bode well for market expansion, especially with increased prices. This bill will put Maine growers, Maine-grown food out of the reach of many Mainers and make Maine farms less competitive with other states. My message here today is that farms cannot absorb the impacts of this bill, not without the ability to pay for people to pay a greater price for products. So I propose systemic change and address poverty in our state. Move people to an income that allows them housing, food, and education for their children, and truly starts to move Maine citizens out of poverty. Then let's talk. Then let's talk about farms' need in order to succeed. We need to be able to sell our products at a price that works for our business and for the majority of Mainers. This bill would put a head of lettuce at $3. This isn't affordable for most Maine people when you consider Maine's median income is lower than the national, and as an aside, significantly lower than several of the states who have implemented overtime. This bill not only impacts our workers and our farm, but all Maine people, and is counter to one of Governor Mills's and Chairman Hickman's key strategies, ending hunger in Maine by 2030. It is counter to farm retention. It's counter to Maine feeding itself. It's counter to decreasing food waste on farms. This bill will drive consolidation and will cause farms to pack it in. This bill is before its time. Address some of the other challenges before we move this forward. My passion is growing food. My dream is ending hunger. And this cannot be accomplished if we cannot supply the quantity of food to feed Maine at a price that's affordable.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan, for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Jordan, I really appreciated your testimony, and I would agree with you on a good bit of that in terms of ending hunger in this state and making sure that people have enough food. And I usually try not to preface like that, but I just had to say that out loud. So I appreciated your testimony. My very quick question to clarify, based on your testimony, is I'm assuming that you already pay over minimum wage, and that you would not have an issue with your workers being listed as employees under the labor protection laws, the general labor protection laws, having a status under the law, but that what you are opposing today is the overtime. Am I correct in that?
I am opposing the overtime, and I step back and I try to think about how can we address this issue, because I played the numbers and I looked at if we were to put overtime in place at this point in time, I would need to ratchet back what I pay as a base hourly rate in order to ensure that we could remain a viable and sustainable business. To answer your question, do I want my employees to be considered employees under state statute? Yes, but I can't afford what comes with that at this point in time. And I truly believe that if Maine wants to address this issue, you've got to address it at the systemic issues that exist in this state that keeps people in poverty. And I think it's a way bigger issue than overtime for farm workers. I value my employees. I believe they should earn a living wage. I'm so proud when they text me pictures of their homes. These are the things that we can do if Maine would step it up and truly solve the problem that exists in the state.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. And I don't know, I think that I have been to your farm, but if I haven't, I'm certainly going to make a point of it.
Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Jordan, for being here. I love your passion. You mentioned that you provide housing. Would that be in Cape Elizabeth that you provide that housing?
Yes, and it's a gorgeous house, I have to tell you. We built new housing about 2 years ago. It houses 4 employees from Puerto Rico. They have their heat and air conditioning, which I don't have air conditioning in my house. They have their air conditioning and their cable and all of the things that we would want. And it's, I would say, something that I would live in.
Good. I'm curious, you don't have to answer this, but you have to pay real estate taxes on that property as well?
You better believe it.
I thought so. My sister used to live there. Thank you.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question so we can keep things moving along. Representative Sylvester asked earlier about what we can do for us, as a state to help lower your cost. Are you exempt on a lot of your purchases from sales tax, and do you get any tax breaks on your property taxes from the town or state?
The same as any other agricultural operation in Maine, we do not have to pay sales tax on inputs that produce our product. So we do receive that. in Cape Elizabeth, our land is taxed as agricultural. It is not taxed at highest and best use. We I think it's about 10 years ago now, put a conservation, an agricultural easement. We sold development rights for over 40 acres in Cape Elizabeth in order to ensure that it would stay agricultural land and a working farm for more generations. And so, yes, we do receive some benefits from the state and the town.
Thank you, ma'am.
Representative Warren.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm probably going to be asking a similar question to previous folks, but you definitely have spoken to it. So just to clarify, you would believe that it would be fair to value the work of agricultural workers here in Maine as anyone else, but that either the wage or overtime or the combination is you just see maybe it's not possible to continue Maine farming in this way and do that as well.
I'm going to answer your question, and I don't mean to be terse. I already value my workers, and I demonstrate it every day. And I know that my peers across the state do the same thing. We value our workers, and we value them in a way that, and you can believe what you want. We value them in a way that we pay them wages that they deserve as skilled and valued labor. Now, if you want to talk about legislative wording and that you think that is what is going to demonstrate value for farm workers, they're already valued. They already are. So if we put farm workers as employees in statute, I would say that I don't have a huge problem with that. What I have a problem with is you're asking to pay overtime to increase the cost of food in our state, which is a state that is not considered at the top of the median income. If you can take care of the median income problem, then I'm more than willing to pay overtime. But the problem is that people will not be able to afford the food. You heard testimony about people seek inexpensive food, but it's also people can't afford a $3 head of lettuce. They can afford a $1.50 head of lettuce. But I think that you need to solve some of the bigger problems before you address this issue.
Is it okay for me to ask a clarifying question?
I'm sorry, Representative Warren, did you have another clarifying question? I don't want to do this. I want to make sure that you are asking a direct question of Ms. Jordan because I know she has to leave. So one more question.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much for your response, and I apologize for the adjectives. Your consideration here is that there is not a reason to pay workers the same amount as every other profession and overtime as any other profession. So I don't want to say value, but just they ought not or should have that same wage and overtime.
I will speak as Penny Jordan. I believe every worker, whether you want to call them employees or workers, deserves to earn minimum wage. The tug becomes when you're paying a 15-year-old the same wage that you're paying an adult. So that whole issue needs to be taken care of. Now, from an overtime perspective, I think if we could figure out how to balance the overtime and the expense of that with the product, the price we can get for product, then we could have a conversation. But I think you need to explain to me how we solve that part of the issue, which is how do we get more dollars for our product? Because if we had that on the other end, then we could have a conversation about increasing payroll expenses.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan, for being here today and answering these questions. If I see no other questions from the committee, I will let you go.
Thank you, Craig. It's good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Thank you for all the work that you do. I appreciate it very much. We all do. Next up will be Peter Ricker and Harold Grams. If they are here, they will be next. Followed by Ian Jeromock. If I said that incorrectly, you can correct me when you get here. I apologize in advance. Peter Ricker. Welcome. I see your name. Chipman Ricker. It's probably.
I'm not Peter Ricker.
Can you?
But I can speak right now if you'd like me to.
Is this Peter Ricker?
Tommy Ricker. No, I'm Tommy Chipman Ricker.
Okay, from Chipman Farm.
Yeah, I'm from Chipman Farm.
Okay, and you are here to testify in opposition to this bill, correct?
Yes.
Please go for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee, my name is Tommy Chipman Ricker, and I am testifying against LD 1022, an act to make agricultural workers and other worker employees under the wage and hour laws. I'm the 8th generation of my family's fruit and vegetable farm in Poland Springs. The first Chipman started farming in Poland in 1781. We pick our produce fresh each morning, 7 days a week, and we sell it directly to consumers at our 4 roadside stands. This seasonal business that I love is my family's livelihood. Farming isn't just a job, it's a lifestyle. Mother Nature is the ultimate dictator of our growing season. Some years we have to irrigate around the clock to keep our crops from drying, or we stay up all night to do frost protection to keep our strawberry plants alive. Farming is long hours, but if we didn't do it, then we wouldn't have anything to sell. We can never do this without our employees. They understand what farming entails, and that is the reason they choose to work with us. As the future of my farm and as part of the future of agriculture in Maine, I understand that this bill threatens that future. The past few summers have been very difficult for us to find workers that can pick enough produce in 1 hour to make the minimum wage viable for us. Prior to the minimum wage increase, our payroll cost was 35% of our income, and it has only increased since then. The overtime pay in this bill makes that current situation worse. We have had to adjust our prices to keep up with the minimum wage, and our customers have noticed. With this bill, I don't see how we could afford to keep our staff at their current hours, some of them veteran employees that have been returning for over 20 years. We would have to reduce their hours, most likely resulting in some longtime workers seeking employment elsewhere. Our employees are essential to our farm, and they are part of our family. Farming is challenging. Between the weather and hungry animals, we have enough elements out of our control on a daily basis. It's long hours and sweat-producing work, and our income isn't even promised. That's the nature of farming, and it's truly like no other job sector, and should not be subject to the same mandates as other job sectors. This bill will be devastating to Maine farms. Produce farms are a seasonal business that have a very narrow window to make money. We rely on high school-age kids and longtime staff to return each season. We are a close family at Chipman Farm, and this might break up our long-term family. This concludes my testimony. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chipman, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Warren?
Thank you very much. Same question. would you feel this is fair, or there's no other argument you're making on that point, but just that you don't feel that your farm can sustain this? Or are you making a point that it maybe shouldn't be the same wage for some other reason?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Mr. Miller and Paul Peters and Penelope said, that, you know, if we had the money there available, our employees, we would definitely do the overtime wages and keep up with the minimum wage, no problem. But it's a struggle as it is right now.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your patience today and have a great rest of your day. Mr. Harold Grams is next, followed by Ian Jeromek.
Yes, good afternoon. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. My name is Harold Grams. I'm testifying against LD 1022. I'm opposed to LD 1022 because it would cripple my farm. We're certified organic. I pay minimum wage, which has increased greatly, as you know, in the last few years, from $7.25 or $8 an hour to $12.15. So paying overtime would be prohibitively expensive. We could not afford to do that, and we would probably have to stop farming. We currently have 4 seasonal employees. Our farm has been certified organic since 2003. The farmers like me are already shouldering the burden of increased minimum wage, increased operating costs due to organic certification, GAP certification, and complying with the Federal Food Safety Modernization Act. One example of that increased operating costs due to government regulations in the food safety is testing irrigation water. We're in the Belgrade Lakes area, and we have a grant to pump water out of the pond. That cost alone will cost my farm $1,000. And although I must comply, there's no government funding in the state of Maine to help with this. So to answer Representative Sylvester's question, what can the state do? There's a little bit that the state could do. I'm against this legislation because the people it is aimed at benefiting, the farm employees, will also be negatively impacted. If farms have to go out of business, they won't have this job that they enjoy doing. In this case, we don't need more government legislation to mitigate a problem that simply doesn't exist. That's my testimony. I've been sitting here all day long, and thank you guys for doing all the hard work that you do, and sitting there listening, and it must be baffling. I did have one thought for Representative Sylvester. I don't like the answer, but we could subsidize. What if the state subsidized local food? And I think we need to wrestle with also, it's very romantic. I moved up here from Pennsylvania, and actually I was born and raised in California. I have a bachelor's degree from UC Davis in botany. So I don't really know farming, but I know plant science, and I know California agriculture a bit. But we have to realize, we have to stop being romantic, and we don't really need Maine farms. We sell our cherry tomatoes to Hannaford's grocery store. And although we love Hannaford's and their local program, Hannaford's does not need me. Hannaford's, you know, you'll talk to any farmer that, if we be realistic, we don't need Maine farms to supply us with food. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grams. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Grams. My question is about your workers. Are you hiring local folks or doing the H2A program? Can you tell me a bit more, please?
So family, I have a son and daughter-in-law, and my son's a Brandeis graduate. He could be making $100,000 a year. I pay him $6,000 a year. He lives here. But our other employees are high school kids. We have one young woman, she started 4 years ago with us. She just loves the farm. She brings her beach towel out here at lunchtime and feeds the cows kale and has a great time. So it's a beautiful farm. We're right in the Belgrade Lakes area, right on the farm. So on a hot day, we can go jump in the farm.
Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it sounds like fun to jump in the water on a hot day. Do you have any migrant workers? And if so, do you supply housing and do you cover the cost of the housing?
we don't have migrant workers.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Representative Warren.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome.
And yeah, so the point that you were making about like not to be romantic, I guess I don't want to be. I just wanted to question further there about the do you see a use or a value to more local food for other reasons, either health-wise or thinking about global emissions or other considerations altogether, if other things were different? Again, I'm interested in what you're speaking to there.
Oh, absolutely. I think local food is fantastic. There's many, many benefits. Yesterday, there was a webinar with the State Agricultural Extension Group on soil health, and it was about keeping organic matter in the soil. So reducing our carbon footprint. I mean, just being on the farm in COVID, we go nowhere, you know. I mean, because we have our work here, we're very thankful to have the work here. So we don't go very far anyway, except to make deliveries. So I think there are many, many benefits, Representative Warren, for local foods. I think there's many, many things and that are benefits.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none.
I do have a follow-up. Is that okay?
Is it a clarifying question about the content of the bill, Representative Warren? Because we have a lot of people to testify.
Sure. I did want to ask the similar question that I've asked previous people, that maybe you would be for this, otherwise just not for the continuation.
Yes.
Appreciate it.
Paying higher minimum wage, I'll pay you whatever you want. You know, we love good workers, and I wish to God, I tell people I wish I was Santa Claus. You know. Thank you for all the work you guys are doing.
Thank you very much, sir. Next up is Ian. I will let you tell me how you pronounce your last name. So, thank you for being here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Ian Jarolmack, and Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. I'm testifying against LD 1022, the act to require overtime pay. I chose to just address the overtime pay. I have a small organic farm in Bodenham. My wife and I have no other jobs. We have 5 children. We employ 2 people year round and 4 to 5 more during the 8-month growing season. Our American farm workers that we've had and at present do not wish to work more than 40 hours. So that is moot to me. But as I see it, if our farm ran solely on local American workers, we believe that we would be sunk. Foreign workers not only are much more willing to do this work in general, they actually want to do it and prefer it, and I find thrive in this work. And that's parenthetically as to say, as opposed to trying to employ strictly a crew of locals. They often become repeat, if not lifelong employees of farms. And we have one man who is with us. He's actually arriving tomorrow for the 7th season. And for us, that's 13 seasons we've been here. These H-2A workers are the hard-won worker visa solution that American agriculture has considered absolutely necessary if we are able to continue to keep agriculture viable in the 21st century. LD 1022 would have us pay them time and a half of what is called the adverse effect wage, which is the minimum we are allowed to pay H-2A workers. This year, we are required to pay them $14.99 an hour minimum. So if we pay $22.49 an hour after 40 hours, that is where I believe we would be sunk. If we had to hire a greater number of workers and keep them to all 40 hours, we pay per visa, and we are required to house them and transport all of them from Mexico to Mexico and to the store and anywhere else they need to go. That is all required of us as part of the H-2A program. So my expenses go by hiring more people. Those expenses go up 50%. None of this is to mention the real consequence. If we reduced H-2A workers to 40 hours, they would not come, in my opinion, and most other farmers I speak to on this subject. Almost every H-2A worker in the United States comes to work as many hours as they can and to save as much as they can and go home. Not only would my workers lose 33% of their income by reducing their hours from 60 to 40, but they would be very bored. They are living here on the farm to work. Their home is Mexico. They have no family here with them. They have no friends here to spend time with. And most of them don't speak the language as far as a social life or free time. The entire formula by which we have bent over backwards to comply with in order to bring foreign workers here is being undermined by this notion of paying time and a half.
Unfortunately, that is your time.
Oh, sorry.
If you could summarize your thoughts, and then perhaps there'll be questions.
I just see us as visa-based farms as not having any other solution at this point if we were to be required to do this. And I think that we wouldn't be able to continue with this solution. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Gerald Mack. Did I say that correctly? Gerald Mack.
Yes, thank you.
Senator Miramont has a question for you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jeremiah, thank you for being here. The program that you mentioned, the H2, forget the last designator, you have to pay $14.99. Do you have to pay that yourself, or is that subsidized by federal government dollars so you pay a percentage of it? Thank you.
No, that is 100% what I am required to pay them as the minimum wage. No part of their coming here is subsidized in any fashion. So my fees start with the day I apply for their visa. I pay for all of their travel. I pay them $14.99. I am required to house them. The housing is inspected by the Department of Labor every year, and I'm required to provide them rides to doctors, groceries, anywhere they need to go. They get quite a good package is the point. And time and a half beyond that, I've had conversations with them over the past 2 years as this legislation has attempted to go through before. They're not interested in it. I wish they were able to testify, but they're not citizens or residents of Maine.
Thank you.
Representative Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. Just a quick question. You and anybody else you know have ever had a chance to quantify all the extras that you have to do in dollars and cents above and beyond what you pay them for wages?
I have, and I found that a rule of thumb is it's generally about $2 an hour in expenses. So if they are here for 8 months working 60-hour weeks and I'm paying them $14.99, you know, it's costing me about $16.99. That's really rough. I wish I had come prepared with better math for you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you for your patience, sir, and have a great rest of the day. We will now turn to Mr. Eric Seaman, followed by Darren Hammond, followed by Courtney Hammond, followed by Harry Ricker.
Hi.
Good afternoon. We can hear you.
Hi. So I'm going to I've submitted written testimony. I will go through quickly and paraphrase that. My wife and I have a 60-acre fruit farm and vegetable farm in Litchfield. We also use the H-2A program, so we are bound by the expenses of the H-2A program as well as the wage rate of $14.99 an hour. Our marketing, we do have a vegetable stand, and then we wholesale to both stands, farms, and stores. About 70% of our crops that we sell are price controlled. We don't have the ability to raise our prices. It's controlled by the stores or the chain. I did some math on overtime. If I had to pay overtime on the hours my workers worked last year to the wage we're paying this year, I would have to pay an additional $17,194 in labor and associated costs just for the overtime. That would have to come, basically that comes out of my pocket, out of my wage. You know, how many of you would want $17,000 taken out of your wages? That's what this bill means to us. If LD 1022 passes, I basically am going to drop the wholesale. So 2 to 3 workers are going to lose their job. I will go just with my retail business where I can control my prices. And, you know, the one thing the COVID pandemic has shown us is how fragile our food supply is. This bill is just going to cripple agriculture. You know, we don't need this. I know you've heard that the workers are valued. From what I'm hearing in the conversation, it sounds like from the feeling of the committee that if the worker isn't defined out in legislation as a worker, they're not considered, they're not valued. And that's not the case for almost all of us. We work hard, our workers work hard, and we just want to be able to do our thing. Now, a little bit from history, I've lived overseas. I was a Peace Corps volunteer and lived in Jamaica for 2 years. The standard of living in the countries that these workers come from is a lot lower. So when they come here and work and go home and they make a living, a year's worth of wages in the summer, and they live quite well. So they look at the wages they're getting and they're very happy. Just had a freeze on thoughts there. But, you know, they'll come here, they want to work these. The reason they want 60, 65 hours is, as Ian was just talking, you know, they have nothing else to do. They're coming here to make money. They're wasting their time if they don't put in the labor. My workers work much of the year, 60, 65, 70 hours.
Mr. Hammond, I'm sorry, that is the end of your 3 minutes. If you would summarize your thoughts.
Thank you. That's basically what I had to say, you know, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Seidman, for your testimony today. Representative Warren.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. It seems you are saying something a little bit different than some of the previous testimony that we've heard, that maybe you think that the state of Maine shouldn't have a role in raising those wages, even if you could afford it. It seemed at the end, maybe that was part of your testimony. So could I clarify how you see that in related to this law, as well as, of course, the unintended consequences for Maine farms?
Well, I don't really know how to answer that. I mean, from my standpoint, I value my workers. I don't have to have there doesn't have to be in term legislation. Penelope Georgian basically said she'd love to be able to pay, you know, have them clarified as employees, but it's everything that comes with it. You know, the United States has really set a food system that they want inexpensive food. A lot of that comes from the Farm Bill, but on the vegetable end, it comes in the competition of having a large farm, small farm, and keeping prices down. The marketing system we have drives food prices. You hear of, like, and I'll use the term of Walmart, where they go to competitors and say, we want to buy at this price, we'll buy this many units, and if you don't want to sell it to us, we'll go somewhere else. It's no different when you go to Hannaford or any other store. They want to buy at what they consider the most reasonable price for what they're buying and the way they're promoting it, and will only pay so much money for it. If they don't get it here, they'll get it somewhere else. So when you tie that all together in the labor, I believe everyone needs to have a fair wage, but you've got to look at your system that you're in. If you want food as a necessity that we can't live without, if you want to import it from other states, that's fine. But here in this state, farms tend to be smaller. We're not as competitive as the farms in California, which can run longer seasons, which are larger. They're closer to their labor source. And a big farm can just grow stuff cheaper. So where we come into the problem is on small farms is we're competing with these big farms. We're competing on prices. And while it'd be great to say, you know, this legislation will solve all problems, it won't. I mean, if this legislation were to go through as written, if this legislation were to go through as written, I mean, I'm going to just readjust the farm. I'm going to survive. I'm going to continue to farm, but people are going to lose jobs. And, I put a figure in my written testimony. There would be probably 200 tons of produce that I would not be supplying to the local market anymore.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Seaman.
Thank you very much.
It's good to see you. Next up, we have Mr. Darren Hammond, followed by Mr. Courtney Hammond, followed by Harry Ricker, and then we will turn to testimony in favor of the bill. Thank you all for indulging me in going out of order, but there are a lot of farmers here that I know need to get to their evening chores. Mr. Hammond, you are next.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee of Labor and Housing. My name is Darren Hammond, and I am the Senior Farm Manager for Jasper Wyman & Son, a blueberry company in Down East Maine. I'm here today with April Norton, Wyman's Director of Human Resources, in case this committee has any questions that I can't answer. We are here today in opposition of LD 1022. In my written testimony, I only highlighted the problems associated with mandatory overtime provision of this law, but the proposed change could also affect our harvest in regards to paying a piece rate. However, I'm only going to focus on the mandatory overtime provision. If this passes, we could not have mandatory 80 hours of overtime in any 2-week period. Our agricultural operations will be compromised by this proposed law. When dairy farmers need to milk, they have to milk. When you make hay, you do it when the sun shines. And in the blueberry industry, when we need to irrigate, harvest, frost protect, etc., we need to do it. We cannot hire additional labor, let alone skilled labor, required to do these operations. The proposed law would lead to a business loss and would lead to decreased wages for our other year-round employees. Last year, the wild blueberry industry had a small crop, and our non-agricultural employees are affected by this. To put this in perspective, this would impact approximately 100 full-time year-round employees in our community. Any limitation on mandatory overtime that leads to reduced production and affects our entire community. We recognize that asking our employees to work these mandatory overtime hours are difficult, but in this labor climate, we cannot hire enough labor to comply with this law and maintain our current operations. We thank you for your time and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Drinkwater.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hammond, it's nice to see you again. I took the tour of the place 2 years ago. Very delightful. I noticed you have a lot of migrant workers at your facilities. As part of their pay package, do you include housing?
We do include housing if they want to stay there, but the housing is free of charge. It is not part of their pay package.
But it's free of charge.
It's an accommodation that we give to them free.
Which is a great benefit, by the way. Thank you, Mr. Hammond. It's nice seeing you again.
You too.
Are there any other questions? See, Representative Warren.
Thank you. In a similar way, are you saying that that Wyman & Son can't afford this, or that if you could afford it, you would do it without any other?
Wyman's is a vertically integrated company already. We have a brand, and we do pay time and a half to our agricultural employees as well as our manufacturing employees. Because we're vertically integrated, we have the ability to do that, but not every member of the wild blueberry industry would have that same vertical integration that allows us to do it. So we already pay time and a half to our employees because we are in a special situation.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Next up is Mr. Courtney Hammond, followed by Mr. Harry Ricker, and then we will move to testimony in favor of the bill. And then we'll move to testimony neither for nor against the bill. And then we'll close with testimony against the bill. Mr. Courtney Hammond.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Courtney Hammond. I'm Darren's older brother, and he runs a big farm and I run a small farm. We have a family blueberry farm. We raise some cranberries and shiitake mushrooms in Harrington. I've been listening most of the day today, and I'm not going to read my written testimony that I submitted, but I just want to throw out a few points for everybody to ponder. 2/3 of the expenses on our blueberry farm are labor. We were just looking this up yesterday, looking at some numbers. So it's the biggest piece of our operation. We farm about almost 200 acres of blueberries, and I work with a couple of other small growers, help them out. So we do hire a pretty good number of both local youth and migrant workers, and we have for several years. We're competing on a global market in the wild blueberry industry. Prices in our industry have just plummeted, oftentimes below the cost of production over the last 5 years. We've lost about 20,000 acres of wild blueberry land in Maine due to this international competition. The U.S. International Trade Commission just recently in the last month ruled against the blueberry industry in the United States, that even though there were 2,000% increase in blueberries imported into the United States, there was no economic injury to us. So, we've lost money 2 out of the last 5 years, and those other 3, we just barely broke even. So, we're already in a really, really dire situation. The guys that work for me that have been coming for several years, they make a lot of money, and that's the reason that they come. Most of the guys make anywhere from 150. Some people in the industry, can make as much as $500 a day picking blueberries. It's pretty good money. We do provide housing. We have a farmhouse that my wife and 3 boys lived in for several years, and then when we moved back into our other house, we just let the crew stay there. Still has a big screen TV, air conditioning, everything that we left there, we left for them. The crew has no other expenses. The only thing that they buy while they're here is their food. And they set their own schedule. They work the number of hours that they want to work. They take days off when they're tired and they want to take a day off, they do it. But they're here to work. Yes?
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Unfortunately, that is the end of your 3 minutes. I wonder if you could summarize your thoughts.
This overtime piece, I don't know how we would ever calculate the hourly rate that we would pay these workers to come. And I'm concerned with if we were to have to do that, that they just plain wouldn't come, and our labor demands just don't, we can't get them. Simple as that. There's not a local force that would enable us to get our crops in.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Mr. Ricker, welcome back.
Chairpersons and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me back on to address you this afternoon. We've paid time and a half with our full-time workers for many, probably decades at this point. And seasonal workers, we're in the same boat with everybody else. And I think that's been well covered at this point. The piecework thing, I just want to make sure you understand why that's so important to us. Our best piecework, apple pickers and apple packers earn more money and get paid more money than our managers and our family. They are valuable to us, and they would not work that fast on an hourly pay. It's just not the makeup of those people. They're naturally quick, they're coordinated, and they're motivated to earn more money for getting more work done. And it's an important part of agriculture, and it's an important part of our operation. The only people on our farm that make less than minimum wage are some introductory blueberry picking jobs for young teenagers. And the fast teenagers make twice as much money as the slower ones. And it wouldn't throw our whole operation under the train if we paid them minimum wage. We'd probably just pull out the blueberries because it's like 3% of our sales. It's been good for the upbringing of the community and developing work ethic for young people before they get out in the workforce. And we get told that by these former employees when they come back to visit us. And there's not a lot of jobs that, I mean, most of the jobs we have, we can't have anybody under 16 years old anywhere on the farm. But that is one where they allow it. So for a few weeks a year, they get to do it. They get their first paychecks to take home. And I think there's value in that. I think there's a great disfavor done to the last generation in this country that they didn't develop a work ethic, and our society is going to pay the punishment for that. But if it becomes in your best wisdom to eliminate that, we'll just get out of the blueberry business. That's all. That's all I have on this one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Mr. Ricker? Seeing none. Well, Representative Warren.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your testimony. I want to make sure that I heard or understand appropriately. You were making a point about those who do this work and maybe currently don't receive overtime, who work for you. I think you were describing that that this was a group that was naturally worked harder or was quicker or something like this. And I think I maybe just didn't understand what was meant by that. And could I just ask you to say more about that?
Yes. So as far as the seasonal employees, which are the ones who get straight pay, most of them are on our piecework for harvest, although we have many seasonal employees who we also hire to run the tractors and the forklifts and the trucks and help manage the picking crews. And we don't discriminate. If you're a seasonal employee, you don't get overtime because it's the same across everybody who works for us. And once they've been here for more than 3 months, then they qualify as a full-time employee. They go right on to time and a half. But the people within that, it's just a matter of, we pay time and a half. Out in Washington State, the government got involved in their piecework. And even though it was a seasonal thing and they didn't have to have time and a half, they created that. And then the paperwork trying to figure out piecework with time and a half is a nightmare that 6 people are calculated. And they all come up with different numbers, and it's very confusing and cost prohibitive. But I'd find a way to do it because these are some of the most important people to our operation. And if the law said time and a half, we'd have to find out a way to do it if we could stay in business, because we don't have enough money to go around as it is. But you pretty much, the other people who testified, I figured that was redundant to what they were saying, that's all. So I apologize for not describing it as carefully.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker, for your testimony. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will now move to testimony in favor of LD 1022. Again, thank you for indulging the out of order. We'll begin with Michael Schaub, followed by Heather Spalding, followed by Michael Guare, followed by Adam Good.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Before we start this, I'm afraid I'm being called to another committee. They took up one of my bills unexpectedly. I'll be leaving at 4, and so I wonder if Representative Geer wouldn't be willing to time for me if she's able, or perhaps
Representative Rader to take over the timing.
Yeah, my camera is my phone, so I don't have anything to hold up.
Perhaps Representative Rader?
Yeah.
Or Representative Pepworth?
Okay, one of you will do it and we'll know who it is when you hold up your phone. Thank you. Testimony in favor, Mr. Michael. I don't want to pronounce your name again because I probably didn't say it correctly.
Thank you
No.
very much. Thank you very much, Senator Hickman. It's Shab and Representative Sylvester and the rest of the Labor Committee. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity to submit testimony. I have submitted written testimony, been kind of eavesdropping all day long. I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to cut to the chase and make a few comments that will kind of supplement what I've already written. First of all, I want to emphasize that this is not a testimony, or this bill is not a testimony to how our Maine farmers are treating their workers. I don't think there's any doubt about that. This goes back to the Fair Labor Act of back in the 30s when farm workers and domestic workers were exempted. A classic case really of systemic racism, since race is not mentioned, but that is the targeted audience. And I hope the committee keeps that in mind always. The second point I'd like to make is that the ability to make a respectable wage, I think, is a basic human right. And I think that supplants the right of ownership, farm ownership. We're really not talking apples and oranges here. And again, I don't mean to indicate, and I'm not indicating that farm owners are treating their employees, treating them badly. And my last point is that it seems that the system is broken. It seems that the agricultural system has some difficulties, and I think the farmers articulated those well, and I'm sure the committee members heard them loud and clear. The point I would like to make is that there has been no farm worker at this hearing. That's a group that cannot bring their concerns to this legislative body. The farm workers can. They're the ones who I think who can fix those problems, at least call for fixing of those problems. It's up to, of course, the legislature. And so I'd like to encourage that you pass LD 1022 or recommend it for approval, because the wage is, as I said before, just that basic human right. All the other pieces need to be fixed elsewhere. We need to take care of those people who are working hard, who are essentially working hard. It's not that these workers are doing something unimportant, that they're doing something unnecessary. It's both important and necessary, and they deserve the full protection like every other worker in the US. Thank you for your time. I'll answer any questions if you have any for me.
Thank you, Mr. Schaub, for your testimony. Representative Warren has a question.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. If in acknowledging that I guess this reality of the difficulties in Maine farming and the lack of wage, that like the question of the structural racism, maybe that you're in your testimony, you're citing as the reason why that inequality exists right now. Do you feel that there's a way that you're thinking about either staggering in over a certain period of time the raise in a minimum wage, or overtime, or of a certain size farm, or any of these considerations in thinking, would we lose this industry altogether? And maybe that could be a very difficult thing for a whole set of reasons. Or are there other ways that you're negotiating or considering those things together?
Thank you, Representative Warren, for that question. I have been giving this some thought. I'm not a farmer, I'm a retired teacher. Some of the things that came to mind earlier before today, I was thinking that perhaps this could be worked in over time, so that maybe overtime would start out as 50 hours a week in the beginning, so as not to cause too much hardship on farmers. I totally understand that farmers are going to be impacted by this. And it's not their fault that this exists, that this discrepancy exists, and they shouldn't bear the entire brunt of this change that is being suggested. I heard somebody earlier in testimony talk about a subsidy to farms to help pay for those laborers. I've heard some general discussion from the farmers about changing the rules which agriculture is working under. We do know that food is relatively cheap compared to how much it costs to produce it. And part of that is federal subsidies, and part of that is the underpayment of the laborers that go into working for it. We, as a community, I think, need to share that by being willing to pay a fair price for food and to the food workers. Not sure how that all works out. That's why you guys get the big bucks to figure that one out. I don't know, but there has to be a way. I mean, there is a way to move forward on this. Thank you for your question.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for being here today. Next up is Heather Spalding from
Thank you
Moffitt.
very much. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association, MOFGA. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments generally in support of LD 1022. I do have some concerns about how the immediate introduction of the overtime aspect of this bill will adversely impact Maine's small farms. We feel that this is a critical discussion to have, and we thank Representative Harnett for sponsoring the legislation once again. There's no clear answer or fix to the challenges of farm labor compensation until we as a society place more value on fresh, local, healthy food. We will not address the challenges farmers face in paying living wages to their workers. MOFGA apprentices provided some feedback on LD 1022, and they indicated that they fully supported this bill. Many of our farmers have shared that they already pay minimum wage or more, though they acknowledge that they use the agricultural exemption for overtime. Many of our farmers indicated that the changes proposed in LD 1022, with emphasis on the overtime component, would require them to explore other labor models and possibly invest in capital and infrastructure to reduce labor needs. And a little more than a third of our farmers who responded to our outreach clearly indicated support for LD 1022 as written. Farmers already paying more than the minimum wage expressed a belief that removing the exemption for minimum wage would gain more support had it not been tied to removing the overtime exemption, as suddenly removing both exemptions could have significant negative economic impacts. The temporary seasonal nature of agriculture warrants a short-term intensive labor force working more than 40 hours per week during the growing season and fewer than 40 hours in the off-season. Several farmers reported paying their workers minimum wage as well as overtime, which amounted to more than they paid themselves. They noted that our economic and political systems are out of whack when it comes to farming, and as they artificially suppress the true costs of food. Farmers need to earn more for the food they provide in order to pay livable wages to their workers. We understand that this could present a circular challenge, and increasing food prices could lead to exacerbating Maine's very real problem of food insecurity. The government already plays a huge role in subsidizing our food and agriculture systems. We need to ensure that more of that support goes to Maine farmers who work so hard to provide healthy, local, and affordable food for Maine people. MOFGA really appreciates that this bill strives to support farm workers, holding them in high esteem. And we also know that Maine's small farm economy is fragile. We must work on economic justice for small farms. The federal government's massive agricultural subsidies to industrial agriculture, especially corn and soy
Ms.
production.
Spalding, you're at time, yeah.
Sorry, I'm reading and I didn't see your.
That's okay. Do you have a final thought to wrap up with?
Yeah, I will just say that we appreciate this bill. We don't have a problem with minimum wage. We would like to see some creative solutions for helping farmers afford to pay overtime to their workers. And there's lots more detail in my written comments that I submitted. So thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Spalding, for your testimony here today. Representative Gear has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Spalding, for being here. My question has to do with something you touched on right at the end there, which is the system, the food system in the United States and in Maine. And I'd be curious, as with your position with MAFCA, what would be the one thing that you would advise that might help to better connect people who need food in Maine with people who are producing food in Maine?
Well, there are a lot of initiatives happening to collaborate with people who are in food insecure situations, with certified organic farmers and with many small farmers in Maine. There actually is some legislation that Representative Pluker has introduced to the Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry that increases the value of the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program for people who are food insecure, so that they can double the value of their vouchers when they go to purchase fresh local foods at farm stands or at farmers markets. I think that's an incredibly important program. It brings money into Maine's agricultural economy, and it provides fresh, healthy local foods for people who really are in need. I think that the way that the agricultural subsidies are structured in our country are completely distorted. There's so much that is going to produce corn and soy to produce unhealthy foods that could be redirected to really support the smaller family-owned farms, and could be very helpful to farms in Maine. And I feel like there could be very creative solutions to helping farmers. As I mentioned in my testimony, some of the farmers we heard from are not even able to afford to pay themselves what they already are paying farmers. They have no problem with the minimum wage, and some of them are already paying overtime. Maybe there could be some tax incentives that would allow farmers who had to take that loss to get some tax benefit there. There have to be creative solutions that we can embrace to encourage a greater value and for our food supply.
Thanks. And then just to be clear, for example, the SNAP solution you mentioned, that could be, you see that as a way to increase the revenues to the farmer for the product, and therefore freeing up more money potentially to pay the additional cost of minimum wage and overtime.
Yeah, yep. And so it's a win-win-win all the way around. It's a really good program.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Ms. Spalding, do you have an opinion about subsidies to offset these costs? I'm just curious.
I think that yeah, I mean, I feel I don't have a problem with the concept of public support for farmers and the farm and the agricultural economy. I just feel that it needs to be reassessed and reprioritized.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we appreciate you being here today. Next will be Michael Guerre, followed by Adam Good, and then we will move to testimony neither for nor against, unless someone wishes to testify in favor who we didn't catch. Mr. Guerre, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. I won't reintroduce myself since I spoke on LD 151 earlier. I would just like to take an opportunity to expand, if I could, a little bit on the testimony that the previous two witnesses, an idea in the testimony from the previous two witnesses that I think is very, very important, and that is that there are lessons that can be learned from the way other states have approached this issue that should allow us to be creative and intentional and able to balance the needs of farm workers to be treated equally, as well as the needs of farmers to be able to afford to continue in business. For example, the California law allowing for overtime for farm workers is phased in over a very long period of time, depending upon the size of the farm and the size of the farm primarily. And it won't be complete, the phase-in won't be complete for smaller farms until 2025. In addition, the California statute has a system in it that allows for the state to postpone the implementation of the minimum wage and overtime provisions if certain economic indices are present. Other states have taken other approaches to mitigate the effect that it might have on farmers. For example, Hawaii allows employers to choose 20 weeks in a calendar year in which overtime is not paid for any hours less than 48. Maryland doesn't begin requiring overtime until 60 hours are worked. Minnesota doesn't require overtime until 48 hours are worked. And it has a very interesting industry-specific exception for sugar beets, where if a worker's average piece rate earnings exceed a certain hourly wage, they're exempted from overtime. It's also important to remember that in many states, in both their minimum wage and overtime provisions, have specific exclusions or provisions limiting the availability of those benefits to minors, to students, to family members of farmers, to apprentices, and to trainees. And here in Maine, I suggest to the committee that as you work through this, we are creative enough. We are creative enough to fashion an approach to this, which hopefully can benefit everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guerre, for your testimony. Are there any questions? All of that data that you have provided and all of those options that are in other laws are in your testimony, sir?
Actually, they're not, Senator, but I would be happy to submit them if that would be helpful.
I think that if you could submit those to our analyst for the work session, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions from the committee, we will move on to Mr. Adam Good, followed by Mr. Michael Cabetta. Welcome back, Mr. Good.
Good afternoon, Senator Hickman and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I'm Adam Good, work as the Legislative and Political Director at the Maine AFL-CIO, represent 40,000 working people in the state of Maine. Just going to touch on a few points in my testimony and try to answer a few questions and comments that have come up during the testimony today. Want to just start off by acknowledging again that we know that farmers work hard, that farm owners work hard and have concerns about this bill. We recognize that it's very difficult work, but we also believe that the expectation that there's mandatory overtime, clear minimum wage, and overtime rate laws that other workers throughout the economy enjoy should also apply to working people who perform labor related to agricultural produce, meat products, and the like. I want to again lift up that there are historical reasons why agricultural workers were carved out of much of labor law protections, and think that those decisions were mistakes and that they've resulted in certain groups of people being excluded from basic labor rights, and that those exclusions are rooted in a history of race and racism that stands with us today. A couple of things that have come up to the point, I think, I forget which bill it was on because we kind of just stuck with opponents straight through most of the day, but a couple of times I think it was brought up that Maine is a very white state, that the work tends to be done by local people. And we do want to lift up that systemic and structural racism is also bad for white people, and that there are lots of white working class people that have been without access to minimum wage laws, overtime rate laws, basic overtime protections because of this exclusory practice. So we wanted to kind of make sure that that was front and center, that the exclusion from the NLRA in 1935, there may have been a stated desire to protect family farms, but that served as a race neutral proxy to have kept one group of people excluded from the benefits of the NLRA. And it absolutely also hurt working class white people. We've also I think I've learned a lot about farms today. It seems pretty clear that most farms in Maine, at least they're testifying, pay more than the minimum wage. unclear to me why we would need to have these folks exempt from the minimum wage if everybody is already paying the minimum wage. So maybe there's something I don't know or that I didn't hear out there. So we'd just kind of say that, if staff are treated super well, if things are going very well in terms of wages, then it shouldn't be hard to expect that the minimum wage be paid. And then just lastly, to the overtime rate, piecework stuff, it seems like there are avenues available that other states have explored that would help make sure people have the ability to balance excessive hours with appropriate remuneration. So I have written testimony. I'm sure that you'll read all of it, put a lot of effort into it, and appreciate your attention to all this today. Happy to take a stab at any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Representative Bradstreet has a question for you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here again. It was mentioned by an earlier advocate that he's noticed that there have been no workers who have come forth today to testify. And as a well-recognized labor advocate, have you perhaps been approached, even on the QT, by somebody advocating for this particular bill?
Yeah, I think it's obvious. I'm not out organizing farm workers. I'm not in the field. I'm not doing this work. And, for all extensive purposes, the people that own farms that testify today are very much working class people. So this is a very important issue from all angles. I would say that sometimes people say different things to their employer than what they actually feel. That's a very common thing, like everybody's aware of. And I think all employers would want every single employee to always say to them what they exactly want, what they exactly think and believe. But I suspect that if Cesar Chavez showed up, they might tell Cesar Chavez something differently about what they think about their working conditions. That's all kind of hearsay. But I would acknowledge that, there's not an organizing drive going on with farm workers in Maine. There's not an effort out there to go stoke some type of labor dispute going on, which makes me feel like there shouldn't be that much fear about these bills, that there's not going to be a massive uprising of a farm revolution all of a sudden. I think that people are just asking for the same rules that apply to the person that bags your groceries at Hannaford would also apply to the people that are raking blueberries in the summer. So I don't see a scenario where there's something going on that would be super devastating to the economy, as we've heard today. I think that, and I think there is a desire on the owners of the farm to have more resources to be able to pay people. So it seems like this is an industry where there is, it merits some thinking by the committee and other people involved on how to make it more of a sustainable financial industry. Clearly, people are not going into it the way they used to, and there's multiple reasons for that, but my suspect is that the way that it competes with other places to work is not level.
Representative Bourne.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. To pick up on something that you mentioned, I believe in your testimony, around the difference between maybe having a employer pay you a certain amount versus having a standardized minimum. So if there are very incredible Maine farmers who are paying this wage and are also able to do so, could you speak in your experience to maybe the role of maybe power imbalances, like unconscious biases, like other things that could maybe influence? I'm thinking in part of, I think someone previously testified around, unfortunately, like sexual harassment or the role of gender that can sometimes play into those power relations between a boss and an employee there. Could you speak to that at all?
Yeah, I mean, I think this happened in 2017 or 2018, but there was a very clear story that workers, I think in Down East Maine, who are migrant workers who make grease, reported being sexually harassed by their employer. And everybody knows that many workplaces have clear HR processes or union grievance processes to make sure that people can be whistleblowers and be protected. But if you're thousands of miles from your home and you have no other source of housing, have no other place to go, if something bad does happen, there need to be some level of protections there to make sure that a person can shed light on that type of thing. Those clearly don't exist right now. And yeah, I think we just want to make sure that there's the same checks and balances that exist in other workplaces that would extend to farms. And then I think the piecework stuff has come up today, and I just feel like there's lots of industries. My grandfather sold furniture at Sears, and he worked on a commission. And there's certainly ways. I mean, we don't think it's perfect, but the way that tipped workers have a system where they get paid based on tips, but there's also some suspected guarantee that they're making at least a minimum wage or base wages. I think there's a lot of creative ways to be flexible with certain industries to honor piecework and honor that how many buckets of blueberries you rake dictate some incentive on how much you pay. But there's also, I think, smart ways we can respect traditional industries while also ensuring that a basic level of a wage is met. It doesn't seem like it's impossible to do that. And whether it's selling cars or working commission, selling furniture in the 1980s, there's ways to do that.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Good from the committee? Seeing none. Next, thank you, Michael Cabetta. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator and Farmer Hickman, distinguished members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Michael Cabetta, and I'm Policy Counsel for the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, we urge you to support LD 1022 because it would help communities of color and all Maine communities thrive by fixing a racial inequity in our economy. We also wish to express our support for LD 151. We will submit written testimony in favor of that bill as well. You've heard a lot about history. You've heard conflicting accounts of history. I will keep my testimony short, but I think this point bears repeating, that too often in our country's history, communities of color have been deliberately and unintentionally left out of improvements in labor, housing, and other systems. The New Deal of the 1930s marked an important step forward for millions of American workers, but not for most communities of color. The Fair Labor Standards Act and the National Labor Relations Act, two laws that govern the two bills sponsored by Representative Harnett, were both parts of the New Deal, and they specifically and intentionally excluded farm workers and domestic workers. The workers in both these groups were disproportionately people of color. This national picture applies to Maine. Our state, although overwhelmingly white, has frontline workers who are disproportionately people of color. Last summer's astronomical racial disparities in COVID-19 infections are just one example of the outcome of the racial disparities in our state's economy. All the changes that this bill would create and that LD 151 would create will almost certainly lead to a higher quality of life for the communities of color that sustain some of our vital industries. These changes would advance racial justice while also giving low-wealth and low-income workers the kind of disposable income that'll spur growth and prosperity in other sectors of the economy. This bill will create a rising tide that will lift all boats. We urge you to vote ought to pass, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cabetta. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Warren.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your testimony. I feel it's the question of human rights, I think, has been brought up a few times during this hearing, and I'm wondering how you see that issue, like if there's an urgency towards what is right, and if there's people who are considering supporting this bill for that reason. How do you weigh that against considerations of, I guess, how much time do we give to secure kind of different sectors of our economy, or how that could have unwarranted implications, thinking about food insecurity or more local food for different reasons. Yeah, do you, how maybe is this issue intersecting with other considerations of maybe longer term justice?
Thank you so much, Representative Warren. You raised the question of human rights and its relationship to the changes that the two bills that we're testifying in favor of would bring about. My response to you starts with an observation, which is most of the lives of most people are spent at work. You know, I've been in front of this computer screen since 8 a.m. today, and we'll do the same tomorrow. And migrant farm workers, as you've heard, work up to 65 hours a week. So most of your day-to-day life, your actual life, happens at work. And we have a Bill of Rights in our federal constitution. We have rights guaranteed to us by our state constitution. A lot of those rights don't apply at work. And what LD 151, for example, would do is bring some of those rights into the work context, into where you spend most of your life. For instance, the right to free speech, or the right to assemble in order to talk about and petition for a redress of your grievances. These things are inherent human rights that we believe are the inheritance of every human being. But unfortunately, their limitation at the threshold of one's job means that the vast majority of human beings rarely enjoy them. We thank Representative Harnett for sponsoring 2 bills that would meaningfully advance the dignity and the rights of people in Maine and people who come to Maine for work.
Thank you, Mr. Cabeda. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, and Ms. Thompson, there are no other people that we have in our waiting room who are testifying in favor of LD 1022 at this time?
That's correct. None in favor, yeah.
Thank you. So we'll move to testimony neither for nor against. If everyone is still present, we will hear from Christopher Lawton from the Farm Credit East, followed by Greg Dugal, who I may believe he left, and then followed by Michael Rowland from the Maine Department of Labor, and someone from the Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. So first up would be Christopher Lawton, and if you could just promote everyone that I have listed, Ms. Thompson, that would be great. And we will move through this phase. Just to let everyone know, it's 4:26. We have 2 more public hearings after this one. Those are facts. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Chris. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Chris Lawton, and I'm an agricultural economist with Farm Credit East, a financial services cooperative with 850 customers in Maine. We do not take a specific position on the proposal. My testimony is intended to provide information on its potential economic impact. The proposed legislation is likely to increase the cost to employ farm workers in Maine, even as farm revenues have lagged. Since 2017, minimum wage has increased by 35%, and for farmers who use the H-2A visa program, their minimum wage has increased by 21%. Payroll taxes and workers' compensation have also increased, as they are typically based on a percentage of wages. Labor is a significant component of operating costs for Maine farms. According to the USDA, nationwide labor accounts for 12% of total farm expenses. In Maine, labor accounts for 24% of total farm expenses, and for Maine fruit farms, that figure is 34%. Farm labor is also more expensive in Maine than in other states. As of fall of 2020, national average wages for all hired farm workers came to $15.65 per hour. In the Northeast 1 region, which includes Maine, that average comes to $16.06 per hour. Meanwhile, overall average farm cash receipts in Maine have decreased by 7% between 2015 and 2019. Across all sectors, Maine agriculture is shrinking. Between the 2012 and 2017 agricultural censuses, the number of farms in Maine declined by 573, a 7% decline. The amount of active farmland in Maine also declined by 146,000 acres over that same period, or roughly 10% of the total. That occurred in 5 years. During this same period, 82 dairy farms, or 23% of the total, exited the industry. If costs continue to outpace revenues, the rate at which farms exit the industry is likely to accelerate. The community of farm workers is diverse, including farmers themselves, members of their extended families, people from local communities, new Americans, and those on temporary visas. Their goals and desires vary accordingly. Some wish to work as many hours as possible to maximize their earnings. These workers may find such opportunities limited if farmers cannot justify the overtime rate, considering the market prices they receive for their products. Some will get second jobs and work for other employers at straight time, and other workers may just have to accept a reduction in their earning potential. I would urge the committee to consider the interests and concerns of farmers as well as farm workers, particularly with the recognition that the interests of farm workers will vary, and that while some may potentially benefit from the overtime pay requirements, others see it as limiting. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. You're a lender, an agricultural lender.
Correct.
And what are the chances of a farmer? We had it mentioned earlier that farmers just could invest more capital. What are the chances of acquiring loans if they haven't been making money for a considerable amount of time and it looks like the trend is going worse?
Well, at any given point, there's a wide range of economic results for farms in Maine. You have some that are earning solid returns, a bunch that are marginally profitable, and then a small sector that are financially stressed. So for the farms that are doing better, they would be able to acquire loans to invest in capital, but as you point out, many of them would not if they're not financially profitable.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Laughlin? Mr. Lawton, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Seeing none, thank you for your patience today. Ms. Thompson,
for your time.
Thank you. Is Greg Dougal here?
No.
Okay, great. Then I see that we have Mr. Rowland from the Department of Labor and Ms. Director Brady from the Maine Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry, in that order. Mr. Rowland.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Hickman and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm Michael Rowland, the Director of the Bureau of Labor Standards for the Maine Department of Labor, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of the department, neither for nor against LD 1022, an act to make agricultural workers and other workers employees under the wage and hour laws. You have my written testimony. I'm going to skip over the first couple of paragraphs, which basically describe the intent of the bill and the estimated number of workers who might be affected, and cut to the kind of the meat of the testimony. We agree broadly with the goal of this bill and believe that agricultural workers ought to enjoy the wage and hour protections long granted so many other workers. Excuse me. When the 29th legislature considered a similar bill, the Labor and Housing Committee asked the department to assemble a broad group of interested parties to discuss the potential impact of the proposed changes. The resulting meeting in November of 2019 was well attended. A summary is attached. At that time, there was considerable agreement that extending minimum wage protections to farm workers would not significantly damage employers or the industry, for the simple reason that those workers almost universally already receive more than Maine's minimum wage. A more recent informal poll of the participants in that discussion has shown that there is still very little resistance to extending the minimum wage to farm workers. And I think you've heard that here today too. There was less, and there still is less agreement on whether imposing standard overtime requirements would be sustainable by employers in agricultural and related currently exempt occupations. Not surprisingly, the department found both strong support and considerable resistance. However, various participants suggested that, and more recently, that a modified form of overtime protection, for instance, with higher regular hours or with lower premium pay, or perhaps phased in over time and perhaps applicable to farms over a certain size only, might be worth exploring. Since the proposed legislation would significantly increase the number of workers eligible for wage and hour protections, the department would need to increase its staff. Based on the number of workers and employers affected and the nature of the industry, we project one additional inspector would be required to enforce minimum wage protections alone, and 2 or more inspectors if overtime protections are expanded as well. And this additional staff was not included in the governor's budget. Thanks for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rowland. Are there any questions? Mine is, if you aren't necessarily sure that there would be any wage violations regarding minimum wage, since most farmers are already paying more than minimum wage to their workers, why would you need an extra inspector to do that work?
Well, first of all, because the workers currently covered are the workers who would be covered are not currently covered by the minimum wage protections. I can't predict how many employers or workers might bring a complaint of some kind around their wages. I can say that most of the employers that we spoke with in our conference, and most of the ones that I think you've heard from today, are paying well above the minimum wage. But the minimum wage and I guess laws in general are to protect against the less scrupulous or those who don't abide by the standards of the day. And that's why we have laws, is to prevent abuses from occurring.
Thank you, which leads me to my second question, and that is, language is language. Definitions are important, and I know we've heard a lot of people talk about why we need to define certain things in the law. Certainly, farmers who have custom laborers who are not necessarily in an official employee-employee relationship will still probably call those workers employees. They will certainly call them workers, but they might not be in that technical employee-employee relationship that would classify them if this law were to change. Do you have numbers of farm workers in Maine who have that official employee, they are on a payroll?
Mm-hmm.
And do you have those numbers?
We have some numbers. The numbers are not particularly reliable, but I can provide what we have to you or to the committee, if that's helpful.
Yes, it would be great just to see how many employees under any definition of that term are actually in that relationship with their farm owners.
Employees as opposed to contractors.
Correct.
Okay.
Or custom laborers. I mean, the farm form says custom labor, not employee. So you can classify people differently depending upon your relationship with them and what you expect from them at work. So it would be nice to know what the different values are of farm workers in the state of Maine who fall under those categories of custom laborer versus standard employee who is on a payroll.
Will do.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions? Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nice to see you, Mr. Rowland. My question for you is, when you look at your history in the industry here and look at when there has been, say, an overtime change made in this way, what have you seen as the outcomes of that for the involved businesses?
When there's been an overtime change?
Well, a change, I guess I would ask you, has there been a similar change that you've witnessed in your career where there has been a new group covered by wage and hour or overtime protections? And if so, what was the result for the businesses involved?
I can't say that there has. I would have to look at the experience of other states, I think, to see what the impact was. I can't think of an example here in Maine, but I will ask people who have longer experience and know more than I do if they do.
It would be great to see. Long day. It would be great to see if you can find some similar situations for the work session.
I'll do that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Rowland? Seeing none, if we have any other questions for you for the work session, we'll be sure to submit them expeditiously.
Glad.
Thank you. Next up is Director Nancy McBrady from the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you, Senator Hickman. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the committee. My name is Nancy McBrady, and I'm the Director of the Bureau of Agriculture, Food and Rural Resources in the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. I'm here today to talk neither for nor against LD 1022. Maine farmers produce a plethora of high quality crops and products across the state. They are stewards of our natural resources, help preserve open space, and are economic engines in local rural communities. Farms vary vastly in size and scope across the state. Most are small. According to the 2017 USDA Ag Census, 41% of farms, 3,122, have farm sales of less than $2,500 a year. In contrast, 9% of the farms, or nearly 700, have sales of $100,000 or more. Farming in Maine is highly variable and full of challenges, which you've heard about today, including ever-changing weather, short growing seasons, market dynamics, high costs of production, droughts, pests, and the chronic lack of a stable local labor force. External factors such as healthcare costs and low food prices eat into already razor-thin margins, if any. Given the differences in the types and size of farming operations, labor needs are not uniform across the state. The department hears from farmers who pay competitive wages in order to attract workers in the tight labor market, and many would like to pay more if they could afford it or provide additional benefits to their employees. I think you've heard that as well today. Farming is not a perfect profession, however. Farming can require highly physical labor and long hours during a compressed harvest season. Many agricultural workers in Maine are migrant and seasonal workers and depend upon employers for transportation and housing. As has been expressed to me, few agricultural workers end up settling into farming themselves or owning their own farm, and often instead can move into other trades such as construction in order to achieve higher wages. The department is aware of the concern that an overtime limit would result in some producers reducing hours for current workers. That could cut wages for current workers and be a disincentive to new workers, thus compounding the already difficult labor shortage that Maine agriculture faces. Further, although some farms may be able to pass increased labor costs onto the consumer, you've heard again today, other producers will not be able to do so due to market and commodity dynamics, such as dairy producers, where prices are set by federal pricing policies. These farms are price takers and not price makers. However, the department is also cognizant that other states across the country have or are beginning to phase in agricultural overtime protections in an effort to increase the earning capacity of workers. States such as California, Minnesota, Hawaii, New York, and others have approached phasing in higher agricultural overtime or crafted particular earning exclusions that Maine could potentially learn from. This law would be a monumental shift in agricultural policy for the state. We encourage the committee to consider these nuances and listen to the concerns of agricultural representatives and farmers that have been expressed in the course of this hearing to ensure that you fully understand the economic and labor impacts of this bill on farmers and farm workers, as well as the agricultural sector as a whole, before voting to change this law. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Director McBrady, for your testimony, and it's great to see you here as well. Representative Sylvester has the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Ms. McBrady. Great to see you. I've been waiting for your testimony after reading your written testimony to ask a couple of questions. What specifically, if you can, are the other states doing? Maybe a couple of examples now, and I'm wondering if we could get a breakdown for the work session of what the other states are doing.
Well, I think some of the examples that I'm aware of were actually spoken to by Mr. Gare, if I'm remembering his name correctly. And I think that if the question was asked of him to provide some of that, I would very much ride that coattail. It is not something that I have gone down the rabbit hole of looking at, but it's certainly something that we all must do, right, in order to address this and look at this and kick the tires of those things. So I'm happy to start that, but I do know that a lot of smart people have been looking at that. And if it's something that collectively we can speak to or bring at the work session, I'd be happy to be part of that. Maybe I can work with the clerk or others to help facilitate that.
Or perhaps if you were able to speak with some of your colleagues in those states, your counterparts, to find what their experience might be or what resources they might be able to drive us to, that would certainly be helpful, knowing that they are also very busy. My follow-up, Mr. Chair?
You may.
My second question, I'm interested in the breakdown. I've sort of been waiting for this as well. The 41% that are under 2,500, the 9% that are over 100,000. And often in employment law, we're looking for lines to draw, that put folks on one side of a line or another. So for example, on the paid time off, I see your furrowed brow, so I'm going to give you an example. I was probably not going to, but paid time off, 10 and over employees, those sorts of lines, income level or, gross income is often used for various purposes. And so I'm wondering if you see those sorts of lines that says, this is a small farm, this is a medium-sized farm, this is a large farm, whether that would come in number of employees, whether that would come in gross income.
I don't think it's a one-to-one kind of match or ratio? I think that's a really good question, and perhaps diving into the 2017 census data a little bit more can be helpful to answer that or begin to try and answer that. As others have testified, there are diversified farms across the state, and it really depends on what the product is that they're producing, what the market and the commodity value of that is. That I think is inherent to ultimately the size and success of that. And yet there are also some smaller farms with diversified portfolios, if you will, that might be much more nimble and can set their own prices depending in a post-COVID world where they might be selling those goods. So that's a great question. I'm just not sure whether we can draw some pretty clear answers without diving into the data, which is something we can try and do.
Okay, thank you very much. We certainly appreciate any guidance you'd have on that, as this is certainly your area of expertise. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee for Ms. McBrady? Seeing none. Director, thank you for being here, and we will certainly reach out with any more clarifying questions before the work session, should we have some.
Sure thing. Thank you all for your attention today.
We'll now turn back to testimony in opposition to LD 1022. I believe there are 6 more people signed up to do that. We will begin with Mr. Joe Gilbert. If he is here. Mr. Gilbert, are you here? Can you hear me? There we go.
Awesome. Great. Sorry, I was caught off guard a little bit. Thank you for taking my testimony. I've actually been in the session since 10 a.m., so I didn't think I was going to get a chance. So thank you. Yeah, so I'm a farmer. Well, first of all, thank you, Chairman and others part of the committee here for taking a second to listen to a young farmer up here in Livermore. This is actually my 10th year farming, and so I remember a few years giving a similar testimony to what I'm going to prepare here for you today, and I'll keep it very brief. So one thing I just thought I'd bring up. I have some, I just did some employee reviews with some elderly people who work for me, actually. And they talked to me a lot about the prices of things going up, becoming harder and harder on them. And I just wanted to maybe speak for a vulnerable people group in our communities who are already stressing a lot about the prices of things going up. And I'm standing in opposition to this legislative bill because I'm seeing that if I have to pay time and a half in overtime, it's going to drive the price of my products up more and more, which are healthy and good and help create healthy communities. And I just want to see us be able to keep our prices to a minimum as much as possible, but still be able to support 3 kids who are running around outside right now, and just wanted to express my concern about this. And I think right now we're in a health crisis. We're in a in a financial crisis as far as I'm concerned, and I don't personally feel like this is the right timing to be moving forward in a bill like this that could affect so many who are already vulnerable and on the edge of having such hardship in just providing for day-to-day resources. And that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert, for your patience today. It's been a day. So here we
Great,
are.
thank you.
Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. Next will be Lisa Turner.
Senator Hickman.
I can hear you. There you are.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. I'm the president of the Maine Vegetable and Small Food Growers Association, and my husband and I have a farm in Freeport. The unintended consequences of this bill will negate so many good things that so many of us have been working for over many years. First, farm workers will make less money. Very few farm workers are paid below or even at minimum wage, which I think we've already heard today. Most of the people in our area are paying people in the $13 to $16 an hour range. None of us can afford a 50% increase in that rate, even for a few hours a week. Time and a half on $15 an hour is more than 3 times the federal minimum wage that many farms throughout the country are paying. So you're looking at triple wages on some of this. We do compete with pricing for vegetables grown in all states and Mexico. This is why that Hannaford example just doesn't track, because we're competing on an international level. Hannaford in Maine is competing against Shaw's in Maine for pricing food. This isn't limited to Maine. Farming is the only place where a relatively low-skilled person can work more hours and earn more money. Try getting over 40 hours in retail or fast food. Our newest hire at our farm is looking forward to a 50-hour work week like he's done on other farms, and will be very disappointed if he misses out on $5,000 this season because of this bill, because we won't be able to afford time and a half. I don't care who you are, $5,000 is a lot of money. If you pass this bill, you will be responsible for his loss of income. I'm doing the best I can. I don't understand why we would choose to punish those who want to work. This bill will not help farm workers. As you've heard, many farm workers come from other countries or Puerto Rico and want to send the money home. It's a really important payment transfer to other countries, to places that are much poorer than us in the Caribbean and Latin America, and I think it's a shame for us to take that away. They're not going to come for 40 hours. Prices will rise because the wage increase has to come from consumers. Farmers can't make less money than we already do. Additionally, farmers will be forced with the choice of only growing things that can be machine harvested, which was suggested by one of our members, or scaling back to solely direct marketing, like another member suggested, which has a higher price point, or just getting out of farming altogether, which I've heard from a number of people. I hear despair in our farmers' voices when we talk about this bill. Workers will make less money, customers will face fewer choices, higher prices, and overall less product and local product in the market. Given the increased food security due to COVID, this seems like a particularly poor time to enact this bill. We urge you to vote no on LB 1022. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. We will now turn to testimony from Eric Venturini.
Thank you for that great introduction, Senator Hickman. And good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Senator Hickman and Representative Sylvester and esteemed members of the Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Eric Venturini, and I'm the Executive Director of the Wild Blueberry Commission of Maine, the voice of Maine's wild blueberry farms and businesses. To speak simply, Maine's wild blueberry farmers cannot afford this bill. Why? In 2017, the USDA National Ag Statistics Service reported 485 wild blueberry farms in Maine, but I expect this number is somewhat less. In 2020, the commission lost 1/4 of its taxpayers. 1/4. According to the tax rolls, 25% of payees into the Maine wild blueberry tax did not produce wild blueberries in 2020, representing the single largest drop in at least the last 20 years. That's as far back as I have records for. Due to market conditions affecting poor pricing over the last 5 years and several other challenges, Maine wild blueberry farms and businesses cannot afford this bill. That is the economic reality. Please do not pass this legislation until we can successfully address the challenge of farm profitability. If you do pass this legislation, you will directly reduce the number of wild blueberry farms in Maine. I think that the intention of this bill is to provide farm workers with greater opportunity. That I can agree with. Unfortunately, as you just heard from Lisa Turner, this would do quite the opposite, because it does not consider the economic realities of farming. Because Maine's farmers cannot afford the higher labor costs that you propose, I'm talking about the overtime portion of this bill, most will cap their workers at 40 hours per week and will hire additional workers if they can find them, which is another challenge, to make up for that time. That means that a farm worker who relies upon a seasonally high volume of hours to put bread on the table for their families will take home less money per person at the end of the season. This bill will reduce the per capita earned income of farm workers in Maine. I don't think that's your intention, but that's what would happen. Consider a hypothetical scenario where a wild blueberry farmer caps her workers' hours at 40 hours per week. On many wild blueberry farms, a worker will work 1,900 to 2,000 hours, which is a full year's work over a period of 7 months from April to November. If that employee instead works that same period at only 40 hours, they would lose 600 to 690 hours of work per year. That's about a third of their pay. For workers earning minimum wage, which is a very conservative estimate, that's a pay cut of $7,000 per year. At farms with a higher wage scale, which is most of them, an employee could be looking at a loss of $10,000 to $14,000 per year. The proposed changes would decrease the attractiveness of farm work by decreasing the potential for earnings, making it even more difficult for farms to find labor than it is today. You would be incentivizing farms to invest more in mechanization and increase the speed of transition from hand raking and other, in-person labor over to machine harvesting and other mechanization to cut cost and remain competitive in the long term. The bill before you does not solve labor issues and it does not create opportunities for farm workers. I'm also a member of the agricultural.
Venturini, I'm afraid that's your time. If you could summarize your thoughts.
I will cut it off right there. Thank you for the committee for your time today. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Venturini. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate your patience. Next up is Julianne Smith from the Maine Farm Bureau. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Julie Ann Smith, and I am the Executive Director of the Maine Farm Bureau Association, the state's largest farmer-run advocacy organization. We have represented the voice of all agriculture in Maine since 1951, and I am grateful to have the opportunity to serve as the voice of our farmers today, testifying in opposition to LD 1022. LD 1022 is identical to LD 1251 from the 129th legislature. During that legislature, the bill was unanimously voted ought not to pass. The chairs of this committee sent a letter to Commissioner Fortman requesting that interested parties be convened to discuss wages, hours worked, and collective bargaining for agricultural and seasonal employees. The interested parties met once on November 4th, 2019. As a result of the initial meeting, it was agreed that further discussions needed to take place. Regrettably, no further meetings were scheduled and no consensus was achieved. Maine Farm Bureau conducted a survey of our farmer members to help clarify some of the concerns raised about how agricultural workers are paid. Our survey results indicated that all farm workers are paid more than minimum wage, even those that are paid piece rate. 31% of seasonal workers never work overtime. Farm workers receive many non-monetary benefits, such as free farm product, meals, housing, and transportation. 53% of farms reported that labor accounted for more than 50% of their annual farm expenses. 27% of farmers report paying themselves less than minimum wage. This means that many farmers in Maine are paying their workers more than what they pay themselves. Farms in Maine are price takers, not price setters. Farms are generally told what price they will be paid for their product, sometimes long after that product is already on store shelves. Farmers have to make significant upfront investments in seed, soil amendments, and other necessary products to produce the food our neighbors eat. Usually, these upfront investment costs are covered by loans that have to be repaid shortly after harvest. Maine farmers have some of the highest production costs in the country, coupled with the shortest growing season. This bill would take away the ability to pay piece rate and require the payment of overtime, both important aspects of employee motivation. Without motivated workers, labor and production costs increase, decreasing even further the sustainability of farms. At some point, after years of negligible or negative income, farmers quit. They sell their land for house lots to pay off their debts and are lucky if they break even. Once a house is built, municipalities see their costs increase, and the land will probably never be farmed again. As house lots increase and farmland decreases, Maine loses its ability to produce its own food. As the COVID-19 pandemic showed, Maine farms were able to step up and provide food to our neighbors when grocery store shelves were empty. If farms are forced to close due to increased labor costs, what will we do during our next pandemic? Most commodity prices
Ms.
have
Smith,
remained.
I'm afraid that's the end of your 3 minutes. If you could summarize your thoughts, that would be fantastic.
Certainly. Most commodity prices have remained stagnant or decreased in the past 5 years, while labor costs have risen 35%. Farm workers have seen their wages rise, but the farm owners who are also farm workers have seen their wages decrease. Maine farms cannot sustain any further substantial increase to labor costs. If the economic health of farms fail, there will be no farm jobs. I thank you for your time today, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Julianne Smith. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Next up is Mr. Don Flannery.
I'm getting my camera going. I hope. You cannot start your camera. Okay. I represent, seems like I can't get my camera going. Oh, there you go. Sorry about that. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, other members of the committee. I am still Don Flannery, Executive Director of the Maine Potato Board. And as the time runs late, you have my written testimony. I just want to talk about a couple of things that are in my testimony and a couple of things I've heard here today. And one of the things was about the uniqueness of agriculture and the shortness of the season, and others talked about, well, what's the difference? And I think I've got a good example of what that is. We're in the potato business in Maine. In the state of Washington, they're probably I think right now they're the second largest potato producing state in the union. They start planting potatoes in February and they finish harvest in the end of October. In Maine, planting the same types of potatoes for the same markets, if we can get started by the 1st of May, we're going to be real lucky on any given year, and we better be done by the 10th of October. That's a difference as it relates to agriculture in Maine. It is a short season. By the way, they also get over double the yield per acre that we do, which is very influential as it relates to pricing across the country. As I did back in the 129th on this same bill, we did a polling of our growers, or a group of growers that returned polls to us, and we looked at strictly the overtime part of this, because we have overtime, and I estimated about 6 weeks, 3.5 weeks, and for planting, 3.5 weeks for harvest, something like that. So we did the same thing. And if we look at what the returns were coming back from those growers, if we had to pay overtime, the increase would be $69,000 for that, annually $419,000 for those 12 growers. If you take that acreage of those 12 growers and you look at across our industry as a whole, we're looking at about a $3 million impact in overtime for the Maine potato industry, and that's looking at 6 weeks. Planting, which isn't a lot of overtime, but mostly harvest. Those same group of growers providing us information, there were 98 full-time employees, 279 part-time employees. The average hourly rate for the full-time employees was $17.16, and the part-time employees were $14.08. So you can imagine that a $3 million impact to our industry as it relates to the overtime portion of this bill is pretty significant. And I think that it's fair to say, as many of you have heard today, that most of our growers, never say all, but most of our growers pay full and part-time workers, seasonal workers in that period of time, above the minimum wage. I'll gladly answer any questions. How'd I do, Representative Sylvester?
You have 8 seconds left, and that will be in the mail.
Thank you, Mr. Flannery. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you for the data. Always love data. Last, I believe, is Julie Marie Bickford. And Ms. Bickford, I will ask you to represent 2 organizations in 3 minutes, if you don't mind, because
I can do that since I recognize I'm batting cleanup. I'm still Julie Marie Bickford. Right now, I'm going to wear my Executive Director of the Maine Dairy Industry Association hat and refer you to my written testimony that has been submitted in opposition of LD 1022. You've already heard from some of my farmers, both in person and in writing. They say it best. Putting on my AgCom president hat at our March 23rd, 2021 meeting, AgCom representing all of the producer groups working in and growing food and fiber in Maine, voted to urge you to vote ought not to pass on this bill. Again, I will refer you to the written testimony. The only thing I would also like to highlight is I've also submitted, as part of AgCom's written testimony, AgCom completed a multi-year project identifying the needs of Maine agriculture, looking at everything from labor issues to environmental stewardship, investment in research and development, business support, farm economics. And we sort of summarized it into a graphic paradigm to try to give you as legislators, as policymakers, a better understanding of the dynamics that are impacting doing business in agriculture today. So that has been submitted, and I hope you will look at that, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions either now or as they arise in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bickford, for your brevity. We do appreciate it at this hour. We have 2 more public hearings to go. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Ms. Thompson, are there any more people in the waiting room who would like to testify who have not been able to let us know until now?
I think that is the last for this bill.
Perfect. Excellent job. Seeing that, I will close the public hearing on LD 1022. We need to allow our staff, who has done an amazing job keeping up with all of us, stretch. So it's 5:06. I know it's late, but we're professionals. We can do this all night. We're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 5:16 to give our staff an opportunity to stretch.
I appreciate that, Senator.
Not a problem. We will get started here again very shortly. I want to just make sure that our staff is back from their stretch break. And when they let me know that that is the case, we will open up the next public hearing.
I am ready when you are.
Perfect. Music to my ears. With that, I will open up the public hearing on LD 1167, an act relating to fair chance in employment presented here very shortly. I want to just Leader Rachel Talbot Ross of Portland.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you all for still being here and for a long day of really robust and very critical discussion. I want to thank each of you and your staff for the work that you've already put in today. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Rachel Talbot Ross, and I represent House District 40, which is part of Portland. I'm pleased to come before you today as the sponsor of LD 1167, an act relating to fair chance in employment. The National Movement for Fair Chance Hiring, also known, I've got a housing bill to come to you as well, but the National Movement for Fair Chance Hiring, also known as Ban the Box, began almost 2 decades ago when Hawaii passed a state law. Today, 36 states and more than 150 cities and counties have adopted some form of a fair chance policy. More than 3/4 of Americans live in a jurisdiction with some form of fair chance, ban the box hiring policy. The intent of fair chance hiring laws is to ensure employers conduct an interview first to evaluate whether an individual is qualified, and then move on to the background investigation and analysis of any arrest or conviction record. 1 in 3 adult Mainers has an arrest or conviction record that can show up on an employment background check. This disproportionately impacts people of color. Black men and women in Maine are incarcerated at nearly 6 times the rate of white men and women. And I might add, this is not based on criminogenic behavior. At the national level, African Americans make up double the percent of arrests when compared with their share of the population. An arrest or conviction record has devastating consequences for employment. A Harvard University study found job callbacks were reduced by 50% by people for whom have a conviction box on their check to conviction box on their application. And for African-American job applicants, this was reduced by 2/3. This hurts families, the economy, and public safety. Nearly half of the children in our country, have at least one parent with a record. The reduced output of individuals with felony and prison records is estimated to cost our economy between 78 and 87 billion in gross domestic product each year. When people are able to secure employment, studies show that they contribute more in income taxes, sales tax, and spend more money. Governments and the criminal justice system save money because employment helps individuals avoid another brush with the law. Studies also show that employment is a significant factor towards reducing reoffending. One study in particular found a 1% drop in the unemployment rate causes a 1 to 2% decline in some offenses. We need to remove the stigma of incarceration and ensure our hiring practices are free from discrimination. I'm going to say that again because that is why this bill comes before you. We need to remove the stigma of incarceration and ensure our hiring practices are free from discrimination. As a state, we should take every opportunity to ensure equal employment opportunity in the civil rights of all Mainers. I will say, in fact, we did as a state take one significant step forward in ensuring non-discrimination in state employment when LD 170, which was sponsored by then Representative Betty Ann Sheets, became law in 2019. The law is an act to prohibit questions regarding criminal history on certain state employment applications. This is law in the state of Maine. It reads that an application form for employment for a position in state government may not include any questions regarding an applicant's criminal history, except when, due to the nature and requirements of the position, a person who has a criminal history may be disqualified from eligibility for the position. And for purposes of this law, position in state government means a position in the legislature, executive or judicial branches of state government, or a position with a quasi-independent state entity or public instrumentality of the state. Position in state government does not include a position in a school, administrative unit, municipality, county, or other political subdivisions of the state. I want to just add one other thing. Additionally, at the federal level, under President Trump's leadership, Congress passed the Fair Chance to Compete for Jobs Act of 2019, which was an amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act. This federal ban the box law prohibits federal agencies, and key to this, federal contractors, from asking about a job applicant's criminal history until after a conditional offer of employment has been made. This federal ban the box law is much stronger than the bill before you. The bill before you merely prohibits employers from requesting criminal history record information on an initial employment application form, which is called ban the box, or in stating on an initial employment application form or advertisement, or specifying prior to determining if a person is otherwise qualified for a position, that that person with a criminal history may not apply or will not be considered for that position. That's what this bill does. And I hope that you all will join me in moving this bill forward. I thank you for your time this evening. I recognize it is a late hour, but I sure will take any questions that you may have. Thank you for your attention this afternoon.
Thank you, Representative Talbot Ross. Are there any questions from the committee for the bill sponsor? Let's see. Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this bill forward. I understand that Representative Sheets' bill, did they also create sample forms for employers who might not be able to create their own forms and then make those available?
That's such a great question. Thank you, Representative, for remembering the great work of Betty Ann Sheets. Yes, the Department of Labor has indicated it's a partner in this work, and absolutely, and all the work that I've done with them have said that they will produce at no cost and no additional cost posters that inform employees and employers so that there can be posted in our businesses, as well as sample application forms. You are correct in that. Yes.
Well, thank you so much for bringing this forward. We appreciate you waiting all day.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. We will now take testimony from the public in favor of LD 1167. We have several people signed up, beginning with Mr. Michael Cabetta.
Thank you, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and distinguished members of the committee. Good evening. My name is Michael Cabetta, and I am the Policy Counsel at the ACLU of Maine. And on behalf of our members, we urge you to support LD 1167. This is how criminal law is supposed to work. The legislature decides that something is a crime. Then it designates consequences for committing that crime. These consequences are designed to be proportional to the crime. They can include a prison sentence, rehabilitation, or mental health services, community service, supervised release, and still more. Unfortunately, as you just heard from Representative Talbot Ross, for as long as there have been criminal laws, but exponentially more in the digital age, a criminal record has prevented people from continuing their education, getting housing, a professional license, credit, investments, and other means to a stable and dignified life. In short, a criminal record has prevented millions across the country and thousands across Maine from moving on with their lives, pushing them into second and third class status, even after they completed their legally mandated sentences. This calls into question the foundational legal concepts, such as the proportionality of a sentence to the crime committed, or not being punished twice for the same crime, and due process and equal protection guaranteed by both the state and federal constitutions. This bill takes a very simple, very modest approach to a complicated problem. It prohibits employers from obtaining a job applicant's criminal history information on an application form. In simple terms, it allows a job applicant to make a first impression, rather than letting what was likely their worst moment make their first impression. It does not prevent an employer from asking about an applicant's criminal record during an interview. It does not prevent an employer from asking about an applicant's criminal record after an interview, or in communications with the applicant after an initial application. It merely gives job applicants what we all seek, a chance to make an impression as the person we are today, rather than the person we might have been in the past. We urge you to vote ought to pass. Thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to try to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Capetta. Are there any questions? Representative Bradstreet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Question, I've just taken a quick look at the bill, and I'm wondering if there's anything in there that speaks to maybe the number of convictions, which might be a threshold for not being able to ask about.
I would strongly caution the committee against, may I respond, Senator?
Absolutely, the question is for you, sir.
Thank you. I would strongly caution the committee actually against thinking in terms of numbers of convictions. You could have a very serious conviction that's only one conviction, or 25 not very serious convictions, but that are 25 convictions. And as I stated in my testimony, crimes, when enacted by the legislature, come with their own consequences. What this bill seeks to do is make sure every consequence decided by the legislature for a crime is the only consequence that committing that crime carries. Right now, there are lots and lots of other consequences that the legislature did not intend. Poverty, second-class status, unemployment, to name a few.
Representative Warren has a question.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I wanted to know if you could speak at all to the, I guess you're honing in on something specific on this being a fix in this present moment, but at the same time, I'm interested in concepts like the prison industrial complex or the school to prison pipeline, or the ways that we have historically criminalized poverty and maybe the relationship between those things. And I name that in part because it feels like some of what you were speaking about, it's almost like a double jeopardy concept, like you're getting an additional punishment altogether when maybe these are individuals who are that there's just complex dynamics at play, and and how much maybe poverty would have to do with that. Anyway, so I hope that you could speak in some way to that historical context.
Sure. I don't want to pontificate all evening and keep the committee here too long. I will respond to a couple of your points. On the double jeopardy point, first of all, the way these, as lawyers refer to them, collateral consequences of criminal convictions work is they do subject people to double, triple, and sometimes quadruple jeopardy. You get punished once, twice, 3 times, 4 times for the rest of your life. And your life expectancy is lowered, and your entire community suffers as a result. There are right now over 70 million people in the United States, at least, that's a conservative estimate, with criminal records. As Representative Talbot Ross testified, a third of Mainers have arrest records, and some job applications require you to disclose arrest records. What happens is employers see those as scarlet letters, and they make you radioactive, and you're just passed over, either in favor of another applicant or not hired altogether. Now, to your larger point about our society's over-reliance on the criminal legal system to solve social problems, the United States is peerless, is unmatched in the world for doing this. We are the richest country in the world in the history of the world. We are less than 5% of the world population. yet we have over a quarter of the world's prisoners and people in jail. Maine has a lower incarceration rate than average, but it has a higher incarceration rate than most of the countries in the world. Our over-reliance on prisons is finally ending. Now there's bipartisan action federally to end it, as Representative Talbot Ross alluded to in her testimony, but this will require a lot of action from the state legislature as well. There was a very robust public hearing in the Criminal Justice Committee for the Department of Public Safety's and Department of Corrections budget. And more than 90% of the people who testified made this point more eloquently than I can at this hour to this exhausted committee. But thank you for your question. I appreciate it.
Representative Rader.
Thank you so much. I would assume that this policy, or the box, is something that also affects our foster care system in the US, because one of the conditions of parents being able to retain custody of their children once DHHS is involved is employment, ability to pay for needed services. So I would assume that were we to remove the box, were we to pass this bill, that we might see some sort of alleviation in the overcrowding in the foster care system. Does that sort of bear out in your research?
Absolutely. If we have family values and if we want to keep families together, then we should ban the box. Because what banning the box does is not hide forever and ever a criminal record from an employer. What it does is it gives a prospective employee a chance to make a first impression. It marginally increases their chance of being employed, which means their income has a higher likelihood of increasing, which means they'll have more disposable income and they'll be in a better position to be better parents. And so their parental rights are less likely to be terminated. And so this is definitely a family values bill. If you care about families, you should ban the box.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Representative Gear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks for being here to testify on this bill, Mr. Kavada. My question, it has to do with the other legal provisions that are in place about how a prospective employer can ask an employee about any criminal record. Are there other existing protections, or is that kind of a free-for-all?
Besides the restrictions that were enacted in the last legislature that Representative Talbot Ross mentioned, and those restrictions restrict the state from asking questions on an initial application. I don't know of any other restrictions, but I may be mistaken. I can do more research and get back to you by the work session.
I would be curious to see for the work session what the overall context of this type of question is. So thank you.
Sure.
Representative Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here, Mr. Kennedy. Just to clarify for myself and the many tired boxes here in front of me, what this bill does, it does not, or what it does not do actually, is to say whom amongst the pile of applicants that you have to call in for an interview. It doesn't then say that you can't ask somebody at that point about their criminal history. It doesn't say who you have to hire. It doesn't mandate anything except that when you look at that first list of applicants, you're judging them based on the skills that are put forward in the application and their resume of their past work history. Am I correct in that? I mean, it doesn't mandate anything except that in that form, that's the criminal history is not there, and just your skills.
Representative Sylvester, you are absolutely right. The only thing this bill does, it gives job applicants a chance to make a first impression.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Cabetta today? Thank you for being here, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Next will be Mr. Good, followed by Ms. Stickney.
Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. My name is Adam Good, the Legislative and Political Director of the Maine AFL-CIO. We represent 40,000 working people in the state of Maine, and we work to improve the lives and working conditions of our members and all working people, testifying in support of LD 1167. A union is a way to make sure that people who have a chance, when it comes to jobs, wages, benefits, and fair treatment when they go to work. This bill contains policy change that is commonly known as ban the box or fair chance. This nickname comes from the box that most employers require job applicants to check on their application, disclosing whether they have been arrested or convicted of a crime. In many workplaces, employers will not consider a candidate who checks the box. We believe the use of this box on a job application is a barrier to working people, is bad for business, and prevents people from working. Qualifications of job applicants should be considered first, without an immediate conviction inquiry that serves to discourage people from applying to jobs and functions as a screen that artificially weeds out qualified workers. Fair chance policy benefits people who work to provide for their families and their employers through ensuring a fair decision-making process by considering how related conviction is to the job at hand, the amount of time passed, and evidence of rehabilitation. Prohibiting an employer from requesting criminal history record information on an initial employee application form or stating on an initial employee application form or advertisement that a person who is otherwise qualified for the position may not apply or will not be considered for a position should they have a criminal record is the right thing to do. The proposed bill has exceptions that make sense for appropriate workplaces where federal or state laws or regulations mandate that a criminal conviction disqualifies an applicant. Approximately 70 million people in the United States have criminal records. 3/4 of the United States population lives in a jurisdiction that has banned the box, and many large companies have recognized this is a practice they want to move away from. These governments and companies have learned that employees should be hired based on the merits related to the work they are performing. In 2019, Congress passed the Fair Chance to Compete for Jobs Act, effectively banning the box on job applications for positions within federal agencies and private employers that contract with the federal government through prohibiting conviction inquiries of job applicants until the employer has made a conditional job offer. Finally, we believe that the penalties found in this bill are reasonable and necessary. Labor laws need to have teeth, and enforcement is the way to do that. A modest penalty of $100 to $500 is more than reasonable. So we encourage that you vote ought to pass on 1167.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, enjoy your evening. Next up is Beth Stickney.
Hello, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for lasting this long. and my name is Beth Stickney. I'm the director of the Maine Business Immigration Coalition, Maine's only resource dedicated to providing information, education, and advocacy on immigration and related issues from and for the business and economic perspective. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1167 today. I'm going to somewhat paraphrase my written testimony that you should already have and cut to the chase that immigrants to Maine are key to our state's population growth and to stemming the state's workforce shrinkage. Recently, recognizing immigrants' importance to Maine's economy, nearly 100 Maine businesses, chambers of commerce, trade associations, and higher education institutions have signed the Maine Compact on Immigration, which is attached to my testimony, urging state leaders to, quote, adopt policies and practices to help Maine become a destination of choice for immigrants to the US and that provide an environment where immigrants can reach their full potential in our state, unquote. LD 1167 is just such a type of policy change. Many of Maine's first-generation immigrants are people of color. As such, they encounter the same systemic problems that historically disadvantaged Black, Indigenous, and other people of color across the country face, including here in Maine. That unfortunately includes disproportionate policing that can lead to involvement with the criminal justice system, even if charges are ultimately dismissed. Absent a bill like 1167, immigrants who are profiled or who make a mistake in their in judgment that they have learned and moved on from can find themselves shut out from employment due to initial job postings or applications that ask about arrests and other criminal history and are used by employers to screen out applicants before the interview stage. Asking this question also prevents employers from meeting candidates that they might find following interviews to be the right fit for their jobs. LD 1167 is a measured bill that ultimately benefits employers as well as job seekers who have had contact with the criminal justice system. It advances equity in the job search process, where individuals can be judged for who they are in person rather than who they are on paper. This can help more Mainers, including immigrants, have opportunities to succeed in the state. Maine's shrinking labor force means that every working age resident should have equitable access to job opportunities. LD 1167 will help Maine reach that goal and ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions for Ms. Stickney? Seeing none. Next will be Ms. Francine Garland, followed by James Mile, followed by Jane McCullough and Jeff McCabe. And I will probably have to take a break myself personally after this particular piece of testimony. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Hi, I can't start my own video because the host has to, but this is Francine Stark.
You may start your video.
Thank you. Good evening, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. I'm Francine Stark. I'm a resident of Surrey, and I'm the executive director of and speak on behalf of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence. I'm here in support of LD 1167, which I see as an important step on Maine's path toward right-sizing the impact of our criminal justice system interventions by removing what is often an absolute and unnecessary barrier to gainful employment by those with a criminal record. This is a necessary step toward recognizing and addressing the disproportionate impact of criminal justice system involvement on communities of color. Maine's legislators often hear from MCEDV that there are insufficient consequences for perpetrators of domestic abuse and violence, and that more needs to be done to hold those who choose abuse and violence accountable for the harm they have caused. Both of those things remain true, but we also believe that criminal records can be an important component of community accountability, particularly where they inform the decisions that have impact on the long-term safety and well-being of survivors and their children. However, what criminal records should not be used for is to shame people for past criminal behavior in such a way that it shackles them to a permanent lower socioeconomic class. Unnecessary barriers to economic stability will only exacerbate violence in communities across Maine, including those experiencing domestic abuse and violence. For survivors with children, even those who are physically separate from the person who has abused them, children in common mean that their lives and well-being will be tied to those of the person who abused them for many years into the future. Decreased access to economic stability for a parent with a criminal history record is going to result in lower or no child support or spousal support payments that might have otherwise been ordered and paid. It means poorer housing choices for impacted children. It means an increased reliance on state-funded supports, and none of those impacts are going to make the survivors or their children safer. The last decade has also seen Maine incarcerating a substantially increased number of women, often for crimes that can be directly tied back to the abuse they've experienced. To compound punishment by the criminal justice system with essentially a life sentence of joblessness or jobs that have no prospect of advancement contributes to an increased likelihood of criminal recidivism, as well as generational poverty, violence, and marginalization. LD 1167 puts forward an elegant and effective public policy proposal, removing arbitrary barriers to gainful employment, accommodating employers who are legally mandated to conduct background checks, and still permitting employers to ultimately choose to allow a conviction to disqualify an applicant. As Maine considers how to right-size any impact of our criminal justice system interventions, while at the same time seeking ways to reduce violence and poverty in our communities, MCEDV supports this proposal and urges the committee to support it as well. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Stark. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your testimony, and we appreciate your efforts. I hope you have a good evening.
Thank you all very much.
Next, we have James Mile, followed by Jane Michaela, Jeff McCabe, and Mary Bonetto.
Oh, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, but we cannot see you, unfortunately, Mr. Mile, but please, you have the
No,
floor.
I'm afraid I'm off camera again, but I will give my testimony anyway. So my name is James Mile. I'm a policy analyst at the Maine Center for Economic Policy, and I'm testifying in support of 1167. MISA believes that Maine's past mistakes should not continue to damage their chances of employment and economic prosperity for the rest of their lives. But under current law, employers can inquire about an applicant's criminal history as part of that first step in the application process. And we believe these inquiries create new barriers to opportunity for Mainers who have served their time and are trying to re-enter society in one of the most important ways, by getting a job and earning an income. Our analysis shows that more than 1 in 6 working age Mainers, about 139,000 people between the ages of 18 and 64, have been arrested at least once in their lifetime. And because Maine does not currently have an organized process for sealing or expunging criminal records, these records of arrests are going to follow Mainers around for the rest of their lives. Our understanding is that current Maine law allows employers to ask about arrests as well as convictions. So that increases the risk or the consequences for individuals who could easily have been arrested and found innocent of a charge, but still have to disclose that on their application form. As others have stated, we know that there's research that shows that having an arrest record without a subsequent conviction is itself harmful to employment prospects, and it's even more harmful when folks have to disclose a discrete conviction that leads to lower employment rates and decreased future earnings. One such study that I'll cite as an example showed that applicants for entry-level positions who reported a recent 18-month period of incarceration for drug possession were about half as likely to be hired as their peers who did not have the same record. And this is especially troubling because we know that employment is a significant factor in preventing recidivism. So folks get stuck in this cycle of not being able to find a job, and that often pushes them into situations of criminal activity further again. One study on Mainers on probation found that full-time employment reduces their chances of reoffending by as much as 28%. I won't repeat much of the testimony that I have here that duplicates some of what others have said, but we know that this is something that is much more likely to affect Mainers of color, who are more likely to be prosecuted and more likely to be charged with more serious offenses. For one example in there I'll show is that, statistics show that Black Mainers are actually slightly less likely to use cannabis than white Mainers, but we know that they're up to 5 times as likely to be arrested for cannabis possession. Thank you, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mile. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming in. Next, we will have Jane Michaela.
Good evening. Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, members of the Joint Standing Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of LD 1167. My name is Jane Michaela, and I speak on behalf of the Maine Unitarian Universalist State Advocacy Network, from a faith tradition that affirms the inherent worth and dignity of every person. That principle is no less applicable to a person with a conviction on his record. I also speak as a retired management side employment lawyer, having spent a good bit of my career assisting employer clients of all sizes to accomplish their hiring objectives and defending their decisions when challenged. But I regularly reminded clients that the safest and soundest hiring decisions are those you can demonstrate to be based on the actual requirements of the job in question. But my advice to employer clients would likely not have included what I stand before you now to say, having learned of the unending handicap a criminal record imposes. That removing an application question that invites automatic conviction-based disqualification is the just and equitable thing to do, both for those with a conviction on their record and for our society as a whole. My sympathies once would have been with those who argue that employers are already overloaded with restrictions. Are they now going to be required to give some special kid gloves treatment to formerly convicted persons? On the contrary, it is only the smallest of moves that this bill calls for, one that could literally be accomplished with nothing more than a few keyboard strokes, or for the old school paper bound among us, a black Sharpie. The bill doesn't require employers to hire or give any preference to a person with a conviction history. It doesn't say that an employer can't ask in an interview about criminal records or ultimately reject an applicant for no reason other than a past conviction, regrettable as that would be. And on the other side of the scale, far too many people complete their incarceration only to begin a whole new life sentence that bars them from becoming productive members of society because they can't get jobs and suffer all the consequences. You can't get a job if you can't get an interview. Every one of us can point to something we accomplished only because someone gave us a chance, maybe even a second chance, or at least they didn't close the door on us when they otherwise could have. I urge you to keep that experience in mind as you consider this opportunity to make a fair chance in employment a reality here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Makala, and hopefully I got your name right that time. I can barely pronounce my own name at this point. Is there any questioning from the committee? Any questions from the committee for Ms. Makala? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff McCabe, the Honorable Mr. McCabe.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Chair Sylvester, members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I appreciate all of you being in there for such a long day for some very important issues, this one included. My name is Jeff McCabe, and I serve as the Director of Politics and Legislation for the Maine Service Employees Association. We are a labor union representing over 13,000 public sector and publicly funded workers and retirees statewide. We're here today in strong support of LD 1167. And if we could just echo all of the things said today and just repeat those, just some powerful testimony today, some great examples, and some great questions already by the committee. But we strongly feel that past conviction should not, at least in the initial job application, be the determining factor that discourages an applicant from applying for a job. Given the issues with employee recruitment and retention around the state, employers need to cast a wide net and cast that net far. We also believe that employers may be missing out on the best and most talented individuals in our state through this box check and by not sort of modernizing what we view hiring practices. You've heard about many of the other states that do this. I would also encourage the committee to look at some companies such as Target, Walmart, Home Depot. There's just a number of places that have already stopped using this as the initial sort of check on an application. And we think that, this is a trend that should be put into law. So to be clear and to make sure that everyone realizes, LD 1167 doesn't eliminate an employer's ability to conduct a background check, nor does it prevent that question during the process of an interview. So earlier there was some questions in regards to the number of convictions and sort of a trigger, I guess you would say, for when this type of question might be allowable on a job application. And I sat here and thought about that, and I thought of the times that I've conducted interviews with individuals and, times where past criminal history may have come up in the interview process. And I thought about that because that allows for an opportunity for a discussion around that, for an individual to explain a past conviction or to explain, a specific arrest. And I just thought of, through the process and through the application process, really, there's so many other merits that come up in the process of a job interview. And I thought that's probably the best place to have that conversation. And I really just think that, if one thing's clear in listening to the committee's questions on other issues, as well as some of the challenges that our state faces, I think it's so important that we help job applicants sort of get through the door because their criminal conviction, shouldn't be a barrier. In our great state of Maine, I think it's...
Mr. McCabe, unfortunately,
Absolutely.
I'm going to put a barrier in front of you continuing as that is the end of your time. But perhaps you can summarize your thoughts quickly.
Absolutely. And I would say thank you for opening that door. And I would just remove that barrier. And I would encourage folks to, think about banning the box and think about giving folks a chance. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Benito has left, and so Director Rowland is next.
Am I here?
You are here. Your
Okay.
existence, you are validated. Please, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. I don't think Senator Hickman is there right now. So Representative Sylvester and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. I'm Mike Rowland, Director of the Bureau of Labor Standards at the Maine Department of Labor, and I'm here to provide testimony in support of LD 1167, an act relating to fair chance in employment. I am again going to skip over some of the background in my written testimony, which you have, and cut right to the chase and say the Department of Labor would be required to enforce this new section of law in statute. And we have only two suggestions to improve the effectiveness of the bill. First, in the proposed section 600-A.1.b, the phrase "an employer of an individual who holds a position in," and another phrase "a position with," are, we believe, superfluous and do not seem to support the intent of the bill. We believe removing those two sections would improve the clarity without detracting from the effectiveness of the statute. And another in section, section 600, in which the bill proposes to place this section, this statute, involves concealed firearms in vehicles at places of employment and may not be the best placement for the new statute. We would suggest instead inserting it after either section 594, which prohibits charging a fee for a job application, or section 598A, which prohibits asking for a social security number on a job application. And we've made these suggestions, we shared them with the sponsor already. So thank you for your time and attention, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rowland. Are there any questions? Representative Bradstreet.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Rowland, for being here. Just a quick one. So as far as the enforcement of this, would it be a simple case of just looking at the applications that the employer has?
If we were to receive a complaint, yeah, we certainly would take a look at the applications and make sure that they were in compliance. That's right. And the advertisement of the position as well, if that were the complaint. Yep.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Director Rowland? Seeing none, thank you for stopping by the night shift, Director Rowland. We will see you next time.
Happy to join you. Thank you.
And we'll see you at the work session. Thank you.
Okay.
Next, we have Peter Lehman. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. Welcome to all of you who have stuck it out. Representative Sylvester and distinguished members of the committee, including my Senator Miramont. My name's Peter Lehman. I live in Thomaston. I'm a professional sociologist and criminologist and formerly incarcerated. I'm here testifying on behalf of the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. The first time I came to Thomaston, where I live now, was 23 years ago. I was in shackles, en route to the old prison. I'd made serious mistakes and was paying the consequences. What I didn't realize was that I'd received a life sentence. Offenders, criminals, owe a debt that needs to be paid, but that's not really the way it works. A debt has a beginning and an end. This debt is never marked paid, and criminal sentences go on forever. As you've already heard, and I would only repeat, working with formerly incarcerated citizens during the past 20 years and my own experience, finding employment is one of the biggest hurdles for ex-offenders. My own experience and research shows that the biggest step in getting a job is getting in the door, getting far enough to actually talk with the employer so that they can get to know you, so that they can have a sense of how much work and sincere effort you've put into your recovery and changing your life. So they can have a sense of how hard you will work for them and how much you can contribute. The research shows very clearly that getting past the initial application and into face-to-face meeting is the most important thing, and that's what this bill attempts to accomplish. The research gives us direct causal evidence that you're twice as likely to get a call back without the box checked. In other words, if you have a criminal history and it's asked about, you have half the chance of getting an interview. This bill doesn't, as you know, it doesn't require anybody to be hired. I just want to also point out, and I've attached to my testimony, an evaluation from the city of and county of Durham, North Carolina. And in 2011, they began an initiative to eliminate the criminal history question on all initial employment applications. And the result benefited everybody. Not only did they surprise themselves in hiring people who a background check after the initial application, it showed up a criminal history, they hired them anyway. They surprised themselves with how much they did. And they also surprised themselves by finding that these were better employees in the sense that there were less problems and less turnover among those people. So I urge you to read that evaluation and take to heart the notion that this is a win-win for both the employee and the employer. And I really appreciate it. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. I even gave you a chart.
Wow.
I'm a sociologist.
We didn't get you anything except a long day's wait.
Yeah,
are there any questions? Senator Miramont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, and thank you, Mr. Lehman, for being your usual self, honest and open and looking underneath the issue to give us some insight into possibilities. I've always appreciated that in everything you participated in.
Thank you, Senator.
So the question is, how long to take the drive here? Sorry, I'm leaving.
All day.
Yes, we've all been on the road all day. Are there any other questions for Mr. Lehman? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony. This is, hopefully that on this one, this will be the last time that we have to testify on this, but we thank you for coming in, and we'll.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. And last for proponents. Oh no, I am sorry. I have made a mistake. We have two left, and first is Ray Luke Lavasser. Mr. Lavasser, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. And if you can start your video, you can. If not, just go ahead.
Well, I would start the video, but I live in a black hole for the internet in the town of Waldo, and so I can't talk and be seen at the same time.
Very good. Then we will just go ahead. You have the floor, sir.
Okay. Well, greetings to you, Representative Sylvester and Senator Hickman, and all distinguished members of the committee. I do urge you in a bipartisan way to support LD 1167. I submitted a longer written statement. I'm just going to excerpt a little from it. Some of this may be familiar to you, Representative Sylvester. I've testified on fair chance employment several times. My name is Ray Luke Lavasser, originally from Sanford, now in Waldo. I'm one of 70 million American adults with arrest and or conviction records. And I'm a formerly incarcerated person. I'm also a Vietnam veteran. I survived war in prison to return to my home state, originally Sanford, and then moved up to Waldo. I was released from prison in 2004, and I desperately needed a job. You need a job to successfully transition and reintegrate yourself with the community, with family, and of course to get those basic necessities of life, from food, rent, clothing, etc. I also needed a job because, like many people released from prison, I was on supervised release. And supervised release for most people mandates that you be gainfully employed, a risk of technical violation and being sent back. So for almost 3 weeks, I scoured Portland, where I was living at the time, for a job. I filled out many job applications. I didn't get a single call back, not one for an interview. And these were largely unskilled jobs, very entry-level sort of things. And everywhere I went looking for a job, I carried my DD-214 with me, which is my military discharge papers. In my case, my DD-214 states that I have an honorable discharge from the United States Army and I served a tour in Vietnam. But that honorable discharge and being a war veteran did absolutely zero. No good at all for me when it came to obtaining a job. It seemed as though my military service and my war service were reduced to nothing when I checked the yes box on the applications that asked if I'd ever been convicted of a crime. And that's what really got me into this issue 4 or 5 years ago and working on it, of banning the box. Finally, I obtained, and this is a good point, finally I obtained a minimum wage job. Finally, I obtained a minimum wage job as a dishwasher at a restaurant. No questions asked. I worked there for several months. During the time, I received pay raises, praises, and offered a promotion to a better position within the restaurant. But I left after several months for another job, and that employer gave me a good reference for my next job. And summing up, finish up, the point here is that I was given a chance, an opportunity to demonstrate that I was dependable, hardworking, and trustworthy. And I turned that chance, that opportunity, to move myself from being an unemployed person and stigmatized to a valued employee, and from a tax burden to a taxpayer.
Thank you, Mr. Levasseur. And that is the end of your 3 minutes. We may have some questions for you, but we thank you for being here today. Are there any questions for Mr. Levasseur? Mr. Levasseur, I have one. What do you think, having the opportunity to fill out an application, or in your case, the ability to get that dishwasher job without having to go through that process, would mean to you in your past, to have been able to have a wide array of jobs that you would have had an option to have that same chance?
I think the minute you can have personal contact with a potential employer enhances the chance that you're going to get that job. Enhances the chance that the person will start to look at you more and seriously consider your qualifications for the job, and balance that with if the issue of a criminal conviction comes up, and look at both of it and balance it and see it, and make a decision based on that. But it moves a person closer to making their best case, why they're the person to fill that position, whether it's a dishwasher job or it's a computer job or whatever it might be. I think, I didn't want to cite a lot of statistics. There's been some very valuable ones cited, and I'm aware of those, and I cite some in my longest statement. But it's been consistently shown through studies that just getting beyond that application and not seeing it go in the wastebasket first because you check that box will improve your chances for a job. That's been pretty clearly established.
Thank you.
Doesn't guarantee it.
If you want to make those available for us, we'd be happy to read them for the work session. Representative Geer has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks very much for being here, Mr. Lavasser. I just really wanted to say I appreciate you sharing your story with us and the fact that you're extending that story to caring about others who have facing similar situations and for working hard for this change. So just really appreciate your being here. As you look back on the evolution that you've gone through, what has the ability to get a job and advance then meant to you?
Well, it meant the world to me when I got the dishwashing job, because the restaurant owner in Portland was so desperate for a dishwasher, he didn't bother with an application or much of an interview. Not an interview that probed, where I had been. I eventually told them to just be upfront with them, but that was an opportunity, and I underscored it, because however low you're starting, to come back to your family and community and go from tax burden to taxpayer, you need that job. You need it to secure housing. You need it to secure food, and you need it to take that first step is just incredibly important. And I used that job to get myself in a position where they were offering me a promotion, but I had my eye on other kinds of work, and I used that as a stepping stone to get into one of the trades. Eventually, it has a happy ending for all concerned. First of all, I have become a recidivist statistic. I haven't taken my prison experience and gone out and disgruntled for not getting a job or becoming homeless and ended up back in jail. I've stayed out of jail, haven't had a speeding ticket or a parking ticket in the last 16 years. So that first step is important.
It certainly
and when people
is.
first come out, that's when they're the most vulnerable to fall into a trap, to reoffend. So it's a somebody said win-win. Well, it is a win-win all around if you want safe and secure communities and healthy and stable families. Banning the box is a big step for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Lavasser. Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Lavasser? Well, and sir, I want to thank you here for being here. It's not the first time we've had to go around on this, and I appreciate you. You certainly have worked harder than anyone in this state to make sure that this bill becomes a reality, and we thank you for the inspiration of your story every time.
Thank you all.
All right, be well. Next, we have our last proponent, Whitney Parrish. Welcome, Ms. Parrish.
Thank you, Chair Sylvester, distinguished and very patient members of the committee. My name is Whitney Parrish. I'm the Advocacy and Communications Director of Health Equity Alliance and a proud resident of Hollowell. We are a nonpartisan, nonprofit public health and harm reduction organization that envisions a world where health justice is realized for all Mainers, especially our most vulnerable, writing in strong support of LD 1167. So Health Equity Alliance serves predominantly lower income rural living Mainers throughout northern, down east, and mid-coast Maine. So Bangor, Belfast, Calais, Ellsworth, Machias, and Rockland. Individually and collectively, the people we serve do face higher rates of criminal justice contact and involvement for all the reasons you've heard today, including ineffective efforts to treat the public health issue of problematic drug use primarily as a criminal matter. As a result, many of our clients face immense hurdles when trying to get back on their feet after a criminal conviction or period of incarceration. Mainers believe that everyone deserves a fair chance to thrive in life. We also believe that when you've paid the price for the mistakes you've made, you should have the opportunity to live your life without the weight of your past as a constant burden. As you've heard, people with criminal history records, including people who were incarcerated, need stable jobs for the very same reasons we do, to support themselves and their families, pursue and accomplish their life goals, and experience the dignity of contributing to their communities and helping to build a better future for their fellow residents. Experiencing a criminal conviction, whether a misdemeanor or felony, can become a perpetual punishment. And one thing I did want to share that's not in my written testimony with consent is that, my daughter is the child of a parent who was previously incarcerated in our federal prison system, which can often bring much more stigma for lots of reasons. And while he could not be here today, we experienced years of heartbreak as he was passed over for jobs over and over, often causing such distress that it felt like there was no point in continuing to try despite being more than qualified by experience and education. It impacted him personally, his ability to keep going with trying to find jobs, me, our kids, and kept an incredible worker and thinker jobless for too long. It crushes your spirit and defeats it. We know from those you've heard from here that this is not a unique situation. Mainers also believe in the intrinsic value of work. Denying anyone a fair chance when applying for a job runs counter to those values. And we know that fostering opportunities for formerly incarcerated people can have a significant positive ripple effect throughout our communities. When we support and develop opportunities for formerly convicted Mainers to better their lives, we help support families, strengthen communities, provide employers with committed employees, and develop a broader base of taxpayers who can help fund future programs and supports that avoid the need for incarceration in the first place. There's no doubt that giving a fair chance is the right, just, and compassionate thing to do for everyone and serves everyone in Maine. Everyone deserves a chance at a better life. We are so thankful to Assistant Majority Leader Talbot Ross for unwavering leadership and everyone here who has testified, and we strongly urge the committee to support LD 1167. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Parrish. Are there any questions from the committee for Ms. Parrish? Seeing none. Thank you, sir. Or thank you, Ms. Parrish. It's been a long day. I'm the sir. But
Thank you.
You know, we'll just go pronoun free. There we go.
Perfect. Thank
Have
you.
a wonderful rest of your evening.
You too.
That ends our list of proponents. Our only opponent is Jeff Austin. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Representative Sylvester, members of the committee. My name is Jeff Austin. I will speak very quickly. I've submitted written testimony, but you can kind of ignore it. I'd like to make 4 quick points. First, I want to thank Representative Talbot Ross for presenting what I think is a modest proposal. She, I think, is trying to balance the interests of employers and the interests of the job seekers, and I appreciate that this is a modest proposal. We have some concerns, though. First, our members want to make clear that this is a deliberate issue for them. They didn't just grab an application form off the internet that has this question on it. They don't just ask this question because they've always asked this question. They ask the question because they're going to follow up and they're going to do background checks, and people are going to be disqualified depending on the offense and depending on the position. The nature of our work is such that we have people who are sedated in gowns, in beds, defenseless overnight. We're going to look into histories. We have fentanyl in the building. We're going to look into histories. So they want to make it clear that this is not something they just ask to ask. They follow up and they follow through. Second, as I read it, this doesn't just ban the box. An element of fairness, there's a lot of facets to fairness, but one element of fairness that's bedrock is giving people notice, giving people a heads up. And I believe that is prohibited by this bill. I don't think we can disclose. It's one thing to say, hey, tell me about yourself and tell me something embarrassing about yourself on an application form. I don't think we can even give a heads up. Hey, you're applying at an institution that will do criminal background checks. So without asking you anything about yourself, please know that if you make it so far, one will be conducted and it may be disqualified. But let me close by saying we have a couple of proposals. One is give us the law you gave to the state. This bill does not mirror LD 170 for us as employers. Can we have the same language that was given to the state? A second that maybe only would impact us, I'm not sure, is if you look at lines 37 to 39, where there's an exception, most of our employees fall into that section. In that you have a state law requiring us to do background checks. It's got some amorphous, ambiguous language, but it covers a lot of our employees. If you were to tweak lines 37 to 39 and say, we're required by federal state law to conduct a criminal history record check for most of the positions or a majority of the positions at that institution, then we can continue to do what we do, which is essentially ask everybody and essentially run everyone through the background check system. So it's a couple of ideas to way to move forward. So I know it's late. I see the clock and I appreciate your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Are there any questions from the committee for Mr. Austin? Representative Warren.
I'll be quick, but just want to clarify, this law, as I understand it being proposed, would allow the same ability to have all that information ultimately to make the decision. And so I'm wondering, can you say anything or clarify your understanding that just sort of having that first chance of getting in the door, like having the same kind of opportunity to be considered, and then to have all the information that you would need to make the best decision for you in that workplace. It feels like it's, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that you would feel ultimately like you'd have the information that you need, but just maybe to address any unconscious biases or just to make sure that everyone has that fair first shot.
Yeah, I think the issue is, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate that that's the spirit of the bill. It doesn't prohibit asking these questions ultimately or doing criminal background checks, and I appreciate that. Ultimately, it gets to fairness. Why did we string you along? Why did we make you take a day off from work and do a job application and arrange an interview, only to tell you at that point, oh, by the way, we do this and you're going to be disqualified if you X, Y, or Z. So if it was a rare or occasional position for us, for whom we did background checks and for whom disqualification mattered, I can kind of see it. It's pretty much everybody for us. And it's a lot of offenses that we're going to look at. So it's that aspect of fairness. Shouldn't we put you on notice as we hand you a form and schedule your interview? Hey, we're going to ask you, and it may disqualify you. We're violating that. We're pulling that rug out from under people's feet when they get there. So if it was an occasional position or an occasional offense that mattered to us, I can understand it, but we're doing this, a lot for a lot of workers. So if we could have the state's language without asking people about their backgrounds, can we give them a heads up? Hey, look, we do these background checks, and for some of you and for some offenses, it will be disqualifying without you telling us anything about yourself. So I don't think the bill's evil. I get it. I get it that people might disagree, but I think there's other sides to fairness, and notice is a bedrock principle of fairness, in our opinion.
And just to clarify, could I ask a follow-up?
Yes.
My understanding would be that it would be likely that they would know that would be coming, especially if the current status is that it happens, right at the start. That would be my understanding. But you're saying you maybe would be concerned that people would misunderstand and think that banning the box means no background check in that way at all. In which case you could be right. I'm trying to just understand what you're.
Well, I don't know the law. I don't know these laws that well, and I'm reading the bill as I read it, but I see section 2B. So 2A, we can't ask. 2B, we can't even tell you. So how would an employee know? A prospective applicant, how would they know? Is this a job for which I'm going to get asked a question about something I'm embarrassed about or something I don't want to disclose? It looks to me like it prohibits that. I may be wrong.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee for Mr. Austin? Mr. Austin, I have a quick one. Are there jobs in a hospital that somebody who is convicted, for example, of a simple minor theft or a job of, some sort of gross traffic violation would be able to apply for?
Well, yes. The way I get this information is the way I'm giving you information now over a Zoom call with CEOs. Sure. And what they said is there are some automatically disqualifying offenses, but for many offenses, they will look at what is the job description, what's the nature of the offense. One offense 20 years ago was very different than 4 offenses in the last year. They're human beings. They get the nuance. They need positions. They have a lot of unfilled positions. It's not a simple matrix. I mean, look at the direct.
And I wasn't suggesting that it was. I was simply asking for my own clarification that there are in fact jobs at the hospital that would not be disqualified for every conviction. And I guess in my thought that folks who have these convictions are probably very cognizant of them as they go into applications and might appreciate the chance. But I appreciate you answering the question. Are there any other questions for Mr. Austin? Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you hanging in with us.
Thank you. I love farms.
All right, that is the end of our opponents. We have two folks to testify. First is Curtis Picard. Welcome, Mr. Picard. And he is testifying neither for nor against.
Correct. Good evening, Representative Sylvester and members of the Labor and Housing Committee. I'm Curtis Picard with the Retail Association of Maine. I'm glad, I believe it's probably Mr. Gore who's probably standing between you and dinner or an adult beverage, but I will be quick. We are testifying.
Whole other bill, sir, so go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. So I'm here neither for nor against this bill. I know this bill has been introduced before. I didn't catch the entirety of the testimony this afternoon, but I believe Representative Sylvester, you may have mentioned my concern for my written testimony, which is for small employers that don't have HR departments, we would ask that the Department of Labor generate a standard job application that could be used. This was something we asked with the salary history bill, which I think was LD 276. And we were told at that time the Department of Labor was going to do that. I don't think that was ever done. And maybe it got sidetracked because of the pandemic. So we just wanted to raise that again. We would, our experience has been with small employers. They're likely to just Google job application, generic job application, and they're going to come up with one that's going to ask for salary history. There's going to be one that's going to ask for criminal history. So if there's a standard job application that we would be happy to publicize, that's our only concern with this bill. So I'll stop there and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Picard. It was actually your and my conversation that started us down that road towards that application. And so I'm sorry to hear that it has not yet been generated, but you can be assured that that'll be something that I'll be speaking with the commissioner about. Are there any other questions for Mr. Picard? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Mr. Gore.
Good afternoon.
It's the night shift, sir.
It is the night. You're right. It should be this evening. It's the second shift is in and at work. Good evening. My name is Peter Gore. I'm the Executive Vice President at the Maine State Chamber of Commerce, and I'm glad to provide you with our comments on LD 1167. So some folks on this committee already know this, but this bill was actually introduced over 2 years ago. And at the time, Representative Talbot Ross met with us and discussed our concerns with the bill that was drafted. The bill was carried over and the committee tackled the language again last at the, in the limited second session in 2020 that there was. And again, the bill sponsor met and worked with us on it. And the language that you see before you in 1167 was actually the language that the committee settled on prior to the declaration of the pandemic and all kinds of hundreds of bills dying on the table. And we're okay with it. I don't always agree with a lot of the proponent testimony on bills like this, but I do happen to agree with most of what was said today. In fact, the bill is a very simple bill. It just doesn't allow an employer to ask the question on either a written or a virtual job application. And we think that's okay. And most of the employers that we talk with have told us they're okay with it too. And more to the point, most of them aren't asking this question anyway anymore, surprisingly enough. Now, prior to the pandemic, we also were told employers were hiring people with an incarceration background or a criminal conviction background, and they were okay with that, as long as the person told them that that was the situation and they didn't find out about it later on through a background check or something else. So the biggest issues that we had and we would remain having with this bill are employers want to be able to conduct background checks, and employers want to be free to make decisions in their hiring process that best works for their company. And that may include hiring someone with a criminal conviction, or it may not. But in terms of asking the question on a job applications or not asking that question, we're okay with that. And with that, I'll try and answer any questions that you have. And I appreciate you folks hanging in here all day long on this.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Are there any questions for Mr. Gore? Seeing none, well, but Mr. Gore and Mr. Picard, if you are still here, you will be glad to see that Mr. Langland has posted Isaac Gringus popped up into my screen, giving us the universal job application. And so I look forward to
See that.
examining that and posting that wide. Hopefully we'll all put it on our social media. Thank you, Mr. Gore.
And thank you.
Is that our last testifier,
It
Melissa?
is. For this
And I would close the hearing on LD 1167. And thanking the sponsor, Rachel Talbot Ross, representative. We thank you for being here and bringing forward this bill. Is Representative Brennan?
I reached out to him. He read it, so I assume he'll be here before too long.
Okay, why don't we go at ease for 5 minutes, check back in to see if we're ready to go. So we'll see you all back here 6:35.
Hello? I'm waiting for you.
Folks, it's 6:34. Representative Brennan is here if you are within the sound of my voice.
Yes, Representative Sylvester.
Welcome, Representative Brennan. We appreciate you being here in the night shift, and we appreciate you bringing forward this bill. I will open the public hearing on LD 832, and with that, I give it over to the bill's sponsor, Representative Mike Brennan.
Well, if you can believe this, Representative Sylvester, I just got out of a work session with Judiciary Committee. So there are other committees that are working just as long. And this afternoon, the Education Committee, we had a public hearing. We had over 50 people testify. So it's been a long day for everybody. So I will make this fairly short. Thank you for allowing me to introduce 832, an act to promote immigrant workplace development and community integration. And I will just say, I'm not going to read my testimony, but this bill grew out of my experience of being mayor of the city of Portland. And when I was mayor, we had a number of people that came to the city of Portland from other parts of the country and other parts of the world. And it was extraordinarily frustrating to try to figure out ways to allow people to enter the workforce and integrate in the community, because we had to put people on waiting lists because there were not enough language acquisition programs. They had to wait for periods of time before they could get authorized to work, and they were not eligible for federal funds for workforce development. So what this bill does is allocate $500,000 to allow the state, where appropriate, to purchase language acquisition and support language acquisition programs. I think each and every one of you would understand that if people are unable to have language, their ability to get into the workplace and to be integrated in the community is severely limited. Secondly, at one point, almost 50% of asylum seekers, not immigrants and refugees, but almost 50% of asylum seekers who came to Portland had a college degree. And yet they ended up on general assistance and workfare programs because that's the requirement of general assistance, even though they may have been a lawyer, a doctor, or a professional in the country that they came from. So the second part of the bill that allocates $500,000 would provide flexible money to the Department of Labor to allow people in those situations that they have extensive professional experience to go to college to take one course, to do some type of certification course, or to do whatever they need to do in order to match up the experience and expertise they have from other countries with requirements in the labor market here. I knew somebody from Burundi who had been an electrician in Burundi and needed to take 2 or 3 courses at the community college in order to line up his experience that he had in Burundi with the requirements to be an electrician here in the United States. So I think that type of flexible money that can focus on the individual needs of people is very important. And if we can simultaneously give people language acquisition, to access to language acquisition, and to multiple workforce development programs, we will then be able to benefit hugely from people that are coming from other parts of the country, other parts of the world, and integrate them quickly into our workforce as well as in the community. Lastly, the bill, and I know you probably have a better understanding of this than I would, but in 2019, the city of Portland, within the space of a month, we saw 300 to 450 people come from the border of Texas to Portland as asylum seekers. We were not prepared. The city was not prepared. The state was not prepared. Eventually, we did respond, and people stepped up, and we were able to provide housing, able to provide food, able to provide places for people to live in other communities. But I really think that having an interagency task force that has a plan and has an ability to respond to situations like this proactively, rather than us being put in a situation of responding reactively, would be of huge benefit not only to the city of Portland, but to the entire state. So those are the three parts of the bill: language acquisition, workforce development, and better planning and coordination of state agencies to respond to people that come to the state of Maine seeking to live here. So thank you very much. And I'd be more than happy to answer any questions as long as you don't go past 7 o'clock.
That's 20 minutes, committee. Representative Bradstreet.
That's about
you have
all I got
19
left
minutes of them.
to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative, for bringing this forward. Is it my understanding that a lot of these jobs that these asylum seekers would be looking to find would be fairly high-paying jobs?
Yes, Representative Bradstreet. I mean, if they were able to enter a profession that was similar to the profession they had from the country they came in, yes. We've had situations in Portland where people have been doctors and nurses. They end up working at Mercy Hospital or Maine Medical Center drawing blood. So that's drawing upon their medical expertise, but certainly not at the level that they had in the country that they came from or what they've been trained for. So the expectation would be that if you had somebody who was an electrician in another country, if you could make sure that they have the appropriate training to meet the requirements here in the United States, that would be a good paying job. Yes.
Oh, Mr. Chair. You're muted.
Well, then no, if I'm muted. Yeah, yes.
Okay,
Yes, there you go, Representative Bradstreet.
Okay, well, given that, and I appreciate that answer. Given that, do you think it would be better for the sustainability of the fund you're seeking to have these in forms of loans that could be paid back by high-income people rather than a grant that will drain the fund?
Not necessarily. I mean, there are any number of different programs that are made available to businesses, people in the private sector that come in the form of grants. You know, I look at the return of being able to get somebody into the workforce, given the fact that we have so many jobs and we have so many sectors that we're struggling to get people into the workforce. I think that if we can provide that type of assistance, that type of training, that type of education for people, the payoff in getting those people into the workforce, we will see in the immediate future. So I don't look so much of it being a loan program as much as I would see it as a grant program.
Thank you. Representative Pebworth and then Representative Warren, did you have a question? No, Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Brennan. My question is a little bit along the line of Representative Bradstreet's. If I'm confused or, confused by the structure of the bill, because what if the task force studies this and they decide that housing is the #1 issue, that rather than language acquisition, they want to up housing, or that what happens in the task force could affect the following two lines in the bill? I'm curious about that.
Well, I got to say, I can't imagine there's going to be a task force or any group in the state that's going to get together and say that language acquisition is not the first step of intervention to assist people that come here. I'd be other than achieving basic necessities. I mean, obviously, you're right that you would want to provide food and housing for people. But the very next step in terms of having people become part of the community and part of the workforce, it clearly would be language acquisition. I obviously would not be adverse to a group coming together and saying we need to do more around housing, we need to do more around transportation and other issues. And that's where I say, based on my experience in Portland, and having interacted significantly with this community, I think that's language acquisition jumps to the top. And then secondly, when I look at workforce development, given the fact that there are restrictions on people who are asylum seekers being able to be authorized to work and also to have access to workforce development funds. It seems that it is a great use of their time during that 6 months they are not able to work. If we can get people the training and the support they need to be able to enter the workforce after that period of time, that would seem to align with my experience. But I certainly would agree that there might be other people that have other approaches and have other ideas.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for Representative Brennan? Representative Brennan, I have a quick one. We were presented early in this session, which now seems years ago, with a report from the New Maine Resource Center in Portland Adult Ed about the barriers to licensure.
Yep.
For folks who come with
Yep.
skilled credentials.
Yep.
And in those, one of the major barriers are the things that you're listing in this bill. Are they not the ability to have language skills, but also the ability to regain that licensure, which is the part of the workforce development piece, as I understand it. Is that correct?
No, that's correct. I've seen that report. I've read that report. I've had discussions with the people at Adult Basic Education. And I won't say that this bill was totally based on that report, but that report was definitely reflective of the experience that I've had. And that's why, again, I was looking at the language acquisition, looking at the ability for somebody to take the experience, professionalism, and training they've had and allow them to have resources that we would be able to get them into the workforce as quickly as we can, either requiring licensing or some type of recertification. Yes.
Well, thank you, Representative Brennan. Seeing no other questions, we thank you for bringing the bill forward.
And thank you. And I know that you have a number of other bills and you have a number of other initiatives to discuss, and I'd be more than happy to work with the committee to find the appropriate vehicle to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a number of vehicles coming forward with this same subject matter. All right, next we have Beth Stickney, and she is going to be followed, if I can read, by Heather Spalding. Ms. Stickney, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. Thank you again, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee for hanging in there for so long today so that we're all having the opportunity to testify on various bills. Once again, my name is Beth Stickney. I'm the director of the Maine Business Immigration Coalition. I won't bother describing it again. You have my testimony in writing. I will add, I am an immigration lawyer. I've specialized in immigration law since 1985. Making me maybe older than some of you on this call, and or for longer than you've been, some of you. Anyhow, and I was also the founder of the Immigrant Legal Advocacy Project in Portland, and have worked with asylum seekers in Maine and immigrants of all stripes for a couple of decades. At any rate. LD 832 is, very well intended, but I do believe it is redundant of other efforts that are trying to achieve the same goals. So I just want to point some of those out to you. First of all, the task force it proposes, the Department of Labor has actually, the State Workforce Board recently put together an immigrant subcommittee to look at all sorts of issues that are barriers to workforce development and integration of immigrants. That committee just started meeting last month and is going to be meeting monthly and has multiple state agencies on it and stakeholders from a variety of immigrant and immigrant serving organizations, as well as others with relevant expertise. Given that that committee has already been formed, it seems like maybe we should let that committee have a chance to see if it can get something done. Second, another bill that passed with bipartisan support in both chambers, LD 647, an act to attract, educate, and retain new state residents to strengthen the workforce, was close to receiving funding from the AFA when the legislature had to prematurely adjourn last March. And it is being reintroduced this session, but has been divided into two bills. The first part of the reintroduced bill hasn't been printed yet. That's LR 1095, is sponsored by Representative Kristen Cloutier. This is a very well-developed bill. There were millions, well, not millions, but a lot of stakeholders that went into developing this bill when it was first introduced by Roger Cates in the 128th, where it also passed with bipartisan support in both chambers. And it would boost funding for adult education programs and school administrative districts around the state that want to expand their ESL capacity due to high demand or want to start ESL programs in order to attract immigrants. It would also provide funding for combined ESL job skills classes that are developed with employers and can be offered at the worksite following successful models that have been deployed in Maine at Barber Foods and by the banking industry and other sectors. The second part of the bill, LD 1329, is co-sponsored by Representative Talbot Ross and would provide funding for career advancement.
And unfortunately, Ms. Stickney, we're at the end of your 3 minutes.
Sorry.
We understand there's two bills. Do you have anything you'd like to summarize on this bill?
Yes, so my summary is that both of those bills actually have statewide reach, which 832 does not, for the way it's configured. And because it serves, Representative Talbot Ross's bill would serve all Mainers, not just immigrants, who need career navigation support, that it has broader geographic and demographic reach. And I, believe that we should be perhaps tabling 832 to advance the other bills that are more fully developed at this time.
Thank you very much. And folks, I made a mistake. Ms. Stickney was testifying neither for nor against. So we do have one more proponent, but thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Stickney? I have a quick one. The Immigrant Task Force you were referencing, does that have funding?
It is being staffed by Chris Quint and Josh Howe. So I think it's probably just being absorbed into the existing Department of Labor resources.
Okay, thank you very much. And seeing no other questions, thank you for being here with us, Ms. Stickney. We appreciate you hanging in with us. And last is Heather Spalding.
We have Mike Emery as well, Mr. Chair.
Oh, and Mike Emery. Well, there you go. So Heather Spalding and then Mike Emery. Ms. Spalding, are you there?
Hi there. I am here. I don't know how to. Oh, okay. Now I can start my video. Okay. Hi, everybody. Good evening. Representative Sylvester. I think Senator Hickman is back with us and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Labor and Housing. My name is Heather Spalding, and I'm Deputy Director of Maine Organic Farmers and Gardeners Association. I appreciate the opportunity to provide comments in support of LD 832. I spend most of my time in the legislature before the ACF committee, but I've been with you since 10 this morning, and I really, really appreciate the work that you're doing. I'm so grateful for it, and thank you for sticking with it for so long today. We need workers in the farm sector. MAFCA farmers face a serious labor shortage, and we want to encourage opportunities for people to learn farm skills and gain inspiration to start farms of their own. We need a thriving farm worker community so that farm owners don't have to make difficult decisions to produce less, a trend reported by Maine's Commissioner of Agriculture, Amanda Beal. Planting less results in less local food and less income for Maine's agricultural economy. Maine has a long history of encouraging opportunities in the farm labor sector. However, it has been increasingly difficult to find willing farm workers. And we see this as an opportunity, an important way to build our farm labor pool while addressing the critical need to promote justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion in our broader community. We're committed to creating a food system that's just and equitable for all. And this is a central component of our education, training, and advocacy work. We recently received funding to offer training to agricultural services providers and organizations on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And as service providers to the agricultural community, we are constantly learning how to better center and support marginalized voices. Data reflects a shift in demographics of Maine agriculture, making this work even more urgent. MAFCA believes that the future of farming in Maine, if not the entire Northeast, is going to be much more diverse than it has been, with many immigrants and asylum seekers and service providers trained in issues of social justice and social and racial justice, cultural competency, and diversity skills will be better prepared to equitably support this trend and grow the beginning farmer population. Services from immigrants and asylum seekers will be a critical part of creating a more just and sustainable agricultural system. We should welcome immigrants and help them settle into a productive lives in Maine. Many of the immigrants and asylum seekers have extensive farm experiences, yet they need support with housing, language skills, transportation, and other social services. We feel that this bill is critically important for harnessing the skills and willingness to work demonstrated by new Mainers and other immigrant communities. Many MAFCA farms struggle to consistently find dependable employees. It would be terrific.
And thank you, Ms. Spalding. That is the end of your 3 minutes. If you could summarize.
This is my last sentence. It would be terrific if the new Mainers would like to fill these positions. We should welcome the new Mainers into the workforce, help them build a good life in Maine, and become official taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Spalding. Are there any questions for Ms. Spalding for the committee? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
So long. Thanks so much.
And last, we have Mike Emery. Welcome, Mr. Emery. Take us home.
Thank you very much, Senator Hickman, Representative Sylvester, and members of the committee. I did submit written testimony as well, and based on what I've heard, I'm going to deviate a little bit from that and let you all read that later. So my name is Mike Emery. I am the academic coordinator for Augusta Adult Community Education. And I want to say that while I very much appreciate Representative Brennan's experience, and Portland is very much a big piece of this, new Mainers are not just in Portland. So to what Ms. Stickney said, this isn't something that just affects Portland. In Augusta, we have 60 new Mainers who are part of our program working on English language acquisition, working on workforce development, or high school completion and college readiness. So this is something that has an immediate impact, and in places really across the state. I know there are smaller numbers of new Mainers in other areas, but in my hometown of Gardner, I know that we have a few Syrian families. In Winthrop, there are some. So they're all around. It is a truly statewide issue. I wanted to focus on the fact that adult ed programs in Maine are locally operated as part of school districts. So we're not. We do get funding from the state and federal governments, but we are really on the ground local organizations serving a number of vulnerable populations, and New Mainers being one of those. So we really strongly believe, for a number of reasons that have been mentioned, especially by Representative Brennan, that this work is important. He mentioned professionals coming from other countries, and I've worked with some of these individuals who have found that they may have had a doctorate or an equivalent in their home country, and that equated to a high school diploma when they got here. So that sort of sets them back a number of years. And then there are folks whose education is interrupted because of war or other traumatic experiences, who then have to come here and try to learn English. So we have a lot of very vulnerable people who are trying to support their families, trying to learn English, trying to support their families when the only jobs available to them are ones that don't require a high school diploma, because even no matter how educated they may have been, we ask them to go through a lot more. So while I understand that there are other bills coming through that deal with similar issues, we in adult ed would strongly urge you to pass this, or to support this bill and vote it ought to pass. We would like to suggest a couple of small edits, because we are we do have an on the ground sort of view of things, we would like to suggest you require rather than simply allow the interagency task force to involve stakeholders like adult ed programs that work with this population. And lastly, that lines 11, 12, and 19, 20 maybe have some specific reference to adult education, because there are references to community colleges and college courses, but we do a lot of that same work, and we would love to be doing more of that work because we really believe that this is important to these folks who are going to be vital to our economy. So thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Emery. Are there any questions for Mr. Emery? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Absolutely, thank you.
Is that our last person to testify, Alyssa?
It is.
Then I will close the public hearing on LD 832. I wish to thank the committee for all of their hard work today and diligent questioning. And we look forward to being again together very soon.
Thanks, guys. Good
All
job.
right.
It's over already?
It's over already. You can stay, Dave.
We made it.
It's okay.
I'll wait for you here until Friday.
All right, that sounds good.
Senator Hickman, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
5 o'clock. That's right.